Good morning, everyone. We are here in Lynnwood, Washington at Warm Up Seattle 2025. I'm Alyssa Esprez, joined by
Manu Singhal. Hello, everyone. Hope you all are doing well.
We are in for an exciting morning as some top competitors get ready for World Championship, which is happening here in Seattle next weekend. And we are getting started today with 3x3 blindfolded, and we will be going into the finals. So you're seeing the first round results right now. And anything interesting that that's standing out to you here, Manu?
I think the one thing that's incredible is the competitors. Like, the competitor field is really, really good. Take a look at all the times that you see here. Twin 16s from Aiden and Timothy. Unfortunately, that we weren't able to capture on the stream yesterday. They're going to be sitting, I believe, in the stream station, so we will definitely get all of their solves in. Michael Tripodi, one of the commentators, also from Down Under. Ryan Eckersley from Scotland. It's an international crew here.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Yeah, for sure. This comp has that international feel getting ready for World Championship next week. And it's like a really exciting week. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah. A lot of prep has gone into, from the competitor side, a lot of prep has been leading up to World Championship 2025. Really does feel like a turning point in many ways.
Okay, so we're looking at Timothy Castle, who was the second seed going into this final round. And blindfolded final rounds are always such an interesting thing because you need one good solve to lock in the win.
Yeah. Best of three event, which means that only one is necessary. Of course, 3 blind is very hard. If you're just like a random person, it seems really difficult. But it actually isn't as hard as many people think. Only need to know, in order to do blindfold at all, only need a handful of algorithms. Obviously, these guys are going to be using hundreds and hundreds of algorithms in order to solve the cube both efficiently, but also in a way that is easy enough for them to memorize, as Aiden is going to get us started here.
Okay, so just starting his memorization stage. And you always wonder on this first solve, are they kind of just get a good one in, and then they can go all out on the next two? Started execution a bit late there on the at 14 seconds.
Yeah, it didn't seem like anything particularly amazing to me. Obviously, we had Stanley commentating yesterday, so he was able to instantly tell, this is going to be this many algs or whatever. I'm not nearly as good. No solve pieces. And here we're just solving corners now. Looking like that is going to be a completed solve. 34-77. That is almost certainly going to be a safety of Aiden's, for a competitor of Aiden's caliber.
Totally. A safety, and really not a safety, because a 34, most likely, you never know what could happen, but will not be on the podium, so
look,
he'll be looking for something better.
You need to get a success.
Yeah.
If you tripled enough, there's no
there
way
you go.
you can.
Of course, yeah. Okay, so here's Timothy Castle. This will be his first solve this morning. And again, just practicing the nod on there to get his blindfold on quickly, as that is part of the time. And here he goes with the memorization stage.
Yeah, same scramble also, same orientation. You'll imagine probably they're going to run the same alg. Sometimes there's a little bit of a variation between which alg the competitors use.
Hit a quicker memorization stage there, dawned at about 9 seconds. But again, this pause right here at this point in the execution.
I wonder if it's just a tricky set. That looks like it's going to be +2.
Yeah, it's a +2.
It's all good
so
there, 24.
Off this first scramble, we've got Timothy on top.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a touch on the trickier side.
Yeah, I think so.
Timothy at least was able to avoid the huge pause that Aiden had, and he has a good result going in. Actually, 22 definitely feels like it's in the running for a winning solve, so good work to him there, the hometown boy.
Yeah, there you go.
From here in the Pacific Northwest.
All right, we're going to see Aiden's second solve here. He's just warming up, taking a minute to collect his thoughts. He knows he needs something better than that 34 that we just saw.
Yeah, certainly. Even without knowledge of what the other competitors are getting, you see Jeremy McDermott behind him as well. Definitely going to need something a little bit better. Now, that's interesting that, there's a solid corner right there in the back, which contributes to a significantly faster memo.
Yeah.
One less letter you need to memorize.
And
things are looking
yeah,
pretty
they're
good so
trending well.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's well done, and that is going to put him in the lead, 20.59. You can see some times that are coming in from the rest of the field. Also, Ryan Eckersley with a 24. That got knocked off. Actually, maybe it didn't get knocked off by Timmy. We'll see. His results will also come in. As Michael Larson is entering all the data in the back. Doing this as very solid here.
You saw a little grin from Aiden there as he was signing off for that solve, so I think he felt pleased with that, and let's see how Timothy's able to respond on this same scramble just in a minute here.
Yeah, that solve piece is definitely going to be super handy because not only is it going to reduce the number of algs you need to do, but also it's a solve piece, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, you
can completely ignore it from your... you can kind of like throw it away. And yeah, the number of alg sets that these guys know is just absurd. I often go road tripping with Graham Siggins when there's like a PBQ somewhere far away, and he's keeps telling me about like these LTCTs he's learning, last target corner twists, and yeah, it's just incredible.
It's mind-blowing to just think of like how much information is stored in these solvers' brains and how quickly they're able to just bring it up in that moment. So okay, here's the second scramble. Again, we've got a solve piece in this one, so a little bit again of a quicker memorization there, and Timmy will be hoping for a clean execution. And here's the pause.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he forgot. Still a solved cube. And still a 20.
Again, we're at the 20. I can't remember what...
yeah, that's actually going to put him ahead of Aiden, it looks like, by
there we go.
About a 1/10 of a second. Very, very small margin, even with the pause. So some good turning from him.
Okay,
was able to make up the difference.
Let's see if Aiden can respond here. Be looking for sub 20 or better. That was a very quick memorization there. A lot of algs happening here, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the turning also isn't the cleanest in some of these corners. And the one move mistake, that would have put him in the lead very comfortably at 21 instead. And it's kind of just wasted, unfortunately, because even though the live rankings say average, we're ranking just purely based on single.
Yeah. So we saw Timothy get a +2 on his first one and a +2 here from Aiden.
But I mean, a very, very quick memo, even with that locking up. So Timmy, who's been turning a little bit better, he might be able to get something here. You can see Madrick is also in second place at the moment. So perhaps they'll get something good. I don't know which scramble James is on, but James is currently competing in the back there.
Just past that 21 second mark.
Yeah. But I think that's a 3C. Yeah. Oh, a little bit more than that, probably. So it's going to be a DNF. Tripodi's gotten up, he's good to go. And yeah, as we just get the results filtering in here, Timmy has one more. And of course, I think there's the entire blue stage, which I'm not sure we're getting results for at the moment. So it's possible someone got something really, really good over there as well.
Yes, I think we have all of our top 8 on this stage, though, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay. We'll wait for this last solve from Timothy, and I think this weekend it's an interesting mindset that everyone's in, right? Because you want to win, there is pressure, but I think it is so much more too about just like getting into the right headspace ahead of going into Worlds next week, and knowing that, hey, no matter how a round is going, you can still pull out a solve that you need when you need it.
Yeah, totally. I mean, yeah, the level of tension here is nowhere near what it's going to be like in the Seattle Convention Center. But surely being able to steal your nerves just a little bit, especially, you know, for those who are out of town, just getting used to like the environment and everything.
Yep. The time zone.
The humidity even. We joke that when we travel between NorCal and SoCal, the SoCal air is better.
It's better for cubing. Okay. Depending on what is... Oh, there's a big pause here.
Yeah, I don't think this one was going to end up mattering.
No.
I mean, he has the best single so far, so...
Totally.
He doesn't need anything.
You know, barring anything else happening on one of the other stages, as they say in the NBA, this one would have just been window dressing, so...
I mean, this one is not even going to be solved.
No.
So but just completely will not matter. Timmy Castle with 20.48 is the leader, and is very likely going to end up winning this competition. The hometown boy. And as of right now, looks like Aiden Kanalu Ebueno is going to grab second place, and third place is going to go to Madrick, and I'm definitely going to mess this up. Madri?
I think.
Yikes. I feel like that had
Madrick.
Yeah, I definitely messed it up really badly. Sorry.
No sub-20s in that final.
No sub-20s. Aiden was close.
He was.
Aiden was amazingly close. +2 out of a win. I know Kevin doesn't really like saying +2 out of something, but this one was real.
It was. That's true. And we went from, in the first round, we had 4 sub-20s. So I don't know, obviously that's scramble dependent and it's an event, but you have to think that just that little bit of heightened pressure in the finals kind of is a factor as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure the first round you can go kind of insane sometimes, because just like, okay, well, as long as you make it in, you can go crazy, do whatever you want, right? Also, those twin 16s, those were also on an 8 mover. Okay. An 8 Alger. Yeah. Which is obviously particularly good. So, so that scramble set just had one scramble that was quite notable.
All right, we will wait for those final results to come in, but once again, it looks like Timothy Castle, hometown kid, will be taking the win here at Warm Up Seattle 2025 in 3x3 blindfolded. And once this is over, we are headed into the first round of Scube. Yeah.
That just, I guess we never started with it, but that just highlights, we got a very, very packed day for you all. A bunch of amazing solvers, most of the WC events actually are going to be on stream in some way, shape, or form today. A lot of finals. The last chance for, I think, all the competitors who are going to be attending the World Championship to warm up and get a couple more solves, a couple more official results in.
All right, here are our final results from 3x3 blindfolded. So once again, Timothy, Aiden, and Maxime rounding out our podium. And some solid performances from other people down this sheet, but I think what's mind-blowing is none of these times most likely will do it next weekend. No. As we look at, Tommy Cherry, Charlie Eggins, neither of them here this weekend, but we'll be looking for that World Championship next weekend. Oh, yeah.
Not to mention a litany of other competitors who are all vying for the crown.
Mm-hmm. It's, blindfolded is one of the events that I get most excited about, just thinking about who's going to be world champion, and you have Tommy, who I think is undoubtedly the GOAT at this event, and yet
definitely.
Championships are never guaranteed or never to be taken for granted.
Oh no, and the amount of steel that Tommy has, and I think we'll play the interview later today, he is clutch incarnate as far as I'm concerned. And U.S. Nationals 2023 gets clock. I think he got clock world record to win it. I think at Worlds 2023, also 3-blind, I think he got the world record also.
Oh, yeah.
And Euros, he also got the world record. I don't know if that was in finals or semifinals, but he ended up winning Euros as well. So, yeah, he's just incredible. Just incredible.
It can't be overstated how mind-blowing it is to break a record in a major final.
Yeah.
I think sometimes I take it for granted because we do see it. Last year at NAC, we were very lucky and saw so many records broken in those final rounds on Sunday afternoon. But that is that's not normal.
No. Yeah.
Let's just be really clear about that.
If anything, it's crazy to think because you're not going for the record, you're going for the win.
Yeah, totally. And Kevin has talked about this on a podcast. You can get a record anytime.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You don't need to get it in a final of a major. You just need to be better than everyone else that day.
Yeah.
But to kind of put the gravy on top and seal it with a record is
drama is drama, man.
We're here
for people like us who are not in the finals, I'm eating that up.
Yeah.
I want to see it. And it's just amazing. We have so many talented cubers and so many talented competitors. It's just awesome to give them a little bit of a spotlight. And if they can perform under the pressure, then it just makes cubing bigger and better.
It's a really good time for cubing, for sure. We're really lucky.
Yeah. So that is your call to action. Tune in to the World's live stream. It's not scheduled yet. I think it'll be on the WCA and Rubik's channel, which are pretty easy to find.
The links will be everywhere, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Be very easy to find.
If you follow any sort of speed cubing anywhere, I'm sure you'll find it pretty easily.
4 full days of stream, Thursday through Sunday. July, I'm like, what's the date?
I think
July
the
3rd.
Yeah.
July 3rd to 6th.
Yeah. And not only is it going to be all the official events, we're also going to have a ton of interviews.
Yeah.
We put so much effort into all the interviews.
Yeah.
Like Kevin put a ton of time into scheduling. We have loads of interview prep docs that are made. Those are going to be fantastic. Yeah. And then also Nations Cup. You're going to commentate Nations Cup?
I think, no, I'm not commentating Nations Cup, but I think Keaton will be on there.
Okay. Awesome.
And Oliver and Eleanor from across the pond will be commentating with us. And I always hype up Nations Cup.
Yeah.
It's like my thing. Nations Cup is like low key where it's at. Like,
so I was snoozing on Nations Cup.
Until
I went to Euros last year. Nations Cup was incredible.
Yes.
It was so much fun to watch, and it's a shame that it's no longer available to watch anymore because they didn't realize the stream after 12 hours like cuts and resets.
Oh no.
So you can't watch it anymore, and it's so tragic because the whole thing was amazing. I think the UK ended up winning over Sweden in the end, but neither of them were projected to win.
Neither of them were the 1 seed. Yeah, totally. And at NAC 2022, famously, Maddie broke the world record single in Nations Cup, and I actually remember someone asking me earlier that day. They were like new to cubing, and they were at the event, and they were like, so what happens if someone like breaks the world record during Nations Cup? And I was like, unfortunately, like it's not an official world record. And but I was
crazy.
It's like it never happens. Like no way. And it happened.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible. And that has only been beaten in any official capacity, I think only exactly once, maybe twice.
Twice now.
I think twice now because Ewan got 306.
306 recently. Yeah.
So which is just incredible. Maddie is also here. I saw him in the parking lot today.
You will see him later today. As he was walking in, actually, he was talking about what a busy day it is for him. He's got a lot of rounds today in 4x4, 5x5.
All the events he cares about.
He'll be in 6x6 later today, and then obviously 3x3 finals. So
yeah, will be awesome to see. All right, enough yapping. I guess we're gonna do some more yapping because we're gonna start with Scube now. Scube, a very interesting puzzle, wouldn't you say, Alyssa?
It is. I'm like hesitating to say I do have a little bit of a bias against Scube. I just think it's very confusing. Yeah. Every time I look at it, I'm like kind of like having to remind myself how it works.
Your compatriot like basically developed like the entire method for this.
I know. Shout out to Sarah Strong, who is a fellow WCA delegate from Ontario, Canada. If you use Sarah's method, that is the Sarah. And yeah, again, like I'm just looking at that Scube now, and every time I'm like, it just doesn't look solid, but that's a +2. Yeah,
just a +2. It is a very strange puzzle. Turns very awkwardly.
Yeah.
At first, it looks like it's just the tips, and it's like this is like Pyramix but worse. I guess you could argue. Some people probably argue that it is Pyramix but worse, but it is really interesting these days. I think Scube is becoming more and more competitive. I particularly remember Dominic Radici. Not a guy I really knew much about, but NAC, he really, really showed up, and he gave us a fantastic performance. Of course, we'll see Karkukala at Worlds as well. So that all that to say is I think Scube is actually getting to be quite interesting. And I'm definitely going to need to do some more research in order to, what am I trying to say? Fully
appreciate the level of competitiveness.
There we go.
Yeah,
that's
totally.
what I'm going for.
Yeah. Dominic's win last year, everything was like so electric on that day, but Dominic, I also had not really known about Dominic before until I was doing an interview with Luke Garrett on the stream last year, and he was like, listen, this guy Dominic, don't sleep on him. You gotta like keep your eyes out open for him. And so that's your plug, that you get the like nuggets of gold in the live stream interviews.
Definitely.
You get to hear what's happening and who's who. Okay, this is Brian Johnson. A little bit of a fumble on that pickup, actually.
Yeah, not entirely sure what he was going for there. Entire solution kind of looks slow. He still has his transitions are still active from stepping outside.
Do some just tricky, doing some recognition there.
Yeah, Brian, one of the best, in my opinion, one of the best competitors to never have a world record. An amazing all-rounder from the Midwest. Good to see him here.
All right.
This is Matteo, I believe, from the Netherlands. One of a couple Dutch competitors who are here.
And yeah, you'll just notice on some of the solves we're seeing now, like there is such a difference between a top level cube solve and someone who's, you know, two looking or this is Alexi, and just a pause in the middle there.
Yeah, it looks like it's hard for me to say because look, I'm a little out of my element. I don't exactly know. I haven't done the research yet. But 2.95, Alexi is known to be a bit of a short event specialist, although he's really, really making a name for himself in 3x3 at the moment. 3rd place at the European Championship last year. 413. The other thing which is really weird about Scube is, I mean, we mentioned it before, it turns weird, and because of that, you have to like hold the puzzle in like a very strange way.
Hold it essentially like the opposite way you would hold it end by end. Yeah. Because it turns on the opposite axis.
Yeah, it turns on the corners.
From an end by end. So, yeah. Alexi is world rank 62 at Scube. PR average 2.3. And so, you know, that last solve we saw was a bit higher than
definitely off his pace. Of course, with all short events, they are going to be pretty scramble dependent. Yeah. There are some ridiculous scrambles you can get.
On Scube, for sure.
Since the minimum, I want to say the minimum, I should know this, is 6 moves. For any legal scramble, it has to be at least 6 moves away from solved. But some of those are really basic, like a U-perm.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, Brian Johnson. Oh, again, just a little bit. We saw a weird kind of pickup on the first one. That one, some weird turning. And again, I don't know if he needs to take his glasses off.
I wonder if it's hindering like his spatial recognition, like where his hands are supposed to be or something. Yeah, also pretty far off the pace for him.
This is Ash, and PR average 1.9. So let's see what we can see here.
Wow, 1.9. That's WR top 20.
Yeah.
I think Ash is also from the PNW area, so their hometown cuber.
All right, 2.4.
2445. I think we're also like warming up some of the the tracking in the back, so we'll get that up for you when we can. It is just Preetham who's running it at the moment, so man is working overtime.
Shout out to Preetham. Okay, 2.5. Mateo's PR average is a 2.19, so he's a bit behind pace here as well, and world rank 43. So you'll see, like, we went from Ash, she's world rank 20, Mateo, world rank 43. There's a lot more variance next weekend. Essentially, your world rank is your psych sheet rank next week.
It's a like Smash Bros. Ultimate moment. Yeah. Everyone is here.
Everyone is here.
So Alexi now, relatively good turning. Looks like he didn't have too many pauses in his solution, 3.17. Yeah, we're very lucky that we have this like little kind of info sheet that Eleanor and Oliver put together for us so we can tell who's who. With so many top name competitors from all over the world, it's very hard to keep track sometimes. So shout out to them for putting this all together. I think it was not part of the job description, so to speak, to do it for Warm Up Seattle, but they also did it for this competition as well. Yeah. Definitely helped me out a ton as I was frantically putting this together.
All right, here's Brian. Got
Brian
that front camp too, and again a pause just after his first few moves, a 3.6.
Yep. Yeah, I think Brian is like semi checked out / he's just trying to or maybe he's trying to check in, you know? Yeah. He's like, okay, well, it's first round of the day for him. Just kind of
get your reps
ease into it.
Honestly, I think more than anything, the value of a first round, especially if it's not like a main event or something that you're like super invested in, or it's, you know, a first round and you're pretty sure you're kind of you're a lock for the finals. It's just about getting your hands down on that the timer at the beginning of the day, and you know.
Look, it's before 9 a.m. None of these results matter.
Oh my gosh. Even at 9 a.m. I think it's before 10 a.m.
Yeah.
1.8.
Nice solution.
Yeah, some really good turning there as well.
Yeah, I love that expression. Mateo now, this looks to be the same scramble. Yeah, we got the table cam up and working, so hopefully you can see a cool reaction if something interesting does happen. A lot of inspection time being used.
Oh, and a big rotation in the middle there. And I think he knew that there was a lot more available to him there with that reaction.
Yeah. It's just the way it goes sometimes.
It's all about the bounce back after something like that.
Yeah, definitely. This being a favorites comp, you know, it is a little bit different than your normal competition. A lot of times you're just you're competing with literally everyone. Whereas at the favorites, you know, because you're limited on the number of events you can pick, you're competing with people who really wanted to do this event as opposed to other events.
Right.
So sometimes it can be a little bit harder to figure out exactly like how many are going to advance or who's going to advance.
Yeah.
So not everything guaranteed.
Alexi's fourth solve again. We'll look for, this was a 1.8 on Ash's solve, so.
Yeah, the green layer definitely looked like was the right start to me.
A 2.9, and again, this is Alexi from Russia. I'm seeing Alexi's only 16 years old. I didn't realize that.
I didn't know that.
So showing a lot of composure for 16 years old going into World Championship next week.
I mean, and he's been traveling the U.S. I think it was mentioned yesterday also. I think he was on the East Coast before he started West Coast Cubing Tour all the way in San Diego.
Wow.
And then Los Angeles, Berkeley, now all the way up here. Literally border to border.
Yeah.
Mr. Worldwide, so to speak.
Totally. And I'm seeing that this next weekend will be his third World Championship.
Wow.
So that's a lot of experience for
wow,
someone who's
yeah.
16
What?
years old. Yeah.
His first Worlds was when he was 12?
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Actually, probably younger because we skipped 2021.
Oh, duh,
yeah. So he was 10.
Wow. Impressive. Dude, the kids these days.
I think as we see Mateo's probably fifth solve here, rounding out with a 2.7. I think that'll be a really interesting storyline next week, is the experience factor.
Definitely. So much has changed since the last World Championship.
Yeah.
We thought Yiheng was the guy. He still is the guy in many regards. But now there's a bunch of other guys.
Yeah.
And not just guys, there's a bunch of other girls also.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to Chixian later today.
Yeah.
It will be really interesting to see I'm really interested to just hear like how they're just taking it all in.
Yeah.
They're in a foreign country competing for the world champion title at like 8 years old or whatever.
I know. And yeah, first World Championship for Joanie.
Yeah.
And it's just this really mind-blowing thing to be going into your first World Championship as such a heavy favorite, maybe not to win, but to podium, to, you know, that second place spot. I think a lot of people believe is Joanie's to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really, really hard to see anyone else end up in that spot. Of course, anything can happen.
Exactly.
There are many, many talented competitors. I'm sure Timon is definitely going to be looking for the gold.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, all odds point to a Yiheng Xuanyi 1-2.
Yeah. And that's where that kind of like age, maturity, experience, those question marks come in.
Yeah, so it'll definitely be different for Xuanyi versus Yiheng as Alexi gets a +2 here. Because Yiheng's already lost the World Championship once in tragic fashion, dramatic fashion, whichever adjective you'd like to use. So for him, at least, he has some experience. But Xuanyi, and just being a kid, I'm really, really excited to see how the interview goes today.
Yeah.
And really excited to hear from them during Worlds also.
Totally. And of course, we will see Zhuan Yi and Xishan competing in 3x3 later today, in 3x3 second round. There's 4 rounds at this competition.
There are 4 rounds.
So we will see them 3 times today competing in 3x3. Obviously, assuming everything goes well, which we assume it will. And again, it's just for these Chinese cubers as well. I think for me, it's so exciting because we get so little exposure to like seeing how they solve, seeing them in these kind of environments. So I think we're really lucky that both of them are here this weekend, and we get a little bit of a preview of what's in store for next week.
And it's also good for them, right? Because then we can at least throw away a little bit of the excuse of like, oh, it's nerves or first time competing in the U.S. with jet lag or whatever. Like, they had a week to adjust, and they're like into it now. We expect them to perform at least reasonably well. Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, we're about to transition into 6x6 final.
Oh, so yeah, we only got one group of Cube 6x6 finals up next then. Awesome.
So, in 6x6 final, we're going to see...
Oh, this is an amazing list.
Timofey Tarasenko, 13 years old, from Russia.
The tiny titan, man. Just amazing solver. The level of performance that Timofey has able to put on over this last year, the name he's made for himself after attending I think this is his 16th competition. Can you believe that?
Wow.
16th competition, and he already has world record, continental records, national records, and he's a star.
He's a star. He absolutely, at such a young age, just like coming up, and I think it's really interesting too. I heard someone was talking about it yesterday on stream, just like how interesting it is to watch him solve. Like, it's a very interesting solving style. And you can see there just some real legit times coming from Timofey.
And it's not even like he's like edging out the competition or whatever. Like, he's 5 seconds over former world champion Kevin Hayes.
Yeah.
Like, these are just straight up competitive. Like, his mean beat everyone single. No one got a single better than his mean.
Kevin did.
Oh,
112.
Oh, this is messed up then. Okay, well, I got to fix the graphic then.
Oh, on the side, yeah.
Oh, you know what? Oh, interesting. Oh, no, okay, never mind. I have no idea. I'll fix it. I probably broke something or other.
Something's off here.
My bad.
We're
I think I messed this up. I think I accidentally copied the same value
yeah,
here.
totally. Yeah, no, that's
my
totally right.
bad.
So yes,
sorry, friends.
No, all good. Timofey's mean did beat every single person single.
Nuts.
And I didn't actually even realize this happened yesterday, but Daniel Rush sending a continental record, the African record, for 6x6 mean, 123.64. Daniel coming all the way from South Africa.
Yeah, I heard someone say that he had to take 2 12-hour flights to get here, which is crazy.
And then again, this is why it's like it's smart to be here now. Yeah. You're not like walking off like a plane to the World Championship. That's not a smart decision.
Hey,
so
that would be dramatic if it did happen. So, but yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, and you never want to cut it close with your flights or anything like that. So
especially if you're traveling internationally.
For sure. Okay, so here is Timofey on our big screen, and then we've got Kevin Hayes in the smaller window, drinking some signature Mountain Dew before the round. Other names we'll be watching in this final: Madi Hiroto Inaba, a mean of 130 yesterday to put him in the 4th seed. I think Madi would be hoping for a better mean than that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Madi's been kind of grinding the big cubes recently. I think his number 1 is 4x4.
Yeah.
But definitely looking for a better result than 130.
Yeah. It is interesting for Madi. I would say an N-by-N specialist, but like N-by-N is like 6 and 7 are so different from 3x3, obviously. And so I'm curious kind of what his mindset has been going into Worlds as he just thinks about where he wants to kind of prioritize his energy as he thinks about the different events.
It's crazy because like for these guys who are going to make multiple finals, right? It's exactly this. It's just like, what do you focus on?
Yeah.
Like we have like 3 days before World starts. And, you know, the finals are at least spread out a little bit, so you can at least, like, concentrate maybe one evening more on, like, 5x5 as opposed to, like, 6x6 or 3x3. But in any case, there's a lot going on, so it'll be interesting to see where he stacks up. I also want to mention that in 5th place, Kate Graham.
Yep.
She got 130. She very, very specifically wanted me to say that this is a bad time for her. So she really dislikes it when the commentators are like, oh, like this is like a not bad. She can recover. So noted. This is from her, not from me. Okay, I'm not roasting her. She's roasting herself.
From the source. This is some direct from the source reporting. Kate Graham definitely looking for a better performance than her 132 yesterday.
Okay, I think Kevin is going to get things started here.
And so obviously on big cubes, what we're looking for is those splits on where are we completing our first few centers, when are all our centers done. And then, of course, we're getting into edges and that 3x3 stage, which sometimes makes the difference on big
especially
cubes.
6x6 in particular sometimes also because of the the chance you can get a triple parity, and you have to deal with it. The other thing which is going to be really interesting, and it's really nice that we have Kevin lined up here alongside Timofey. Timofey, Yao user, Kevin, Redux user. Redux the method of choice of the past, and still the method of choice of the world record holder Max Park. But Yao making a huge surge in big cubes, having most of the rankings in 5x5, and now becoming very popular. Sunghyuk Nam had the world record last year, stole it away from Max Park. Nam is a Yao user, so it'll be interesting to see how all that lines up as Kevin is going through, doing some edges. Looks like he has, what, like maybe 8 edges? No, he's on last 4 now.
Yeah, he's on last 4, and at 1:15 starting.
Wow, that was a fast last 4 edges. Interesting that he did a cross kind of on top there. Ooh, center pop. It should be okay. He can stop the timer with the center pop and still be good. Need to fix the parity there. 129. That is pretty far off the pace from his previous mean. He's going to need to kind of pull that back. Timofey fixing that OLL parity, doing into his 3x3 stage. And no other parities for him. It looks like 120.
So, starting off with 2 solves slower than yesterday's pace for sure, and I think it being 9 a.m. does make a difference.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially for these events, which just require a little bit of a longer attention span.
But yeah,
it's not like it's like, I'm like kind of saying that with a laugh, but it's true. Like compared to Scube, obviously you're just needing to like stay focused and stay locked in for more than a minute.
And you can think of it as like Scube is a little bursty.
Yeah.
Where like you need to put a lot of attention in, but it's only for a short amount of time. Here you kind of need to be fully locked in the whole time. And I'm sure if Kevin were here, Kevin would be like, well, I want to be like 100% all the time for big cubes. And sure, fair enough. If you're trying to win the world championship, you definitely need that type of attitude. So definitely different between the events here.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a fun experience going from watching Scube to watching 6x6. And that will be some of our experience next week when we go through some of these finals, because at World Championship they've made the schedule so that, typically people who do Scube at a high level aren't the same people that do 6x6 at a high level.
Right.
And so we will kind of go back and forth between like diverging events, and yeah, it's just gonna be so much fun. It'll be interesting to kind of look at the different things that we're watching. This is interesting too from Timofey, like kind of doing a full solve as he like just wants to stay warm and stuff like that. But I find, especially with big cubes, I wonder what the kind of balance is on like just not wanting to tire your hands out.
Yep. Exactly what I was thinking. Because especially it's interesting for him because he's so small. Like look at his hands compared to the size of the cube. And so I wonder if there's going to be a real fatigue factor. Timofey also extremely good 5x5 solver. We're going to see that upcoming. 4x4 is also coming up still.
Totally.
And of course he's going to be looking for a podium placing in 3x3. So yeah, he's definitely going to need to manage the fatigue a little bit more today than most other days.
It's a long day for sure. And it's both the physical and mental fatigue.
Yeah. at least he's helped a little bit. Oh, and not to mention, he's also the favorite to win Mega Makes.
Right, of course. Yeah.
That's the world record holder. So, yeah, a lot gonna be a busy day for Timofey. All right,
Okay.
looks like solve 2 incoming.
Just gonna finish up this warm-up solve.
Also, real fast, I got to shout out, man, I love these cube covers. We designed these cube covers, and I think they look fantastic.
They do look great.
So
yeah.
wonderful.
I like the color choice.
Yes, I think we looked through a couple colors, and we saw the pink one. We're like, it's the pink one. It has to be the pink one. Okay, enough of that nonsense. Timofey, solve number 2. 120 on the first solve. Can he pull out something a little bit better, get himself closer to that sub 120 mean?
And I will say yesterday in 7x7, we saw an upset. Kevin beat Timofey in 7x7 yesterday, so it's not a lock for Timofey by any means. So this is a Yao solve. So after those first 2 centers, we will go into his first edges and then into the the last 4 centers.
Very interestingly, it looks like he actually made his Yao edges on the D layer, which is really interesting. He made them on the E layer and then moved them all to the D layer before rotating. That's actually pretty different. I don't see many people doing that. The common convention, common wisdom is to do that on the M layer so you can immediately transition into centers, but perhaps this just works better for Timofey and his look ahead. Feels like he's pacing decently well. Not sure about sub 120. Unless he enters 3x3. Nope. No, he has a chance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
No OLO parity, PLO parity only. 114.
A little fist pump from him there at the end
Good
of it.
to see.
I thought the turning was quite crisp on that solve.
Yeah. Timofey is a really interesting solver for a myriad of reasons. One of which also is he's not the most efficient solver. He kind of just turns.
Yeah.
You'll see that particularly in Mega Minx, as his solutions are not known to be perfect, but he's just able to look ahead so well, and has a quite command. You can call it, I guess dexterity is the right word.
Yeah.
Of the pieces of the cube and his turning, that he's just able to just go.
All right, so again, conversely to Timofey, we're going to see all 6 centers from Kevin here first before we see any edges get solved. And let's see what the split is here on these centers.
Last 2 now. There we go.
33. We are looking for around that 30-second mark for
and this is another
centers.
Really big difference that you'll see. Kevin is rotating a lot. Sometimes you'll see the blue on top, sometimes you'll see the green on top, and that's the big difference between using Yao. Since you build all of your cross edges first and just throw them into the D layer, you never need to rotate to find pieces anymore.
Yeah.
Whereas unfortunately Redux users have to continue to look around because the pieces could just be anywhere.
Okay, last 4 edges here at 110, so the pace is not...
Yeah, he's going to need a really good
want.
3x3 stage and no ridiculous parity. No OLO parity at least. And no PLO parity. Actually, I think he ended up with no parity at all. 123. Significantly better than 129, but unfortunately I think that's really going to weigh him down here, as he's going to have like a 125-ish mean right now? 126.
Yeah. Yeah, so barring anything wild happening on Timofey's last solve, he's
like 20 seconds behind, right? So Timofey needs if Timofey gets like a 1-minute solve, Kevin needs a 40-second solve, right? So both of those would be ridiculous, but
yeah,
if it'll happen, then
All right, just getting those hands warm, and again, it's some more turns. I'll be interested, I think, to continue watching this throughout the day from Timofey. It's just like how he's staying warm, how he's kind of, staying
Staying loose.
Staying loose, yeah, that's what it is for sure.
It's definitely a little bit of a different day already so far today compared to yesterday. Yesterday was kind of dark, kind of gloomy in the morning, and then the sun kind of came out later and warmed things up. Today the sun is already out. The sun was out at 4:30, which was quite a surprise. So it's already a little bit warmer, I feel, in the venue today than it was yesterday.
Yeah. It's set to be a beautiful week in Seattle.
Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous.
So
gorgeous.
It's great that we're getting this weather as everyone's coming in. Yeah, the turning when you watch Timofey solve is like kind of mesmerizing, to be honest.
Yes.
Like, it's just very few pauses, and you wonder how he's looking ahead so efficiently as the pieces are moving that quickly, but he is.
Yeah, sometimes like I watch these solvers and it's like, oh yeah, like I could do that. And then the next 6x6 solve I do, I just spend 2 minutes looking for one piece.
Yeah.
Although it looks like he kind of got flipped up here,
yeah.
doing a bunch of wide rotations to try and find some missing edge. There's that OLL parity now. Yeah, I can't really see the timer from this perspective, but it looks like
PLL parity here, and
124. So he's going to end up with something like a 120-ish average, 121 perhaps.
We'll see it come up here just in a second.
119?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sub 120. So I think that's a really solid performance from Timofey in 6x6 as we head into next week.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, like Kevin needs like a close to a sub 1 in order to have any sort of shot at winning this. So for all things considered, it's basically out of the picture here.
He'll just be looking to put down a good time. I know Kevin is all about getting those reps in ahead of next weekend, so this will just be a good opportunity to do a solve in a, I mean, not a high pressure situation, but there's a little bit of pressure, I suppose.
Yeah. Kevin also the hometown kid, grew up in the Seattle area, so it's really interesting to see all of these local people they're all in the mix.
Yeah,
in their various events.
There's a lot. Shout out to the Pacific Northwest cubing community. Like, a lot of really high level solvers have come out of the Pacific Northwest. Of course, we have Samir, who remains the favorite for the Square One event.
Yep, defending world champion.
Yep, and then.
Ooh, yikes!
Ooh.
Wow, bad pop again. Yeah, unfortunately, Kevin just not able to get this one going. It looks like as he's doing 3x3 stage at like 110-ish.
Yeah.
Still need to fix that parity.
And there's a parity still, yeah.
Hopefully we can avoid PLL parity as well. 127. That's gonna wrap up like a 127-ish mean.
All right, we'll wait for the rest of the data to come in on this round. And
Data.
Sorry, is that a Canadian thing?
I think it's a Canadian.
Okay.
I think it actually is a Canadian thing, because I know Shane Grogan and Sarah Strong go back and forth every Worlds if it's data or data.
I get confused sometimes when so my big one coming into this week is ZBLL.
Oh, really? You don't say ZBLL? I thought the Canadians did say ZBLL.
Well, I say ZBLL.
Interesting.
But then if I hear ZBLL too much, then I start saying ZBLL.
I think you should convert it. I think the only person who can say ZBLL is Chris Mills, because when he says it, it's hilarious. I love it. He got roasted so badly on the PSL stream, but I thought it was quite charming. So let's reserve it just for Chris.
I'm a bit like Z-Perm. It's Z-Perm to me.
Oh. It's that kind of stream, huh?
All right. I think we are switching over commentary in just a second, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, that was the 6x6 finals. We've already gone through 3 events.
In an hour.
Like an hour?
Yeah.
Like, pretty crazy. A lot more action to come up shortly. I think we are getting the next set of commentators. You're in for a treat here. Dylan Miller and Zach Rydell. But before that, we're going to click it to a quick ad.
Thanks.
If Preetham ever pulls up the ad.
There it is.
SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Warm Up Seattle. I am Zach Rydell.
And I'm Dylan Miller. We're going into 5x5 right now. Should be really exciting. How you feeling going into this, Zach?
I'm feeling really good. Got some big names in this group. We got Timofey Tarasenko, we got Max Shaw, we got Kevin Hayes. Going to be an amazing final to watch. Or not final, round one. Is there a second round? Okay.
Probably.
Yes, there's a second round. But this round is definitely going to be entertaining to watch.
Yeah, most definitely. I think we just saw Timofey wrap up with 6x6, and we know that he's very competent, big cube solver. We also have Kevin, who was just in the 6x6 final as well. So really interesting to see those two go against each other again. Should be really exciting, like we said. So
Yeah, I'm really stoked to see it. Looking at the psych sheet for our first group, we have our first seed, Timofey Tarasenko, with a 37.50 second average. And then second place in the group is Max Shaw with a 45.49. So quite a big gap here in between our first two competitors. But it's going to be really entertaining to watch. Here we see Timofey sitting down, cube ready. He's ready to go.
yeah, and we know a lot about Timofey, right? He's got kind of that quirkier solving style. You know, uses a lot of thumb on bottom moves, and you know is known for kind of just being a great all arounder in the in by ends. And I think 5x5 is his best ranked in by end at the current moment, like we said. So yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. We've seen him perform well in these big cubes. You know, had that sub 2 7x7 mean just barely, and then as we saw in the 6x6 final and 6x6 round one, he just did amazing. So as we see here, 37.5 average, sub 33 single. You know, we know what Timofey's gonna do. And we're gonna cut over to Kevin here. Already on. Kevin's gonna be a Redux user. That's gonna be a little bit different than what we're gonna see Timofey using. Kevin's already onto his last 4 centers here. Moving on to last 2, and now we got edge pairing at around 17 seconds. And what we want to see from Kevin is we want to see like we want to see as little big rotations as possible, kind of back and forth to find those edges, because that's really going to eat into some of the time, and that's why some people prefer Yao over Redux, just to make edge pairing easier.
Yeah, I've noticed that myself. The rotations between Yao and Redux is quite strong. Timofey finishing up edge pairing, moving on to 3x3 stage here. Couldn't catch the split.
And that's a clean 39. I don't know if you caught it. I think it's insane the way Timofey just built like X cross with a free pair just immediately after doing Yao. Like I seeing that immediately after finishing edge pairing is insane.
And an incredibly smooth 3x3 stage that almost looked like it was just a normal 3x3 solve for him.
Yeah, exactly. It's wild.
Kevin with a 53, quite the big gap between Timofey and Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin, of the n-by-ns, 5x5's always been the one he's practiced the least. And as we know, Kevin's kind of taken a backseat to more of an organizing perspective and doing a lot of stuff for the world stream and this stream as well. So, you know, good for him to be doing all of that.
Here we see Timothy Castle here starting his first solve. 55 average. He is the 5th seed in our group currently.
Yep.
Here, Timothy looks to be a Yao user. Yes.
Pretty clean centers so far. No major pauses. That's great to see. On to last 2. Finishing up at around that 25, 26 mark. Going on to edges here. Little hesitant at the start, but looking like he's getting into his flow now. And we're on to our edge cycles for these last few edges. Looks like last 2 there. Now we're on to 3x3 stage.
Yeah, hit 3x3 at around 47 here.
Yep. Yeah, pretty good last execution as well. 55. That's about, you know, where his PR is at, so I'm sure he's not too mad about that.
We're going to see Luke Tixon sitting down at the 2nd stream station. Luke Tixon, quite the veteran in cubing, almost rivaling Kevin's tenure as a competitor. Luke competing since 2012. 13 years of experience here.
Yeah, I remember when I started, I heard about Luke's name for a while, and he's still putting down results even at this point in his career, right? He got the North American champ for one-handed this past year, so great to see that. And Luke's actually a Hoya user, one of the infamously a Hoya user, so.
Yeah, so we're gonna see from any of Luke's solves, as opposed to solving all the centers, like Redux, and then moving on to edge pairing, or solving some of the centers and then moving on to cross edges like Yao. He actually does all centers but two, and then does cross edges on bottom, and then we'll go on to do the rest of the solve. And a 48 for Luke.
Yeah, he's been a long time Hoya proponent. I'm pretty sure since, like we said, very early on in his career, been using Hoya and pushing it as kind of a meta viable method, which has been proved to be relatively true. We've seen other people like Ray Ba use it in 4x4 to pretty good success. So, you can't count out Hoya. Definitely can't.
It seems we're having a little bit of a break in between our stream competitors. Seeing definitely a 5x5 an event takes quite a bit to scramble. So these competitors going back to the waiting area for each of their solves. Maybe using this time to warm up, maybe this time to kind of relax.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure, especially in an event like 5x5, you want to make sure your nerves are calm before going into it. Sometimes if you're nervous going into it, then you're going to have shakes at the start. And since it's a longer event, you want to make sure that it's very clean and solid all the way through. No time to really kind of lose at the beginning there.
Yeah, we're going to see Timothy Castle up here again, as well as Timofey coming up to solve next to him.
Timothy, yeah, usually like we said, just finished up last two at around that 7-second mark, I think, if I catch the split right. And moving on to cross edges, and you'll see, as most Yao users, Timothy is going to be solving his Yao cross edges on the left side, as opposed to someone like Timofey who's going to be doing that on the bottom. If we catch a Timofey solve, finished up last two at about that 28 mark, just about hit 29. And these edges are looking pretty nice so far. One little look around there, but really solid throughout.
Yeah, quite fluid in between. And then here we're seeing those last few edges getting done there as we switch over to Timofey.
Yeah, Timofey again gonna be solving these cross edges on bottom, like you see here. Just finished up that blue one and already done with all of them actually. Moving on to centers here, and he's just flying through these so far. Insane turning. Oh my goodness. Already on the last edge, and a bit of a pause here, hoping to see him kind of clean up those from the rest of this. Few rotations, and I think he's made his way onto his last two edges just now, and now we're on 3x3 stage. That's just insane. And again,
He is flying through this.
insane
Quick OLL,
stage.
quick OLO to PLO transition. It's going to be a 41 from Timofey.
Yeah, he doesn't look too pleased with that one. I'm assuming he's definitely going to be under that 40-second mark. So, yeah, just a few too many pauses, maybe one kind of large lockup in that edge pairing stage, and that's going to be the difference between that, that arbitrary marker we have, that sub 40 mark, or that 41-second solve.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have to imagine that Timofey, with such a fast PR of 37.5 seconds, that maybe he sets high expectations of any solve that isn't sub 40 is extremely bad or something of the like. So maybe he needs to sorry, I got sidetracked with Kevin sitting down, but maybe he'll be able to handle that well for his next three solves.
From my understanding, Timofey's PRs are overall PBs, so it's hard to expect to get that every single time, but definitely you want to be under that 40-second mark. That's probably about closer to where he averages. As we see Kevin moving on to his last two Redux centers, and now we're moving on to edge pairing.
Yeah, centers done in around 17-18 seconds.
And had a little bit of a hesitant start to the edges here and a little bit of a look around there, but whenever he's turning, it's looking pretty fluid. Here, another pretty large pause.
Huge pause.
And these should be last two edges. Moving on to 3x3 stage now. About that low 40 mark. And 50.4.
He looks indifferent about that time.
he
I
definitely
don't know how
does.
else to describe it. Maybe a little displeased, letting out a groan at the end there.
Yeah, it looks like that was a time of all time, definitely. But you know, it's a little bit cleaner than the last one. That's all you can really hope for, right? You know, you get the first one's a 53 from Kevin. You get a 50. Keep up that pace. You know, you're getting a 47 next solve.
I was gonna say, yeah, you have to consider especially, it's 9:30 in the morning for these guys over there in Seattle, or in Lynnwood, Washington. My apologies. As well as Kevin just got done competing in 6x6, so maybe he's got the big cube mindset already locked in, from transitioning 6 to 5, but maybe he needed to transition a little more into 5x5 solving.
Yeah, I'm not the best at big cubes. I always found it easier to go from like 6 to 5. It feels so much easier, right? There's less pieces. You know, you were just looking at it something bigger. You know, it's a little bit different, but it should become a little easier as we see Luke Tixon and Timofey Tarasenko coming to sit down. Looks like we're cutting over to Timofey, and he's gonna want to try to not count that 41 from that most recent solve. Preparing himself a little bit here. Does his patented hands on the neck right there.
Timothy inspecting. I'm seeing a couple yellow, like 1x2s that'll make for some easy first centers,
Most definitely.
which he doesn't decide to do anyways. But
he does not. Oh, we're moving on to cross edges already. Actually, already did first center. And we're moving on to Yao centers here. And we want, you know, he's going to be flying through these. You see his turning is insane. Even with some of these regrips, like we said, he does a lot of thumb on bottom stuff. It ends up being really, really fast. Edge pairing now looks really, really clean.
incredibly fluid turning. Big pause there going into last 4 edges though. And parity.
Pure parity, unfortunately. Again, this 3x3 stage just looks like it's a normal 3x3.
I was gonna say insane turning, but still a 41-19, which will be counting for Timofey.
Yeah, you see that little head shake there. Looks definitely not too happy with that one, but we know he has the 37 PR average. Within his own possibility, he can get some 38s or something to at least get it like as a 40-second average somewhere along there. So still insane solving from Timothy.
Absolutely. We are going to now see Timothy Castle come up here to sit on the first stream station, and Kevin Hayes starting inspection on our second station.
Kevin, again, a Redux user like we said, so a little bit different. Looks like he's already about to finish up first 2 centers. Just finished up at around that 10-second mark, and a big pause here. This is not pacing super great. Moving on to last 2 centers now, done in about 19. And again, the edge pairing is kind of where Kevin's been losing a bit of time here, so want to see as little pauses as possible.
I was going to say there's a very big pause in the transition stage from centers to edges. And that's one of the key redeeming factors of the Yao method, is being able to smoothly transition. You already have some of your edges solved, so there's less places you need to look for your edge pieces.
Yeah, and this solve's actually looking pretty good going into 3x3 stage, hitting about that 3x3 PLL, done about 51. So roughly about the same as the last one, like a little bit slower, but you know, still great. Even with that, you know, like you said, pretty big pause from that transition from centers to edges. 51, can't be too mad about that.
Yeah. Timothy Castle with a 52.66. That is also under PR. So Timothy might be on PR pace for himself. I remember his first solve was also under PR average, so we'll see what comes out of him.
Again, we got Luke Tixon here inspecting. This is our resident Hoya user here. Should be getting looks like we're on second 2 centers here. Yeah, so we're moving on to, he's at Hoya stage, solving cross edges, and now he's about to finish up last 2 centers. Moving on to the last 2 centers, just finished those up. Hard to see the split. Getting through our edges here. Looking okay, maybe a little bit hesitant at times. And this looks like just a lot of moves here. Nice ZB to cap it off.
Knows the ZB with a 42. Quite impressive for Luke. We're going to see Timofey inspecting his attempt.
8.
This is solve 4 for Timofey.
Got that big line done here on yellow, just finished up. Moving on to his cross edges on bottom. About finished up, and now we're on to centers. And this is where he's been really turning fast.
He flew through those cross edges.
Insane. These centers look a little bit off pace compared to the other ones, so probably about even with the cross edge split.
Yeah, but besides that, this is almost jinxed him, but he was going through quite well with like almost no hesitation, and now everything's starting to fall apart. Hesitation, lockups. Let's hope that Timofey can come back from this with an extremely smooth 3x3 stage.
Yeah, I think, you know, there was some pauses in there. The biggest time loss was just his lockups. Just, you know, we saw his really clean turning at the start, and then it looks like it's kind of just falling apart on that solve there.
A 50.97 for Timofey as we watch Kevin Hayes onto his 4th 5x5 solve here, finishing up the last few edges.
3x3 stage at about that 40-second mark. That's been about where Kevin's been at. And this is looking pretty much about similar to these last 2. We're going to hit that. Okay, we got that 48.8. Wow.
Not too
Sub
bad.
50. That's going to be good for Kevin there.
So as Timothy Castle starts inspection on his 4th, I believe, we can see on the left side of the screen Timofey Tarasenko's 4 solves so far, a best possible average of 40.67, and all he needs for that is a time under 39 seconds. Seems quite doable. Timothy with a huge pop.
Yeah, those 5x5 lockups definitely can get you pretty bad there, and that's going to be a pretty big time loss for Timothy here.
Yeah, I was going to say, even besides just the amount of time that the lockup eats on its own, but then that also ruins your flow. So you may have lost, if you were looking ahead and tracking pieces down, that you may have forgotten where they went trying to fix that lockup.
Yeah, definitely, and it just doesn't set a good precedent for the rest of the solve, especially when it's right in that beginning stage there. Definitely can throw you off. And for someone like Timothy, who presumably is on close to PR pace here, only solves we've seen on stream are near PR, it's not a great sign.
Yeah, this solve will not be fitting it though, as Timothy's timer goes over the minute mark, with a Luke Tixon partway through his next 5x5 solve.
And we're about finishing up our edge pairing here. Looks like we're on the last like 3 edges, cycling these through. Relatively good turning throughout, and we move on to that 3x3 stage, and looks like you already had a decent amount of 3x3 solved.
Oh yeah, a 52.62 for Luke, a 113 for Timothy. Quite the gap between that and his other time so far.
Yeah, and having a time like that, beginning there.
Yeah, the center shifting out of place there has got to be really demotivating to the rest of your solve. Kevin Hayes wrapping up inspection on, I believe, his last attempt. That or might be his 4th. As well as Timothy sitting down, preparing for his.
Yeah, going through this here, we're on our last 2 centers here for Kevin, finishing up at that 15 second mark. And again, we want to see that clean transition into edges. Hopefully no major pauses, a flip there, rotation there, and it's looking a little bit hesitant. Turning when he's doing it is good, but this is the reason why Redux is a little bit trickier, right? The finding the pieces is the hard part.
Yeah, but he is going to be approaching 3x3 stage here at 37 seconds.
Yeah, that's a little bit cleaner than the last few. He's been getting there at about 40, and this 3x3 stage looks a lot nicer too, getting there at 45.9. Good way to cap off that average.
Let's see, we're going to see Timofey on the other stream station here.
Number 2.
Timofey wrapping up here with a 41.44, not the entity average he wanted, but a very consistent 41 average for Timofey.
Most definitely. Every counting time was 41, and if you're Timofey, you know, you're probably not going to get a 50, but as long as you don't count that 50, you got to be happy with yourself, right? You know, you came back from a solve that you weren't particularly happy with. You didn't get a time that you were super pleased with, but respectable average nonetheless. 41, 42. That's great to see.
Yeah, especially considering how close that was. It was still within a second range of the best possible average Timofey could have gotten. I don't think that he's really going to be all too displeased with that, and is just going to be looking into getting ready for his next rounds coming up.
Definitely. Yeah, we can definitely see something closer to that sub 40 mark from Timofey. As we have a loop going on here, the few pauses here on this edge pairing, but it looks like he's getting back into the flow of it. And we see here he's solving 2 F2L pairs at the back, so that way when he finishes his edge pairing, he's already halfway done through that 3x3 stage. And yeah, we see that 3x3 stage split is so fast because he already did so much of the work beforehand, ending with that 50.5, but still that really clean 42 single from before. Did not use that same type of technique, if I recall correctly, but yeah, nice to see.
We're going to see Timothy Castle here on the other side. Timothy, we thought was on PR pace, and it looks like he might be able to lock that in, doing OLL parity. Now onto OLL. 56, He looks quite pleased. That is, it's fairly close to his PR average, but now he's going to calculate and figure out if that became PR average or not.
Yeah, we don't have the entire context of the average, but when someone reacts like that in a positive way, you can generally assume that they know what they needed, right?
I was gonna say, yeah, that very moment that you pull out the calculator to look at the average, I've done it numerous times. Any other competitor I see, it's probably the most nerve-wracking moment of the average, besides any of the solving that you were doing. Try to make sure that is this as good as I thought it was.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, most cubers, you know, they kind of calculate in their head. They have a rough idea, but you know, for me, I'm not that good at math every time. So maybe I think it's a little bit better than it is. Maybe I think it's a little bit worse than it is, and I get a surprise. So yeah, it's always nice to get confirmation, because that's what your new time is. That's the new thing you have to kind of go for.
Absolutely. Quite what we were expecting from that 5x5 round. We saw quite a good performance from Timofey, a standard performance from Kevin and Luke, and then a good showing from Timothy. Hopefully that ended up being PR for him. But yeah, quite a good round. We are going to be moving on here to 5x5 Group 2. We're going to see, in this group, we're going to see Maddie Hiroto Inaba, Luke Garrett, and Daniel Rush, as well as Alvin Rules and Kate Graham. It's got quite a stacked 5x5 group, honestly. The top 5 competitors all within 5 seconds of each other.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. I mean, we know Maddie, what he can do on 3x3, and his big cube prowess is a little less recognized, but you know, definitely a really high quality 5x5 solver. Could put down some really good times. We've seen Luke been practicing 5x5 more specifically as an all-arounder, but kind of focusing on 5x5 in the recent time. It'll be really interesting to see how this kind of all shakes out.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be interested in watching this. I cannot hear the announcer. I know we could hear earlier, but I imagine that they're going to be calling up the next group of 5x5 solvers shortly. Got it. Yeah, no, this is going to be quite an interesting group. And then we do have coming up later in the day, right after the next 5x5 group, we're going to see 3x3 round 2, which is going to have a huge number of names that we're going to see in there. We're going to see Alexei Svetkov, Zeke Mackey, Luke Tix, and Samir Agarwal. Just a couple of the names that we're going to see in Group 1. So it's going to be quite a busy day for these competitors here in Washington.
Most definitely. I mean, I'm a 3x3 solver, so I'm really looking forward to seeing the 3x3. But we can. And speaking of 3x3 and really high quality 3x3 solvers, during lunch on the broadcast, there's going to be an interview with Shishin and Xuanyi during lunch. So that'll be really exciting to see. We don't really get to hear kind of much from them, you know.
Yeah, so that'll be. I'm definitely interested in hearing what they have to say. Competing in America, and then kind of warming up for the World Championship, maybe getting adjusted to competing in America before the World Championship next week. Both of them being quite high level 3x3 competitors, so maybe they're using this time to kind of flesh out how they're feeling if they are warmed up for the World Championship coming up this next weekend.
Yeah, I would. You know, I don't want to speak on behalf of them. I would like to say Shishin seems pretty warmed up. She was on pace for female world record average yesterday. Yeah, had crazy BPA. I think it was close to like 5-1 or something.
Yeah,
And
I was watching that average, and she didn't need like an extraordinary time to be able to guarantee PR average for her. But unfortunately, some unlucky cases led to getting the worst possible average, which is okay. There's 4 rounds of 3x3 at this competition, so these competitors still have 3 more rounds to try and prove themselves. As I hold up 4 fingers, but they still have 3 more rounds to be able to try and prove themselves.
yeah, and one thing I look for is like it doesn't always matter. I don't expect anyone to get kind of their PR when they pace it for the first time. You know what I mean? But if you pace it consistently, one day it's gonna hit. One day you're gonna get that time, and it's all about getting experience in those situations. Maybe Shishin's gonna be able to come back and learn from that and say, okay, I counted that 6. I got worst possible average on that last time, but going forward, I know better how to kind of handle my nerves and how I respond best to get my best performance.
Yeah, exactly. During our studying for preparing for our live stream of the World 2025 Championship, a lot of these competitors that we're seeing at a higher level now or a higher world rank may not have a ton of major championship experience to help back them up. So if they get into these high pressure situations, we aren't sure how they're going to be able to handle it. When comparing that to competitors like Max Park and Timon Koleshinsky, these competitors have numerous majors to their name, and they're already quite accustomed to how the nerves and pressures of these solving environments are going to affect them.
Yeah, you know, the general consensus number 2, Xuanyi, has never been to a world championship ever. This is his first one, and he's also 8 or 9 years old. So it'll be interesting to see. You know, I don't think I think it's a common thing. Most people when they're 8 probably couldn't handle a situation like that, but Xuanyi's been there.
I remember my first major. I wasn't. I'm not great now, but I definitely wasn't good then. But even then, I was nervous competing. It's just a sea of people in front of you when you're on those solving stages, and it really makes you think how many people are watching me, how many people are expecting this time from me, and you got to wonder if that's gonna maybe get in these solvers' heads that the more experienced veterans of the community have maybe already gotten to handle with better.
Yeah, it remains to be seen, but we do know that finals on Sunday is going to be electric. It'll be amazing to see exactly how it all kind of shapes up. Anything could happen. Anything could happen, and it'll be exciting however it goes down.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's gonna be an extremely entertaining watch, all the way from seed 16 to seed 1. There's going to be something for anyone to appreciate that entire finals, and not just that, but we're going to see all the other event finals on stream. So we're going to be able to see a bunch of entertaining ones coming up, being able to see all of our N by N events as well as all of our side events. I remember my favorite, what I'm really looking forward to enjoying and watching this year at the World Championship is clock finals. Last year at North American Championships 2024, we saw Brendan Dunnigan take the win with a North American record average, and that we're coming up on about a year since that competition, or 11 months. It'll be a year next month, but you got to imagine like clock has evolved so much from that competition, and that competition clock changed so much from Nationals 2023 and the World Championships 2023 from that same year. So I'm really looking forward to see a whole bunch of new names and a whole bunch of fast solves from competitors.
Yeah, Clock's been progressing insane. I don't follow it too much. I do know another event that's been progressing crazily, and that's probably my favorite event to watch, probably for the finals. That's not 3x3. It's probably be one-handed. We have, so many storylines there. It's going to be the CFOP versus Rue, and then there's a lot of very high-quality, competent solvers coming to World Championships, and it's gonna be insane to watch. It'll be, sparks flying for sure when it comes finals day.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm also quite excited for one-handed again, as you mentioned the Rue versus CFOP debate on which one's truly king. We're gonna be able to hopefully put that case to rest at this World Championship until it gets rehashed for the next one.
Yeah.
If we haven't figured out the correct answer by then. But there's going to be a ton of top level competitors. The current world record holder, Luke Garrett, on Team CFOP, as well as Nicholas Archer on our current C2, I believe, is the fastest Rue solver in the world. So we're going to see quite the entertaining final from both of those events.
Yeah, definitely.
Got it. Yeah. We are going to be starting here with 5x5 round 1 group 2 in just a moment. But another thing about the World Championship I wanted to highlight, not an official event, but arguably the most important unofficial event, the Nations Cup. World Championship 2023. The Nations Cup was such a blast to watch. And I'd really like to see if any countries have stepped up and are ready to match the absolute juggernaut team of China 1.
Yeah, Nations Cup will be insane. China, there's only going to be one team for each country this year. So the China 1, or just the only China team, is going to be very stacked. Other people to look out for are going to be Poland. Poland is actually the second rank, and then US is third. So that's a little bit of a deviation from, kind of what we've seen in past Nations Cups as well.
I definitely think it's going to be a great watch because obviously we have our top three. We have China, we have Poland, we have the United States. But what I really like seeing is seeing some of the lower seeds that are still excellent countries with top level competitors, maybe pulling off some upsets on some of our other countries. I remember North American Championships last year. We saw a couple upsets during that, which were really entertaining, and I'd love to see that again this coming up championship cycle. But with even faster competitors, the best of the best from their representative countries.
Yeah, it'll be insane to see. It's also nice to see kind of some up and coming countries in that event. And speaking of people on USA 1, we have Luke Garrett here, as we said, Team CFOP for one-handed, world record holder, very competent 3x3 solver, top singles, can do everything. And moving on to his 5x5 solve here.
As I say, Luke's PR is a 44.55 second average. Here you see it on screen. So he's going to be shooting for times hopefully in that ballpark. Fun fact about Luke Garrett, he is the #1 sum of ranks holder for both single and average. So taking into account all of the world rankings in every single event, Luke is the #1 most all-rounded competitor ranking-wise.
Yeah, and most of his best ranks are in the most competitive events too. 3x3 and 2x2 one-handed. He's making it in the harder areas as well. So insane.
We see Luke hit the 46 mark coming into OLL's nice OLL PLL transition. A 51 for Luke. He's smiling it off. I've always noticed that regardless of any time I see Luke he's always got a smile on his face, taking everything in stride.
Yeah, super positive attitude, super positive guy overall. And we see Maddie here. He's going to be a Redux user, as we see, 41.8 average and 37 single. Not much. Oh, actually, sorry. Maddie uses Yao on 5x5. That's on me. Here we got last two centers, and then moving on to his edges, and he's flying through these. A little bit of pauses right here as I say that, and a few lockups, but still on good pace, it seems.
Oh yeah, we're seeing him hit the last 4 edges mark at around 33, 34 there. So we see off to the side, Daniel Rush, the African record holder, starting inspection.
Maddie ending up with a 43.3. Few lockups on that PL at the end, kind of cost him about a second or so. As Daniel Rush is getting started here. Finishes up last two at around that 8-second mark. Moving on to Yao, and he does Yao on the right side, actually. That's interesting.
We have just about seen it all. I think the only thing we have left to see is cross edges on top.
Yeah.
But still flowing through quite smoothly. Transitioning, maybe a lot of pauses in between these edge pairings, but still quite smooth turning overall.
Yep, and we're moving on. Looks like he's about to hit 3x3 stage. Yep, on that 41-second mark-ish. And here we have COLL into U-perm. So, you know, on big cubes, that becomes a lot more worth it.
47.57 for Daniel Rush there. 2.5 seconds slower than his PR average, but again, it's only the first solve of the average. He still has plenty of room to be able to pull this back through.
As we see, this should be Alwyn coming up to solve here.
Yep, Alvin starting inspection here for his first attempt. We also see in the back there, I believe we see Kate Graham off to the side.
Yep, big cubes, female world record holder, very competent solver. As we see Alvin kind of getting through here on, looks like he did orange and red first, as looks like a Redux user as well.
Or no, maybe Hoya.
Oh, yes.
Alvin is a Hoya user.
Yes, I do remember this. Yes. So yeah, we've seen a wide variety of methods going through here, and you know, turning looks like pretty clean onto the traditional edge pairing now. And pretty clean turning, no major pauses. A little bit of pauses here on looks like these last 4 edges. But
yeah, very high move count, and we're seeing some lockups come up here for Alvin, but Alvin transitioning to 3x3 stage.
Interesting. Yeah, he does that MU move execution and did it really cleanly for a big cube, I gotta say. That was really nice.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that Alg, but I do know that case also makes it very easy to do PLL prediction when you get that OLL. So maybe he saw something better or didn't like the PLL he would have came out with. See Luke Garrett here inspecting his second solve, as well as Madi Hiroto Inaba setting down for his second attempt.
Yep, Luke finishing up last two at that 6-second mark. Sorry, first 2 centers at that 6-second mark. And we have Maddie starting here. Again, going through these centers. Finishing up at 7. And we can still see Luke kind of his pace at the bottom right here. Maddie doing his Yao on yellow. I'm not 100% sure if Maddie's Yao color neutral, but maybe just dual on white and yellow. And finishing up centers here at that 26 mark.
Luke Garrett with a 43. He looked quite pleased with that, or at least we saw a fist pump from him after that.
Yeah, definitely a good solve. I'm sure Luke's happy with that one, as Maddie hits parity and gets 3x3 stage at about 41. And a little bit of locky turning here, but knows
big
doesn't know the
pause.
ZB.
Trying to recognize the ZB, does not get it.
A
a 51 is that from
yeah,
from
it was
Maddie?
like 51.35. I've talked to Maddie about how he recognizes ZB, and apparently he doesn't know how to recognize a corner permutation, which is interesting. You know, we've seen other people just recognize it off the patterns, like Luke Grice, who does this as well, but you know, that might have been a factor as to why he did the wrong ZB case there.
We're going to see Alvin and Daniel Rush going up here head to head.
Yeah, we've got Daniel Rush, 45 PR average in that 42 PR single. As we said again, he's going to be doing his Yao edges on the right side, and looks like he just made his way to centers, getting through here. A little bit of a lockup there, and on to last two at that 23 mark. Finishes last cross edge at 26, and looks like he's turning pretty clean. A few pauses as we say that here. Yeah.
Yeah, but when he is turning quite fast, I thought I saw one of the cross edges misplaced, and he actually had to pull something out. That or may have just been the angle of the cube. Last two edges here and parity. We're gonna see Daniel hitting 3x3 stage at around 50 seconds.
Yeah, that'll eat into the time, and you can see stopping the timer very slowly. Not happy with that.
We did not get to catch Alvin's time there. Alvin with a 44. We're being told from the production team, quite a fast solve from Alvin.
Yeah, Hoya can definitely get you some good times. We saw that Luke also got that 42 in the last group, and I think any Hoya user is so interesting. I always love to see interesting other methods and them being used to good success as well.
Yeah, of course we do have the big three methods across all of our big cubes of Redux, Yao, and Hoya. Yao taking one of the more prominent, like if we're talking about just percentages of usage, that we do still see the world record average with Redux, I believe, correct?
Yes, yeah. Max has world record average with Redux, so yeah, you can say they all work. But I think the average is less a testament to the method, more a testament to Max just being very, very good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like at a little bit of a point, it matters less the method and more just how comfortable you are turning. Maddie, flying through those centers.
Very, very clean. Little bit of a lockup there to get that cross edge in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like he inserted the cross edge misoriented at first, and was struggling to get it flipped back in place, but flying through edge pairing on a 3x3 stage at 38.
And sneaky little ZBLS there into ZB. Does it right this time and gets a 42.51. It's a nice job.
We're gonna see Luke Garrett here, already midway through his solve. Cross edge is done now, just working on centers. Ooh, quite some pauses here, especially compared to Maddie's last solve with the flowy centers.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of making its way into the edges a little bit. We saw him do that kind of look back maneuver. Little bit of a missed slice there, but on the last four edges at pretty decent pace here. Maybe, yeah, we're good on a 3x3 stage. Pretty clean 3x3 stage. Oh, and then it's going to be a 49.85, just below that sub 50 mark.
I was gonna say, I'm trying to remember all of Luke's times that he's gotten so far, but I think that he is, even though he's still rocking that smile on his face, I don't think that these times are really up to the standard that he is hoping for.
Yeah, we know he has that 45 average officially, and has the 43 single in this average as well. But then he also has the 50 and 51, or 49 and 51. Sorry, that we just saw.
Seeing Alvin here, starting to wrap up edge pairing. Holding the cube above the timer, so I'm not able to get a time split for us, but onto 3x3 stage.
Oh, and that looks really hard to do on big cubes, but still 48, not too bad.
Gonna see Daniel Rush here, starting his next solve. Wrapping up cross edges at around the 10-second mark, moving on to center pairing.
And that first center looked like it was done really quick, and those last two centers very efficient.
Yeah, very smooth. Moving on to solving the last cross edge at around 20 seconds there.
And a little bit of a hesitant transition into that stage as well, but looks like he's getting his flow back on these last few edges, as we can see this here. And now he's on the 3x3 stage at sub 40. Again here, on his OLL into the R perm, we got a 46.69. That's more around where Daniel probably wants to be.
Yeah. Gonna see Maddie up here starting his next attempt. A little bit of hesitation there coming after that first center and moving on to cross edges. But again, he is mowing through these centers.
Yeah, and the style just looks like very nice. We see Maddie has that nice crisp light turning, and we're seeing it on full display here. Getting through these edges, looks like few pauses, but really clean at this last little bit. Getting on a 3x3 stage at 34, bit of a lockup there. Onto his OLL and PLL, this is going to be a 41.6. That's, can't be too mad about that. Seems relatively clean.
Yeah, any solve under PR average, you kind of got to take in stride, knowing that it isn't a PR, but it's definitely above average for you. We're gonna see up here our top 2 competitors in this group, Maddie and Luke. Luke on his 4th solve now, with that counting 49. It's gonna be a little difficult for Luke to maybe bring his average down any further. But Maddie seems to have locked himself in at least a 45.72 average. But as long as he doesn't really count that 51, should be able to get quite a bit lower than that.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And there's always a world where Luke counts a 43. We see he's on really good pace here, finishing up 3x3 stage, getting in at that. Looks like it's going to be a 45, just barely. So, BPA for Luke could still be pretty clean. 43, 45, 49 counting.
Yeah, we're going to see a 46.04 BPA for Luke Garrett, which is 2.5 off of PR, but still not bad. A 48.74 worst possible average. Maybe not ideal, but considering that'd mean counting a 51 and a 49, there's only so much you can really do about it.
Yeah, it's really important to put into the context the actual time that you're getting and how it happened, rather than just the end result, right?
Alvin flying through there. We're going to see a 46.76 from Alvin Rules. I'm unsure if his times through the average. Looks like he just finished up there, but
yeah, I was gonna say that's shaping up to be a really, looks like a really good average for Alvin, right?
I'm not sure.
And we're cutting over to Daniel here. Just hit that 30-second mark, and he's at his edge pairing stage. Going through here, looking relatively okay. Getting through these last, looks like 2 or 3 edges, cycling these, and then hitting 3x3 stage.
Hitting 3x3 stage at 47 is definitely out of what Daniel would want to be at right now. A 54.17 for Daniel Rush. Looks quite displeased with that solve.
And it's important to know for these competitors, right? It's the first round. Of course, you want to get yourself on a good pace for Worlds coming up soon. But it's always got another round, and you can always do better next time.
Yeah, I was gonna say all these competitors are really fighting for right now is the title of the most warmed up competitor for the World Championship. I think a lot of these competitors are maybe just kind of getting in the mood of like, all right, it's championship season, or like we're ending the championship season, and looking forward to maybe spending some time with friends, maybe not taking a warm-up competition as seriously as they would the championship, but still, obviously, high-level competitors are always going to remotely care about the results. Luke here, wrapping up centers at 24.
Yep, and hitting edge pairing. A little bit of a pause here. Again, another little pause. Those are going to be adding up. But on the last 4 edges, cycling through these, pretty clean turning throughout, and about to finish up last 2 edges. Looks like he did one too many cycles there. You see the little head shake in the middle.
50.43 for Luke Garrett. That is going to be counting along with his 49 and 45. We're going to see a 48.48 average from Luke Garrett. Quite a ways off of PR, but you got to think it's the first 5x5 round. It's still quite early in the day for him. There's still a lot of potential to be had in the next coming up rounds.
Yeah, definitely not what he's going to be looking for, but as you said, he has plenty more rounds, and Luke keeps a positive attitude, so sure he'll be able to bounce back in any future rounds.
Yeah, and especially since we do have 3x3 round 2 coming up, maybe looking forward to just get 5x5 done and over with and move on to warming up for the next event. Seeing Daniel Rush here, wrapping up 3x3 stage. Ooh, a little lucky at the end there, but a 42.28 for Daniel Rush. I
And that
believe
was
that's
a
his.
really good pace.
I was gonna say, I believe that may have been his best solve of the average.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the best solve you got of the average. As Maddie's going through here onto his edge pairing, we see turning really clean throughout this. Had a little bit of a pause, but flowing really good, getting through parity, and now he's on 3x3 stage. Just got to OLL. So, crazy transition. Oh my goodness.
Flowing through like crazy. A 41.65 for Matty. That is going to give him a best possible average of 42. Wait, no, sorry, 42.49. Missed BPA by a couple hundredths of a second there, but 42.49 average for Matty. Definitely a great average. What he was hoping to start out with this 5x5 round.
Yeah, most definitely. A very good showing from Maddie there. We saw really clean turning, super characteristic of his solving style. And yeah, gave him a great average. You know, no major pauses, super clean. And that's all you can really hope for.
Yeah, definitely. Like looking at his average now, that 51 maybe sticks out quite a bit, but overall it looks quite consistent, just bouncing between 41, 42, and 43. Oh, that single that we saw uh, from Daniel Rush actually I think was AFR single 42-48. That is another African record there for Daniel Rush.
He just keeps doing it, man. Keeps
He,
doing it.
he is he is king of his region for sure. We are going to be transitioning now into 3x3 round 2. Again, some of the competitors we're going to be seeing on the next group coming up here: Alexei Svetkov, Zeke Mackey, Luke Tixon, and Samir Agarwal. Alexei, a Rue user, and then we're going to be seeing him going up against Zeke and Luke, CFOP users. Going to be quite interesting to see here. All right, we're actually going to go to a little bit of a commercial break in between these two groups, and we'll be back with 3x3 round 2.
Hey, we're your SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
All right, I'm not sure if you guys can hear that, but they're calling up 3x3 round 2 group 1 to all 3 stages. Dylan, what are you looking forward to the most out of this 3x3 round?
I'm looking forward to see how Alexei Svetkov performs. We've seen him kind of be on like a really good hot streak recently. He got a 5.6 average in round 1. He got a 5.5 average at Southeast Champs before he went on the West Coast Cubing Tour leading up to this competition. And he's just been performing really, really well. His PR average is only a 5.5, which I say only 5.5. It's very, very good. But he, you know, is very, very competent, and he's been kind of working his way up into kind of that upper echelon, and he's very consistently around that mid-5 range. At least it seems like he's been getting a decent amount of those. So I'm looking forward to see if he can keep up that pace. And I just want to see Rue kind of get its shine, especially for two-handed. We haven't seen it too much. We've seen SPV, but SPV I'm pretty sure isn't going to be attending Worlds anymore. And then we're going to have Alexei kind of putting on for the two-handed Rue solvers. So he's in my pick to get Worlds finals, but I'm excited to see him.
I'm also quite excited to see him. I watched a little bit of the stream yesterday, and I saw Alexei solving Rue two-handed, and he just mows through last 6 edges like it's nothing. It's like, it absolutely blows my mind. And as you said, yeah, like he's averaging quite close to PR average, but without getting PR average. So he's definitely going to be a name to look out for. Again, we're also going to see in this group, we're seeing Zeke Mackey with a 6.29 average in the first round, quite fast from Zeke. And a CFOP solver, so we'll still be able to see stuff that is familiar. We're going to see Luke Tixon. We just saw him compete in 5x5 round 1, and we're going to see Samir Agarwal. Samir with a 738 average in the first round, maybe a little underperforming what he was expecting. But there's 3 more rounds of 3x3, which I am super stoked about. I cannot wait to watch these rounds occur.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I'm a 3x3 solver, so I'm extremely biased, but I love to watch 3x3, especially all these top level competitors. It's really amazing to see, just to see how it's all going to shape up, man.
Yeah, no, I don't have the 3x3 experience that you do. I'm like half as fast, almost exactly half as fast. But this high level 3x3 solving that gets put on by these top level competitors, it's truly what we all come here to see. It's the main event of all these competitions, and it's what people come out to see. And we're gonna see quite a performance. Again, we're gonna see in this round as well, not this group, but in this round we're gonna see names like Matti Hiroto Inaba, Timofey Tarasenko, Xuan Yigung, Chishan Chao, whole bunch of fast names. I am super stoked. This warm-up comp has been so awesome from a 3x3 perspective that I'm really looking forward to these next few groups.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna put some shine on my guy here, Timofey. Dude, Timofey doesn't get too many rounds, but he makes his rounds count. Like I was saying in the 5x5 group, like most of his results and comp are overall PBs except for 3x3. But we're gonna see some 3x3 solving getting started now. Excited to see kind of how these things play out. We're gonna look at this solve here, starting off with our cross. A little bit of a pause after that second pair, and then gonna be going in, preserving EO, skipping OLL actually, and then that's gonna end up getting looks like a high 9. And then here we're getting, looks like a 16, 17 with that A-perm execution. So, yep, nice solves from these competitors right here.
In the background, I see running cubes, Steven Griggs, one of our organizers of the 2025 World Championship. He's been swamped with work trying to make sure that this upcoming competition is going to be as good as possible.
Oh, I'm sure everyone working on Worlds has got a lot on their plate.
And here we see Zeke Mackey coming up for his first solve.
Yeah, like we said, Zeke that 6.2 average in first round. Pretty sure he's been on the hunt for that sub 6 average, as we see Alexei sitting down next to him. Zeke inspecting here. We're gonna be looking at. Yeah, we're going to be looking at Zeke get into this solve right here. Looks like pretty clean start. A little bit of a lockup there, but good OLL, good PLL transition, and that's going to be good. That's a 599.
Yeah, sub 6 is still nothing to scoff at. Especially Zeke is going to be quite happy with that. Switching over to
Alexi
Alexi.
here and mowing through those last 6 edges. And that's 567. It looks like a little bit of time loss in those in that second block. Maybe the first half of the second block lost a little bit of time, but really clean
But
last
yeah,
6 edges.
you saw him mow through those last 6 edges, the final step of the room method. It almost, like, any time that he did lose on the first 2 blocks, immediately came back.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I've heard a lot about, like, Rue solves. I'm not a Rue solver in my experience, but you can get a full step Rue solve hit every single stage, but the good cases for Rue are just very low move count, very, very straightforward, and they end up, it feels like it's like you're cheating. Yes.
Samir, little locky on that PLO there. 666 for Samir.
Yeah, I had that soon into V perm. F2L looked pretty fine, but yeah, like you said, just a little bit locky at the ending there. Lost him some time getting the mid 6, which Samir's probably going to want to be closer to that low 6 range if possible. He does have sub 6 officially, and Alexi sitting down.
Alexi started off with what, a
567, if I recall correctly.
567, on par with his average that qualified for this round yesterday. Gonna see here, not too many blocks. Rue, of course, starting off instead of with F2L, but starting out with a first block, a 1x2x3 block, to be precise. So any real blocks that he is given, he's gonna try and take advantage of.
Oh, corner twist is tragic.
An 876 for Alexi. Not pleased with that, but he's still got 3 more solves than the average. That 8 might not even matter in the grand scheme of things.
It might not matter, but it definitely puts a lot of pressure on you to perform with that kind of looming over you. As we see Zeke here trying to keep up the pace with that 5.9. Pretty clean throughout this. Nice OLO or F2L OLO transition. 706. Not exactly what he's looking for. But again, you get it one time that you're not happy with, and you got to try to make the most out of the next 3.
Exactly. And again, averaging out those 2 solves, his first solve and a second solve at around 6.5 seconds. I mean, that's still maybe not ideal, maybe not what he wants, but it's still quite good timing. And it's only the second round. We still have 2 more rounds after this to look forward to.
Yeah, most definitely.
I believe here we are seeing Ruchen Lee coming up here to start. This is his 3rd solve, I believe.
Yeah, we see going through here. It looks like it was a little bit, it had a few hesitations in there, maybe some lockups, and then 10.7 to end it off.
Gonna see Samir Agarwal start inspection. Quite dressed up today.
Does look very snazzy. We've got, looks like a free pair here on yellow. That's probably why he's going for that color. And this is really clean F2L. PLL skip,
Oh,
425.
425 for Samir Agarwal. Quite the start.
Oh my goodness. That F2L just happened out of nowhere, and then PLL skip, no AUF. Wow.
Yeah, he looks a little disappointed knowing that he could have had PR out of it, but that's all right. A 425 is still quite impressive. Seeing Alexei Svetkov start his 3rd solve out.
611.
611 like it's nothing. Again, we saw a 567 on his first solve, a high 8 on his second. So we have this 611 counting now for Alexei. Ooh, Zeke with a 523 off stream here.
And that's nice. That's counting 5.9 for Zeke. That's, and you know, with potential to count that 5.2, then you're getting into really good territory, and that's totally feasible for Zeke to do.
Gonna see Ruchen here come up for his 4th solve. Opting for yellow cross here.
And that's pretty nice. That's the best solve of his average so far, 776, and by a pretty decent margin. Yeah, I really liked the last layer execution. Seemed really clean. Got that nice JA perm RUL execution down.
Yeah, definitely nothing to be upset with. Maybe not thrilled with how the average is going so far, but that 7 does leave a lot of room for any time to really count. So if he gets another good time, that's going to be able to count towards his average of 5. Gonna see 2 more people coming up to the stream stations. We are going to see, as soon as I can see the faces, we're gonna see Samir and Zeke coming up here for their next solves.
Yeah, and Samir and Zeke, they can both do a lot with these singles they've got so far. You know, Zeke has that counting 5.9, and Samir has that 4.2. You know, there's a lot of worlds here. And we have another free pair on yellow. See how this plays out.
Little Locky going through that cross solution, but still chugging through. OLL canceling into PLL. Zeke here with a 624, I believe that was 634. That's counting, so counting 634 and counting 599. That's still quite fast for Zeke. Zeke's PR average does stand at 609, so we could be seeing a PR average from Zeke here.
Yeah, I know he's been chasing that sub-6 average for a while now. You know, and it's within their own possibility. So it's gonna see how he can respond with that type of information. Alexi here, counting a 6.11 so far. Probably want to get another, you know, mid-5. That's kind of what he's been pacing. That's what he got in the last round. And looks like first block was really clean. Just finished up second block, and now last 6 edges.
It still amazes me. These Alexi again, amazing work just being able to recognize and execute LSE quite fast. Looks like Ruchen actually did count a 7 on his last solve there. Quite a clutch moment to help lock in a better average, especially than how the pace was rolling so far. We're going to see come up here Zeke for his 5th and final solve. I'm unsure of what time Zeke needs to get a PR average here. But definitely another mid to high 5 should be able to help cement a sub 6 average for him.
Starting off here, free pair in the back, going through really clean, and it looks like he might have got it.
545,
Yes!
He's got it! Zeke Mackey. Incredible solve, incredibly fluid. That is a 593 average for Zeke. Incredible solving. This is the first sub 6 average of the round that we are seeing. Zeke pulling out the calculator, as mentioned before.
And that's got to be great for him. Like I said, I know he's been going for that for a while now, and you know, finally getting a PR you've been going for a while, it's an amazing feeling.
Gonna see Samir here also starting his 5th, I believe. Ooh, almost stopping with a DNF there, but a 780 for Samir. He looks displeased.
Yeah, unfortunate average shaping up for Samir here. Taking a look at Alexi, has this counting 6.7 and 6.1. He's going to want to try to get BPA here just to get a very serviceable average, 6.17. And looks like we have a free pair that can be used for part of a block. And here, yeah, little bit locky, just not going to cut it.
It looks like
6-8.
that may have been like one of the highest move count LLCs we've seen at average. Maybe just an unfortunate case of unlucky cases, but a 657 average for Alexi, not the worst thing that could have happened this average. So I think overall he's going to be quite okay with it. He still has 2 more averages left today, assuming he makes both the next rounds, which I'm quite confident he will. So maybe he's going to get ready for those coming up.
Yeah, definitely. And it's all about how you bounce back from an average like that. I mean, Alexi holds himself to a high standard. I'm almost sure. So 6-5 when you've been pacing like mid fives instead might not feel great. But like you said, 2 more rounds. This average happened. It is what it is. Maybe you had some unlucky cases. Maybe you're a bit lucky. Try to figure out what went wrong and try to just execute better on it next time.
Yeah, and also you do have to consider maybe again the cases that you get with Rue are still relatively low move count, but maybe still getting some cases that aren't as ergonomic as others, or getting weird transitions in between your blocks and CMLL, and then moving on to your next few steps that may have not happened to some of the other CFOP solvers in this group that were maybe able to spam easier more ergonomic cases. But still quite an impressive showing there. Again, Zeke Mackey with a 593 PR average. I believe he still was in top 100 in the world, but now that bumps up his. I was gonna say going into those last few moves, especially like if you know in the back of your head like I'm on pace. Like I just do this like how I've done it thousands of times warming up, and I get that PR average. Um, and a lot of people would crumble under pressure, but Zeke was able to lock in, get that 545 single, PR average. Congratulations again, Zeke. That does wrap up Group 1 for 3x3, but don't go anywhere because we still got 2 more groups. Next group, we are looking forward to seeing Matty Hiroto Inaba, Timofey Tarasenko, and Jaden McNeil all going at it in Group 2. We are going to go to another advertisement break, and we'll catch you all with Group 2.
Hey, we're your SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Again, we're going to be starting here with 3x3 round 2, group 2. But before we do that, group 1, quite exhilarating. Dylan, if you want to take care of some of the results.
Yeah, we saw Zeke get PR average 593. First time he's gotten a sub 6 average, and he's been going for that for a really long time. Been capable of it for a while now, and finally gets it, clutching it up with a 545 on the last solve to get it, with some non-trivial cases either. So really, really impressive from him. Great nerve control and execution under pressure. As well, we had Alexi getting like a 6.5 average, which isn't too great from him. Other notable result, we had Samir Agarwal, 425 single, 0.12 off of PR, and he was just that close to getting it, but had some recognition on the PLL skip that cost him some time.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you go back and you watch that solve, not right now, because you don't want to miss what we got coming up here soon with 3x3 round 2. But yeah, he paused right when he got to the PLL skip. No AUF even needed, but unfortunately ended up missing out on it.
Yeah, it happens. Those PLL skip no AUFs really lose you some time, but if you don't recognize them, of course. And a bit of a U-perm lockup execution error here.
Ending up with 2 U-perms there, unfortunately. Luke Tixon with a 640 that we did not catch on stream.
Yeah, 6.4, pretty good for Luke. Don't recall the PR average.
I was gonna say, I will pull that up in just a moment here. Luke Tixon with a 647 PR average.
Oh.
So definitely still within ideal range, but here we are going to see 2 of the competitors that we're really going to keep an eye on. We're going to keep an eye on Maddie Hiroto Inaba and Jaden McNeil, both incredibly high-level solvers. Maddie with a 583 average in the first round yesterday. See what he can pull off.
Yeah, 5.4. That's a really good time for pretty much everybody, and that's going to be serviceable for an average for Maddie, but he's going to want something closer to that. He's been going for that sub 5, past few rounds, getting that 509 average, 502 average, and he's +2 out of sub 5 on multiple occasions. People are saying that he's going to get it very soon, and I do believe that. So
I hope for him. But another and we transfer from Maddie, one of the more veteran characters in cubing, especially 3x3 solving, into Timofey Tarasenko, a rising star coming out of Russia here, going up for his first solve. Timofey with a 654 average in the first round. What are you looking forward to maybe see here from Timofey, Dylan?
I just want to see Timofey be consistent, and he doesn't get too many rounds. We see here, it looks like he didn't solve that cross edge, which is a little unfortunate, but we just want to see him get rounds, right? He doesn't really compete as much, and we know he's capable of better times than he has officially. His last comp, he had pure sub 5.7 averages, counted to 4.4 in round 1. He's got amazing potential. It just needs to get some rounds to see it fully realized. And Luke starting off pretty good pace for an average here, counting 656 with that. Also has a 6.4 average or single in there, so definitely can make something work with these 2 solves to start.
Yeah, quite excited. Sorry to see all of our competitors this group go. Got some big names. Yeah, a little unfortunate Timofey on his solve with a high 6 or 756, 7567. The time was sorry. Yeah, definitely not what Timofey is shooting for, but again, it's the first solve of the average, first 3x3 solve of the day. You can really only ask for so much.
Yeah, and again, we said it before. It's not about the first time you get; it's about how you respond to that first time. As we see, 789 right here, looks pretty pleased with that. Yeah, we see Colby getting that 789.
Yeah, his average from the first round was an 806 average, so he's got 1 time sub it, he's got 1 time above it. His first solve was an 10 or 11, I believe. But here's what we're looking for. We're gonna see Maddie come up for his second solve of the average.
Yeah, and you just want to see that classic Maddie turning, no major pauses. You know, sometimes he has a little bit of lockups here, and this one looks super clean. Didn't do the ZB here, and this is actually a 664.
Yeah, still, I mean, still, again, as you mentioned earlier, a time that most other competitors would be kind of thrilled to see counting for them, but for Maddie, a time like that is still quite far off of what he's really aiming for. He's got his sights set somewhere else. Jaden McNeil here, going for his second solve. Jaden, also a veteran in the cubing scene, formerly a very fast 3x3 solver, has now pivoted to events like FMC.
Yeah, and you know, it's nice to see him still around. And we have Timothy coming up here, hoping to bounce back after that 7 that he got on solve 1. And we see here, this is way cleaner. Yes, nice
Oh,
OLO
there
PLO
we
transition.
go. Oh, a little lucky during PLO, but a 524 for Timothy. I mean, he looks vaguely like maybe not upset because I mean like a low five's a low five, but he didn't look all too thrilled with that. I feel like he knew that without that lockup, he maybe costed himself sub 5 there.
It's interesting. This is the second solve this average where he's solved pairs before finishing his entire cross. And I don't know if the first time maybe that wasn't entirely intentional. Second time it looked a lot more purposeful and actually ended up with a lot better of a situation.
Gonna see Colby Smith here coming up for his third solve. Very heavy on the RU moves there. An 837 for Colby.
Yeah, we see Luke coming up now, trying to make something out of this average. He's got a counting 6.5, and this looks like a few too many pauses. Yeah, this is not gonna be a counting time here. At least one that he wants. 898. So currently Luke has a counting 6.5, like mid 6.5, and he has a 6.4 as his best time so far. So definitely could make something out of this average. Could, you know, if he gets some nicer low 6s on these last 2 solves, maybe count a 5 or something. We could see a PR from him as well. And Maddie's going to try to bounce back from this 6.6 that he just got.
See Maddie inspecting the cube. A little bit out of the sights that we can see it, but let's see what he cooks up here. Opting for orange cross.
And that's insane. Transitions there from OLL to PLL and also F2L to OLL just crisp.
Like it's nothing. 507 for Maddie Hiroto in Naba.
Yeah, and that's kind of my favorite thing about Maddie solves is like the transition stages are so clean every single time. Maybe he has some lockups there, but the look ahead ability from all of those stages is almost unmatched.
We're seeing here Jada McNeil as well as Timothy, both here coming up to solve.
Timothy looks going for white here, sets up a free pair and another free pair and a multi-slot into his patented pie execution 591.
Yeah, sub 6, it's a counting 591 there for Timothy. Can't be too displeased with that. An 822, I believe I saw there from Jaden McNeil.
Thinking about Timothy's solve, if I saw it correctly, he had a free pair for every single pair. He set a 3-mover into free pair and then had a multi-slot for last 2 pairs. That is top tier.
When you solve at such a high level, it's almost expected on. You can see so many things all at once. Seeing here Luke Tixon coming up for his next solve.
Oh, this should be good. Oh no,
Ooh.
Slight fumble there.
735 even with that almost DNF there after executing that PLL. Can't be terribly upset with it, but I know Luke was on quite good pace, so maybe a little frustrating.
Yeah, definitely can be. And you know, I've heard people say that's why you don't use the MU perm alg here for the U perm here, or else yeah, this should be an U perm, but it is what it is. It happens, and you know, again, it's all about you have the 7 counting. Just try to go for a good solve on the last. as we see Maddie here trying to count that 5-0 from before. And just a little locky.
552 there for Maddie. Again, yeah, it's something like a nice trait in all of Maddie's solves is always the quick transitions in between steps. It feels like OLL PLL, even though he does it with two algorithms, it's almost always like just one fluid emotion. It feels.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, it's his skill at OLL PLL transition is unmatched, I would say. Maybe only rivaled by Yihang. But I was talking to him about this, and he says he's just like, I just look ahead. That's all he said. I just look ahead. I was okay, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that anyone could really get to such a high level of solving and it not feel just that easy to them of like, yeah, no, I know where the pieces are gonna be. Like, whatever.
Looks like we have a lot on this scramble. Free pair on white, but then also some blocks with red and green on yellow. See what Timofey can find here. Really clean so far. Little bit of hesitation in that OLL. 563.
Yeah, still quite a good solve from Timofey. I did see there that yeah, that yellow cross does look quite nice to go for. And then yeah, you see right here
Yeah.
pausing during that OLL algorithm, maybe not a lockup, but just hesitation during it. May have cost him a lower 5, but 563, he's still on pace for sub 6, I believe.
As long as something doesn't happen and the 7 gets counted, then yeah, something should be something available there. Luke here flowing through these last two pairs pretty well into the unfortunately kind of long last star cases, but still 608, that's BPA.
Yeah, quite smooth there from Luke. I'm sure he's gonna be pleased with it. Definitely making the next round.
Most definitely, as we've got Colby here.
All right, calculating it, we do see here that Luke Hickson got a 6.77 average. Quite impressive, not PR, I believe, but still quite good. We're gonna see Maddie come up here for his 5th solve, I believe.
Yeah, working through these, and that's his transitions are good, but I think one of the biggest things people notice or talk about in some of Maddie solves is he can just lock up a lot. He's got a very send it mentality, and if he's turning great, it's some of the best solves in the world. Unfortunately, here there was a bit of lockups on that last layer that kind of cost him a lot of time.
Yeah, I was gonna say really fumbling through that PLO, but still getting a 636 is quite impressive for Maddie. 576 average, still quite good. Jaden McNeil with a 924 there, doesn't look too pleased.
Yeah, there was a stage in this solve where Jay had a very long pause trying to figure out, it looks like, how to approach last two pairs or something along those lines, and then ended up getting, I think, like 11 moves EB to end. So, definitely could have cleaned up some of those recognition times. But Timofey here coming in, WPA of 637, BPA of 559. Hoping to throw down probably a low 5, sub 5 here just to clutch out like a really solid mid 5 average. And we see there's another block with red green. Doesn't look like there's too much to do with it, but looks like he's going to commit to yellow. Doesn't even look at white. Orients edges, goes into the soon, and then bit of a lockup on that GC perm.
616, I think that's still clutch. That does get sub 6 for Timofey. 590 will not be the fastest average in that group, but sub 6, especially compared to his first round results, I'm sure he's gonna be all right with. Maybe not thrilled, but 590, and especially like such a fast group and maybe a bit of a pressured environment, 590 is still quite good for Timofey.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things about Timofey is he's just super solid. Like, it's very rare that he gets kind of like an average that you can just kind of throw away. Like I said, his last competition, he's had a sub 6 average, or sub 5.7 average for the last 3 rounds straight. Do you recall what he got in round 1? I think it was...
Timofey got a 654 average.
Okay, 654. So that, that's probably one of his worst averages in recent time, but still getting 5.9, after starting with that 7, That's really huge. Like I was saying, like you start with a time that's like, oh, what happened there, and it really looms over you for the rest of the average. So for Timofey to come in, get a 5-2 after that, really high variance between the next 3 solves, and then just clutch out a really solid 3 to end, still getting sub 6. That's amazing.
Yeah, definitely quite a good showing from our competitors there. Maddie and Timothy both with sub 6 averages, and then Luke Tixon with a 6.77 average. Still quite impressive on his end. So that's going to be wrapping up Group 2 here of 3x3 Round 2. But again, we still got more to come. Group 3, we have such a stacked list of competitors. We're going to be seeing Xuan Yigung, Chishen Cao, Luke Garrett, and Daniel Rush. As well as Brian Johnson, our 5th seed in this group. Tons of top level 3x3 solvers. What are you hoping to see during this group, Dylan?
Man, I'm hoping for Shishin to maybe get female world record. I'm hoping for Xuanyi to get a low 4 average. Maybe Luke come in, get something similar to around them. Maybe get like a 5.3 average. Brian, I remember he got like a 7 average, I think, round 1, or like high 6.
665.
Okay, 665. Okay, my bad. But see Brian get something closer to a sub 6 average, just to kind of get the confidence up. I don't have too much knowledge about Daniel's like current results, but you know, hopefully to get something good out of those.
He did in this group. He is seated 4th with a 653 average. His PR average is 612, so maybe Daniel's also shooting for that sub 6 barrier. We saw Zeke earlier be able to break that with a 593 average. Maybe Daniel's able to follow in the same footsteps.
Yeah, hopefully so, man. You know, I know he's really putting on for his country and his continent, so that's amazing. Hoping that he'll be able to get something good out of that.
All right. We are they are currently calling up the group now for 3x3 round 2 group 3. This is the last group of 3x3, but definitely not the least. Does that really apply? Did that make sense?
I got you.
We're seeing some of the fastest competitors in this group, and I'm super stoked to watch it. Again, you could see here from the first round, we are seeing some of our top seeds here. Xuan Yigung, Chishen Tao, Luke Garrett, all in this group. That is our 1, 2, and 4th seeds from the first round, all competing right now. Truly gonna be something to watch. I mean, there's out of these 3 solvers, it's almost impossible for nothing of note to happen, or at least nothing that's going to be unimpressive to watch. We're gonna see the fast TPS of Xuanyi, the ZB of Chishen, and Luke Garrett. Luke Garrett's just Luke Garrett, man. You're gonna be able to see something amazing come out of his solving too.
Yeah, everyone kind of has their own thing going on. It'll be great to see, you know, a lot of different styles kind of happening here. Luke, the only CN solver of the people in this group, I think. Yeah, Luke is the only CN solver.
So.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, like you said, Brian and Daniel, I think also, you know, can't sleep on them. They're also very, very competent solvers. We saw Brian, you know, had a really good performance in NAC. You know, had one time that kind of threw it off, and is what it is, but. You know, very capable solvers. We saw he got PR at North American All-Stars in the second round, I think. At the competition, he got a 5.7 average and very good solver. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, you know, everyone's talking about Xuanyi. You know, I think there's kind of been a trend of, you know, Xuanyi dark horse for Worlds win, maybe.
I mean, you do have to also take into account it is his first World Championship. And having to travel to an entirely different continent to be able to compete in his first World Championship, you gotta imagine you're a little nervous. But we're gonna stop the filler talk, and maybe we're gonna resume the filler talk here. Chishen receiving a solved puzzle, unfortunately. Seeing Blake Thompson there, handling that situation.
She had such a silly reaction. That's funny.
But we're gonna see Luke's even laughing at it himself. Yeah. But Luke Garrett coming up here for his first solve. Luke's cube is also not trimmed. All right. Well, maybe the filler talk resumes. Quite quite funny at least. I mean, like no harm done. I wonder if this cube is scrambled, as we see Xuanyi step up for his first solve. Seem to have lost the camera footage. There we go. Xuanyi inspecting now.
Locked in on this angle, you can tell, and it looks like there's a, yeah, just locked in on this angle, gonna be able to inspect far. Super clean F2L.
Ooh.
No.
Unfortunate ending there, but super quick to get to last layer. 465 for Xuanyi. I did see someone sit down at the station next to him, was unable to make out who that was, but yeah, just flowing through F2L. Getting to Soon here.
Oh, okay. So I think the alg he did, he set up to a soon 2GLL, and then he did the wrong soon 2GLL. If I saw that correctly, maybe I misrecognized, but Brian here 607.
I was gonna say we did not catch it, but Brian Johnson with a 607, quite an impressive start there for Brian. One thing I do want to comment on while we have this little break in between solves, the top 2 3x3 solvers in the world both share one thing in common, and that is the hand warmers. I see that they both frequent the SpongeBob hand warmers. I have always been a SpongeBob fan all my life, so maybe I'm going to show some bias towards those competitors. Yeah, impressive showing to start there from Xuanyi and Brian. We see Daniel and Chishin come up here for their solves. Chishin with a scrambled puzzle this time.
And looking at a different angle than what Xuanyi executed from, but again, looks like she's going really clean through these, and then nice ZB execution and recog. That's
503 there. Again, our current female world record average is 536, so she's going to be aiming to try and break that. Again, I mean, also PR, but the status of female world record is still quite important. Seeing Luke Garrett here sit down for his second attempt, or no, his first attempt, because his half attempt was a solved cube.
Yes. Yeah, we are hoping for a scrambled cube this time for Luke, and to see what he can do on this scramble. We've already seen Chishin and Xuanyi get 4-6-5-0 on this scramble, so you know he definitely probably won't be doing the same solution as them, as he's color neutral. Looking at orange cross here, so definitely not. But
it does. Sorry, it does still look like the first scramble. So this is Luke's first attempt, flowing through it. 5-6-3 there. Oh, and we see Xuanyi inspecting his second attempt here.
And looks like he's going to be going for... Ooh, looks like he's not super set on what he's going to be going for. Still getting through this pretty clean. Little bit of a lucky ZB execution just in the stage overall. ZBLS into ZB, 8-11.
It does not look too pleased with it, but again, there's still 3 more solves than the average, and there's still 2 more rounds today. It might not even matter. Here we see Brian Johnson coming up for his second solve.
Starting off on yellow here. Looks like he's pacing pretty clean through this. Nice F2L OLO transition, and then unfortunate V-perm into a corner twist, 8.9.
That corner twist was the exact same position and rotation that we saw out of Alexei Svetkov in the first group. So maybe a little bit of an unlucky curse going on there, but still not an awful solve for Brian. Not what he's hoping for, but it doesn't ruin his average by any means.
Most definitely, you get one more. You get one bad one. You get one that doesn't count, and hopefully you can make the most out of the next 3.
And here we see Chishin inspecting her second attempt, I believe.
Yes. Started off with a 503 on solve 1.
I'm still thrown off by that scramble issue.
And yeah, looks like last 2 pairs there was a bit of a fumble there. Maybe did the pairs in the wrong order, or just got confused on how to approach them, but 6.2 still not a bad time by any means.
Seeing Daniel Rush here with an 857, didn't look too pleased with it. Yeah, so we still, again, it's only the first 2 solves of the group. There's still quite a lot more to hopefully look out for. We do see a competitor coming up to the next station, which is Luke Garrett sitting down, who's going to be joined with Xuanyi.
Yeah, and Felix was talking about Xuanyi's new GAN merch, and it's looking very, very, very nice with the SpongeBob hand warmers going into this. Looks like white cross, nice multi-slot for those first few pairs. OLL skip into GC perm. Yeah, those will catch you
545
off
there for
guard.
Xuanyi. Let's see if we can make sure we get a look at what Luke got or is going to get. Luke opting to wait to inspect his cube until Xuanyi is done.
And trying to figure out what color he wants to go for here. Looks like he's committed to blue, inspecting this here. Really clean turning throughout. Classic Luke Garrett. Really nice.
5.4 fist pump there. He seems quite pleased with that. Again, there's pros and cons to color neutrality, of course. One of them being you have more options for how you're going to build your cross, but that also could weigh negatively as you have maybe too many options to build your cross.
Yeah, most definitely. And we see Brian here is a white-yellow solver bias who can do color neutral when he pleases. And 7-3, not super happy with that.
Not happy, but he's laughing it off. Again, Brian definitely got that same positivity that we see out of Luke Garrett, and treating every solve with a smile.
As we cut into Daniel Rush here, unfortunate last layer cases it looks like, and then +2 to top it off.
That'll be a 944 there for Daniel Rush, as we see Chishin come up for her 3rd solve. Again, as you see, Chishin is the female world record holder currently, with a 536 average. Let's see what she finds on this 3rd solve.
And moving pretty clean throughout this, 5.3. That's going to be solid.
That is sub PR, so still looking good. Xuanyi starting inspection. In the famous words of SpongeBob, I'm ready. Starting inspection. Quite locky on that F2L, unfortunately, but the ZB execution still gets there. 614 for Xuanyi. So now we're gonna be able to see, yes, a 541 best possible average for Xuanyi, which is definitely not out of the conversation. He can easily pull that off, but a 657 worst possible average, almost 2 seconds slower than his first round average.
We've got Luke here, fresh off a 5.2 with really clean turning and execution. If he can keep that up, he's gonna be looking good for the rest of this average. And looks like he's almost there, just a bit too many lockups on this one to get that 7-1.
7-1, but he's still smiling through it. Something I can always commend about Luke Garrett. Making sure to wear a smile. We get 2 camera angles here. Let's see if we can see the cube through the GoPro there. Brian Johnson starting out. Not sure what solve number this is. 3 or 4.
Really clean F2L. Just some unfortunate last layer cases, but executed them fine. I don't think you can really be too mad at this one if you're Brian. That's a 637.
I was gonna say, yeah, you gotta take it in stride. I mean, maybe not the best possible outcome for that solve, but a 6.2 is still a 6.2.
Most definitely. As we've got Daniel and Xuanyi up to the stations now. Daniel going through this pretty clean. Bit locky on that last pair, but it looks like OLL skip of some sort, and then 726.
I was gonna say, made up for those lockups with smooth transitions. Xuanyi going up for his 5th and final solve.
Hoping the BPA here, and looks like he's on really good pace. Nice ZB.
394 from Xuanyi Gong. That is a best possible average of 541, as well as I believe the first 3 that we've seen at Warm Up Seattle. can't remember if we saw any yesterday. Quite impressive. Chishin going up for her 4th solve now. She has a counting 532, which is sub-female world record. So maybe hoping to continue on with that pace.
Yeah, and looks like a little bit locky, and I think there was a messed up pair at some point here to get the 7.7.
A little unfortunate. That 629 is going to be counting now for Chishin. We're going to see her average calculated shortly, or at least her best and worst possible averages. Yeah, 555 best possible average, 646 worst possible. Again, not an awful outcome. Still, or like that range is still quite fast average-wise.
Most definitely. We've got Luke here looking at blue cross, it looks like, and or red cross. Moving pretty clean through this. Nice executions. Pretty solid. That's going to be a 6.0. Get a little thumbs up from Luke there.
2 thumbs up for the camera. Brian Johnson here going. The scorecard's just out of frame. I believe this is attempt 5? Attempt 4? I don't know.
Brian really clean through this. Looks like, yeah, it's going to be a 5.9. Really clean F2Ls. That's what you want to see from Brian. Sometimes he kind of has a habit to pause in F2L and do like a look back to see pieces at the backside. But when he's not doing that, that's when he gets those really, really good times. Here we've got Daniel. Something happened in that last slot, but got that OLL skip. Maybe OLL transition, and that's a 568.
We're going to see Chishin go up for her 5th and final solve. Schwanyi found something really good on here to get a 394, so let's see what Chishin is able to pull off on this scramble.
Yeah, we have a block with red-blue, but looks like she's was on really good pace, but just lockups on that last pair. 560.
It's a bummer, but accounting 532, 560, and 629 will grant her a 574 average. Still quite fast. A little slower than her first round average, but again, a sub-6 average is sub-6.
It's still nice that Chishin is getting 2 really solid counting times, the first 2 averages, right? First round on pace for female world record, and then this round still counting a 5.3 and a 5.6. That's great news going forward.
I see a lot here on white cross, but we're seeing Luke opt for blue instead.
Yeah, looks like free pair on blue, really clean turning, a little bit locky on that last slot, and then OLL PLO.
That OLL is a ton of moves. You gotta wonder if he maybe started out the alg wrong and had to come back and fix it. Seeing her approached by Maddie Hiroto Inaba, which we saw in the last group, but you just check it in with his buddy, seeing how his average went.
And yeah, we're looking to take a look again at this 394 by Schwanyi. Super, super clean solution here. Looks like he's going to be going for this yellow. This goes for this white. Really clean, looks like double X cross of some sort, and then we get to this anti-soon
ZB. Yeah, or sorry, anti-soon. Yeah, 394, quite an impressive end to the average. Again, if anyone's gonna be able to pull out a best possible average, it's gonna be Schwanyi. So quite an impressive showing. Again, 3x3, as entertaining as always to be able to help commentate and help watch. But now we're going to be moving on to 2x2, round 2. I'm not sure who we're getting on stream for this group. I'm trying to hunt it down. Actually, I think we're covering clock. We're going to be covering clock next, and then we'll be catching the last group of 2x2. So let's wrap up what we saw in 3x3. Again, here we have our rankings right. Got my hand pointing the wrong way, but we got our rankings here. Schwanyi with a 541 average, Chishin with a 574, and Zeke Mackey in 3rd place with a 593 average of 5, which is PR for him.
Timofey got a 590 average as well. I think that's just
it hasn't
yet in. But yes, Zeke did get the 593 PR average and is a very, very good time.
I was gonna say, at least definitely feeling on top of the world, like getting 3rd, even if it doesn't end up being such. quite an exhilarating round, but we did see two of our top competitors. We saw Chishin and Xuanyi maybe start to feel the nerves a little bit. We were able to see during their average they both got hit with some lockups. Um, Unsure if that was maybe caused directly from nerves or some other factor that we aren't aware of. Um, but definitely slowing them down, unfortunately, beyond what they were hoping for.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely gonna happen sometimes. It could be a matter of factors. It's really hard to tell. Um, but you know, 3x3 was a great. It was great to see the solvers, and we saw our averages from everybody. So hopefully, we'll see how our next round goes.
Which is going to be Clock Finals. So Clock is already an exhilarating event, as I'm sure we all know and agree with. Um, Here we see our results from round one. We see Jonathan Wong, Alex Moscarbroda, Ron Arama, Michael Tripodi, all with quite fast averages. Jonathan Wong, that 316 average was Canadian national record, or is Canadian national record, as well as I believe the 244 is the national record single. Um, so quite impressive showing from them. Um, yeah, I'm really looking forward to Clock. We've seen again, Clock has changed quite a bit. Clock is always changing. There's always new names. There's always new faces to see solve. Since the advent of Seven Simul and its popularity, we're seeing some new faces rise to the top. So I'm really looking forward to see how this Clock round pans out.
Yep, you and me both. I don't watch Clock too intently, but I do know that it's very interesting. There's always something going on. It's a very volatile event. You know, it's got the lowest margin of error, right? You make one little tiny mistake and then it's a DNF, and then that's you have the DNF looming over you. You have to really lock in and make sure you're being solid for the rest of it. So, yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see.
I was gonna say I'm gonna do some math first before I just like blurt out an incorrect number. Um, so there's again, as you mentioned, such a smaller margin of error for Clock compared to other events. On events like 3x3, you have 45 degrees to work with to see if your cube's solved, and if not, that's a +2 penalty, which does maybe hurt a little bit, but it isn't harsh. Clock, you have 30 degrees. Um, yeah, 30 degrees makes sense. You have 30 degrees of error, and if you are off by 30 degrees, it's just a DNF. There are no misalignment penalties like we see in other events. So we're gonna see hopefully some focused turning from our solvers. I believe this is Jonathan here coming up for his first solve. Some hesitation there, safety flip. So it looks like during execution he messed up a little bit, leaving one edge to be unsolved on the back, but still flipping to make sure that he can make sure the puzzle is solved. It's a 444 here.
Yeah, like we were saying, Clock is super volatile, so making sure that you don't start off with a DNF and make sure that it's going to be solved to start, maybe that helps you just feel a little bit more confident going forward. Ideally, you would not have the mistake and have to fix it, but
Yeah, no, we are gonna see these competitors. There are obviously lucky cases, as there are in any puzzle. One that we're going to be looking for, especially during Clock, is center edge skips. If the center clock, or the center dial on one side, is paired up with one of the edge dials, that actually means that the competitor has to execute one fewer D move, which means way easier turning, less regrips, it's more ergonomic. Um, sorry, chat, I see I am messing up my math. My bad. But we're gonna see up here on the stream station, I believe this is Michael Tripodi. He is going to be commentating the World Championships here this coming up weekend. quite the high level clock solver. First round, he got a 475 average. He's coming up here for his first solve now. A 403 average is his PR, and he's got an interesting sticker on his clock of a rod tip, an interesting transformation of his last name. Quite the unfortunate turning there, an 823 for Michael. He's taking it in stride. Jonathan Wong here, coming up for his second solve. $353, and it is solved. So that is much better than his first solve. Hoping maybe make this 3 count. I am unfamiliar with some of the competitors we have at this competition, so bear with me here. I believe this is Ronorama coming up here for his first solve. Fluid turning, but it is a DNF by an edge dial on the back, so that 343 is not going to be a DNF for Ron.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate there. Like we said, first of all, we've seen of him on stream, hoping to, not get another one of those. Again, talking about how, volatile clock can be.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. But just one of the realities that you need to take into account all 18 dials on the puzzle itself. Because if any one of them is misaligned, your solve immediately becomes a DNF. So there's a lot less leeway that you have here to be able to move around with. Clock also quite famous for taking a while to scramble. But it looks like it is time. Anything there? Nothing? Okay, cool.
No.
It is time for another solve. I believe this is Alex here. Alex came second in the first round with a 3.2 average. Unfortunately, the color palette on these dials makes it quite hard for me to be able to tell what is going on. But I don't see any lucky cases on this scramble. Yeah, some stuttering during that turning, but a 386, I believe.
Yeah, I definitely
Yeah,
still can't be mad at that, right? 386, that's serviceable.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's again, there could be far worse times. I mean, compared to like a DNF, obviously. Like any time we can get Michael, a little bit of service for the audience. Let's see what Michael gets on his second clock attempt here. Prepping the Team Australia journey. Michael has been traveling a bunch leading up to the World Championship. So let's hope he doesn't have any jet lag still with him. 442 for Michael Tripodi, and it looks like it's confirmed solved.
Oh, the stopwatch or... No, this wasn't. The segment, I don't know, because you press the button. Oh, did I?
I'm unsure what the judge and Michael are discussing.
Yeah, there's some conversation happening.
Yeah, of course. I love 4-5.
I know. I am sure we will find out. We're gonna see another competitor get brought up to the stream station here. Unsure who. It looks like it's going to be Jonathan. Jonathan, hold on, I'm just checking this out here. Yeah, that 248 is outdated, I believe, because he did break that record already. 353 here, and it is solved for Jonathan. Definitely on good pace. Started out his average with a 5, but 2 threes back to back does set him up for some high potential. We're gonna see Ron come up here for what I believe is his second solve.
Yeah, hoping to bounce back after that DNF on the first.
So there's two paths that Ron can go down here. So either going strictly just for speed, considering you already have a DNF, so what do you have to lose? Or maybe going ultra safety in hopes of winning. And based off of that safety flip there, I think Ron's maybe going to lean towards the safe end. That's a 503. That will be counting, assuming he gets times better than it due to his DNF on the first solve.
Yeah, I mean, clock is very tricky. You know, going for placement, you know, safety in that to get the 503, you're probably, based off just what everyone else is getting, want to try to push for a little bit more. Maybe, I don't know how hard you can toe the line between safety and really trying to send it, but
Yeah. We're going to see Alex come up here for his third solve. Again, no center edge skip, so going to be a little bit more of a difficult scramble, or at least ergonomic wise. 385, and it is solved, I believe.
that's his second 385 at the average, correct?
Potentially, yeah. He's definitely solving consistent, on good pace. I do believe we see Ethan Zhuang in the background. Maybe, I think he DNF'd to solve, a little frustrated with it. We also see Alexei Svetkov in the back. Alexei with a 491 average in the first round. Really a jack of all trades. Being quite the all-rounder. Yeah, we'll try and get as good a view of this as possible as we wait for more people to be brought up to the stream stations. What can Alexei cook up here? A 411, and appears to be solved. Yeah, there may be issues back there. Clock is quite a meticulous event to scramble. Again, you have to double check 18 dials and ensure that all of them are facing the correct way to match the scramble. So each one of those might have to get fixed here, but I believe this is a replay of a solve earlier. Yeah, we can see Jonathan here with that 353 from earlier. Quite the fast solve. Alright. Yeah, here we can at least see some of the times that we have so far logged in. Jonathan Wong with 353 so far, quite impressive. I'm not totally sure what we're going to be looking at here to win this round. Because really we won't know what happens until the last solve happens. Clock again very volatile with potentially high DNF rates. Making it all the much harder for competitors to be able to stay less nervous. We see Michael Tripodi sitting down for his third solve. And Michael is ready. Line up this third scram. We do see two adjacent edges. That'll provide for at least something. Smooth turning, a little unfortunate at the end there, but still, I believe that's a solve. Clock. A 493 for Michael, not too upsetting. Oh, we see Jonathan Wong here. 316, it is solved. He did safety flip a little at the end, but stopped the timer at the same time. That solve ties his national record average, which he achieved in the first round.
Yeah, and it looks like this average is shaping up to be pretty good. Like you said, it all comes down to the last one. You know, maybe whatever happens with that 5 is going to be the deciding factor in the way the rankings kind of play out. But as we see here, BPA of 341, WPA of 422.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for really any competitor to come close to that, it seems, or at least without pulling out some real crazy luck. We're gonna see Ron and Alex solving. Ron, quite the quick memo. Safety flip, 381. Ron again DNFing his first solve, so he's got to make extra sure to make sure that each one is solved. Here we see Alex coming up for his 4th, I believe.
No,
I think that is solved.
Looks-
418.
Looks solved. Yeah, and that's going to be counting a 3.8 and accounting 4.1, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, definitely not a bad start by any means. Maybe not as close to Jonathan as we're hoping, but anything can really happen.
Most definitely.
Yeah, quite the break in between attempts here for competitors. Again, as mentioned, clock being a little more difficult to scramble. You gotta wonder how this really affects the nerves of some of these competitors in this group.
Yeah, you know, kind of getting your pacing thrown off and like the way you're going into your solves can definitely have a lot of impact. Or if you're on good or bad pace, you know, having more time can make you less or more nervous. It kind of just depends how you react personally.
Yeah. We're gonna see Michael Tripodi come up here for his 4th solve, I believe. Michael is on alright pace. I definitely think on pace for sub 5. Unsure if that'll end up in the podium picture or not. And hesitant turning, misturn and a DNF there, unfortunately, for Michael. We're gonna see Ron come up here for his 4th attempt. Safety flip 435. Again, making sure that that clock is solved before stopping the timer, especially with a DNF. Here we see Jonathan Wong come up here for his 5th and final solve. Again, looking to hopefully count more of those 3s and not count that 561. Let's see what we got here. Super fluid turning, 294, and it is solved. That is going to be a best possible average for Jonathan Wong of 341. I believe that all but puts him and maybe guarantees him 1st place.
Yeah, at least from the solves we've seen on stream, it looks like that'll very comfortably put him in 1st. Although, we see on the side here, actually, we have Grayson James getting a 335 average, actually just narrowly taking it over.
Oh yeah, I have Grayson James times pulled up on WCA Live currently. Let's stop and watch Alex first here. Alex, unfortunate final solve, messing up memo and execution. Grayson James times 278, 412, 339, 331. Quite impressive there. So let's see. Hopefully we can try and see him on stream. Jonathan Wong again confirmed 341 average. Let's see what we can get here for Ron. Ooh, that is going to be a 488 for Ron. Not ideal. As more times come in, we're looking here. Trying to see if I can get more information on Grayson James. Again, haven't seen him on stream, so I'm unable to show him solve. But here we have Michael Tripodi come up for his 5th and final solve. I'm unsure what this is. Oh, he is waiting for the MC to stop announcing, so he is able to focus on his solve here. I will say these scrambles did not really look extraordinary. Only one center edge skip, making all clock solvers really show off their skill. Michael with a 422. That is his best solve of the average, but he does have a counting 823. Off stream, we did see Ivo with a 421 average, currently projected to be in second place. Still waiting to see Grayson's fifth and final solve. Yeah, so that starts to wrap up our stream competitors. Again, time's coming through. Grayson is doing really well right now. We need to do the math to see if he is guaranteed. He is not guaranteed the win over Jonathan yet. It all comes down to the fifth and final solve. So we are going to keep you all posted with that as the results come in. So Dylan, your thoughts on clock finals as someone who is very uninvolved in clock?
It was interesting. I do like the factor of having to kind of judge how much you can send it. The same type of thing exists like in 3x3 a little bit. With clock though, it's unfortunate just seeing the amount of like DNFs or just how quickly things can turn around. I guess it's like a part of the entertainment value. But for me, it's like I get so nervous. I don't.
Not to cut you off, but we do see Grayson James finish up his average with a 335 on the last, giving him a 335 average of 5, putting him in first. Jonathan Wong, again, with a 341 average, and Alexei Svetkov with a PR average of 399. I believe that all but cements him. It is not guaranteed yet, as we have yet to see the end of Zaid Chowdhury's average, but Alexei currently projected third place. Again, we are still looking out for, the only competitor who can still make their way onto the podium would be Zaid Chowdhury, but Zaid does have a DNF in the average right now, so we got to see time counting low enough to be able to make it up for Zaid. So again, I will keep everyone posted as soon as that time comes in, which it did. 378 for Zaid. That is going to give Zaid a 391 average, kicking Alexei off the podium, unfortunately. But it looks like our final podium is going to be Grayson, Jonathan, and Zaid. A sub-4 podium. Quite an impressive showing from all of our competitors. So again, clock finals, quite an interesting watch. We are now going to be pivoting towards 2x2 finals. 2x2 is quite stacked at this competition, Dylan.
Oh yes, there's going to be a lot of high-level 2x2 solvers here. Not
Looking here,
100% sure.
We're getting started. One of the top-level solvers we have here is Luke Garrett. Luke Garrett came fourth in the first round with a 221 average of 5. Joining him up top as the top seeds, we have Anthony Paderakis, Jack Madigan, Samir Agarwal, and our second place. I'm trying to remember what place Ethan Zhuang came in at North American Championships. I believe second. But second at North American Champs, Ethan Zhuang also competing in this group. Quick solve there from Luke Garrett. I didn't catch the time, but I know it was a 1. 149 for Luke Garrett.
And unfortunate solution there. Looks like just didn't get the layer done correctly. Maybe that was the layer solution they had planned.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. But at 453, he still got 4 more solves in the average, as we see Anthony come up here to attempt his first solve. Anthony, one of few in the world to have a sub-1 2x2 average. The final second barrier until we breach into negative times for 2x2. So now the highest goal for all 2x2 competitors, and he is one of few to accomplish it. Yeah, we see here a .97 average, former world champion in 2017, 2x2 European champion, or two-time European champion. Got a lot to look forward to. Anthony taking his time warming up for his first attempt.
And we're going to see some very insane solutions from Anthony. Of course, knows not just the standard EG method, but all the other subsets that exist, and we will see what plays out here.
Ooh, fumbled. That isn't a +2, but it looks like that could have been a low one without the cube drop. But 162 still isn't too bad for Anthony. Yeah, you gotta remember, Anthony is also one of the proponents of OO, which stands for objectively optimal. So that is a 2x2 method that is up and coming, where competitors are trying to find the most optimal solution instead of just turning as fast as possible.
Yeah, and it's a very, very large undertaking that they are trying to.
A .74 in the background there, I think, for Ethan Zhuang. I believe that is on Scramble 2, so let's see if any other competitors can find that solution. Little unfortunate there, a 261.
Yeah, 0.74. Maybe that was the same solution that Anthony had found, just with without the cube drop, because Anthony's solution did look very low move count and relatively ergonomic.
Yeah, I believe that is all going to be dependent on if that was Solve 1 or Solve 2. Let's see, Luke Garrett up here now, as well as Samir Agarwal. Samir looking almost not confused, but double checking what he is seeing. Unfortunately, very lucky turning. I'm unable to tell what that time was.
Looks like a 368.
Luke Garrett miss one looking with the cube drop. 295 for Luke. He looks a little upset.
Yeah, we've got some slippery fingers happening this round. A lot of cube drops going on.
It does appear that .74 single we saw from Ethan Zhuang did end up being his PR single. So congratulations. Never mind, chat was lying to me. I'm not trusting you guys anymore. Jack Madigan up here for his next attempt. Let's see what we see here. There is that green and orange 1x2. 1x2x2.
Oh.
Nice one look, 163.
Yeah, very clean solution.
And now we are going to see Anthony.
Two by two also extremely volatile. You have to check so many different solutions, and you have to find the right solution, then you have to execute it perfectly. There's so much thinking and execution required, and the tiniest little mistake, if you're at someone of Anthony's caliber, means so much.
Anthony again doing that twist motion. I'm not sure what that is, but he's done that 2 solves in a row. Maybe a corner twist motion. I'm not too sure. But we're gonna see Anthony a top level 2x2 solver. He is looking for as many solutions as he can in inspection. And a 126. He looks displeased with it, but still quite the fast solution. Samir with a 172 DNF, unfortunately off by 2 moves. Unfortunate second solve for Samir.
Yeah, like we said, right? If you're trying to get those executions really clean, sometimes you kind of cut it a little too quick, and then you stop the timer and end up with those 2 moves off. Unfortunate for Samir.
But we are going to see Luke Garrett come up here for his 3rd solve, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like we have something on blue here. And yeah, really clean solution, really clean execution. 122 from Luke there.
Yeah, quite smooth turning. Keeping it loose. That does count the 149. Jack up here for, I believe, his third attempt.
Yeah, working off of that 161 that we saw very recently.
Inspecting the cube here. I don't see a ton of blocks. Oh, there's that yellow line there, but opting instead to go for blue. 202 single there for Jack.
If I'm pretty sure, I think that was the same solution that Luke had just done on that scramble. Both opting for blue on those solves, I think.
I'm unsure. 2x2 kind of just flows through really fast for me to be able to take note. But we are going to see, as we wait for more competitors on a stream station, we will see Ethan Zhuang there in the background. Against runner-up at North American Championships in 2x2. As well as off to the side, we're going to see Anthony. I wonder if we can catch them both. Samir also taking a seat. We got a lot. Alright. Ethan Zhuang with a 213. Moving over to Anthony.
Again, taking a lot of time to warm up here. Making sure that hands are ready for those really precise executions.
I was going to say, when you're trying to execute, I'm not sure what the average move count is, so I won't even try and make up a number. But when you're trying to execute as many moves as a 2x2 solution is in like as close to a second as possible, you really got to have dialed in turning. A 143 for Anthony.
Yeah, I think that was the same solution that Luke had done as well on that like blue side there.
Okay, 157 there, quite the fast solution. Quick solve there for Ezra. Luke Garrett getting ready for his fourth solve. Oh, I did see a big block there. Both green and orange have V's made. Oh, Luke,
my goodness.
fumbling 298. I believe that is his second 298 of the average. He is displeased, but still smiling through it. As he's shaking his head as he walks away. Jack Madigan coming up here for his fourth solve at the average. I wonder what he's going to see on this scramble. It does look quite nice. Ooh, also some lucky turning, a 220 there for Jack. That will be his worst solve so far at this average. That does make his worst possible average, though. I believe sub 2, or at least very close to 2. Anthony coming up here for his fourth solve.
We'll see what Anthony can make out of this scramble here.
There's the corner twist. I know he's ready. And there we go. Another orange V there made, but Anthony not rotating a whole bunch. I think he found a solution quite quickly. Ooh, an unfortunate misturn for Anthony, 242.
Not very pleased with that one.
But we will see Luke Garrett here come up for, I believe, his fifth and final solve. He's ready, and let's see. There's a white bar. There's a blue bar. Let's see what Luke is gonna opt for. Opts for blue. Really quick solution. 115 there for Luke Garrett. I believe that is best possible average. He's all right with it. He is quite pleased with at least the ending of that average.
Exactly. It's good to cap it off on something solid at least. If the past few solves hadn't gone great, getting that one time at the end at least helps you stomach it a little bit easier.
So we're gonna see Jack Madigan come up here for his 5th solve. Jack is guaranteed a sub 2 average, but let's see if he can maybe push that further, as he and Anthony are relatively close on pace right now. Ooh, but that will be a 273 for Jack Madigan. That gives him a worst possible average of 195, which now guarantees that Anthony beats that average. We did see Ezra there with a 1. Ethan Zhuang, 106, that is counting and a back. I'm unsure what his other times are, but he looks quite happy with it. So I'm hoping that means quite some potential for the rest of his average. Hopefully we can get some more details for you guys shortly. Seeing Anthony up here preparing for his next solve, as well as Samir Agarwal on the other stream station. Samir, 129, quite the fast solve. Anthony locking in for his 4th solve. No, 5th solve. I lied. Oh. Uh. Alright. That is... Okay. Okay. Well, Anthony is still going to go through it to solve. Unsure of what happened there. A little bit of miscommunication between him and the judge. But Anthony with a 110. That will be best possible average for him, at least.
Yeah, 144 is still relatively solid. You know, we know with the I think 2x2 has had some method developments very recently, so past few years. So 1.4 definitely still good given especially the situation. He has that 2.4 in there, clutching up BPA on last 1.1. That's again same as Luke. Gotta feel good at least to cap it off with something good at the end.
I was gonna say, yeah, even if it's not the perfect fairy tale ending, it's still one you can be happy with and then just move on to the next round. If I am to believe chat, which they have lied to me before, Ethan Zhuang with a 122 tied PR average. I I don't know if I should believe it. I'll wait until I see the result. Um, but quite a showing from all of our competitors there in 2x2 round 2. We are going to be moving next on to 5x5 finals. That will mean a transition in commentary. But I did want to thank everyone for watching so far, part of the stream block. 3x3, 2x2 clock, and 5x5 round 1 were all blasts. And there's still way more to look forward to. I believe that we do have 2 interviews during lunch with Xuanyi and Qixin. As well as still we have 5x5 finals to look forward to, and all the other events today.
Hey, we're your SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Are we? I can hear you now. All right. Hello, everyone. We are currently casting 5x5 finals here at Warm Up Seattle 2025. I'm Brandon Lin. I'm joined by a very special guest, Lim Hung.
Hello.
Hello, Lim.
I'm Lim Hung.
For those of you who don't know Lim, he's currently the ASR record holder for 7x7, 7x7 single, right?
Indeed, yes.
WR2, WR4 for 7x7 main. I just looked this up. So.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. even I don't know it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Lim is our residential Big Cube expert here, who's going to take us through 5x5 finals here. So I think we just saw Maddie do his first solve, the 49.2 for. We have Owen with a 51.15. He's from, I think it's Switzerland.
Switzerland, yeah. It seems like it.
Ulvin Roltz. So yeah, taking a look at the first seed stats, we had Timothy with a 41 seed result, 41 average seed result. Maddie with a 42, coming in second from the first seed, and then Ulwin with a 47 average here, and then some other familiar names that we'll see: Luke Garrett, Luke Tixon, Kate Graham, all trailing in the podium. So honestly, like 5x5 could be
the third place. That is. I feel like the first two is kind of locked in.
Who do you think for Timothy and Maddie?
Yeah, I feel like it's just between those two. But then for the third place, it's like between a few people.
Yeah, no, for sure. Looks like we got Timothy. Yeah. Timothy propping up that chair with that bag.
His turning is really fast.
Yeah. Let's see what he can do here. We were testing 7x7 finals yesterday, and Timothy didn't have the best.
What do you get?
Showing there. Like a 219. I forgot the average. 219, but like.
Oh, that's.
It was very locked. It was a very locked
average. That's really far off from.
Yeah. No, his first round average was like a 159, or first round mean was a 159. So it was definitely like not up to par for him.
Oh, he does. Oh, I'm surprised. He does yaw edges on the bottom.
Yeah.
That's.
We're also noting that. Yeah.
Oh, I actually never. Oh.
You do them on M layer, right?
I do them on M layer.
For all cubes?
Yeah, it's very rare to find someone that does like that kind of yaw edges.
Yeah. I think he flipped at 23.
I can't really see.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the timer here. L4E at. Oh man, his cube is covering the timer. I think it was like high 35-ish.
He started cube by usage at 40. That's
pretty good. ZB. Combination of 3 A movers for 46. Here for Timothy.
It seems like
46. Here we got Luke.
Oh, 26 centers.
26 centers, a little slower than Timothy's last solve. Uh, 3x3 stage at 43 for Luke. Finishing up with a, was that U-perm at the end?
Yeah, that was a U-perm.
That was a U-perm,
yeah. U-perm.
Yeah.
This is Ulvin. Am I pronouncing it right?
Yeah. Ulvin.
What did he get just now?
I forgot what his first time was. I think 51. It was 51 for Ulvin. Oh yeah, he does Hoya. Or no, wait, hold on.
Is it?
Sorry, I thought it was Hoya for a second, and then I was like, oh wait, it's just last two centers. What am I saying?
It just looks like Redux.
Yeah. No, it's looks like Yao. Unless I'm completely
3x3 stage at 38.
Okay. Okay.
This is their second solve, right?
Yeah. I think it's second solve, yeah. Is he lefty?
Lefty arm.
Yeah.
Ooh, centers at 20. I think that's quite bad for him. I think.
That was an Almond.
Oh, 12 second edges. That.
Oh wait, this is really good.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, that's a bad lock up here.
Could have been like a
41.
30,
Oh
could have been
no.
like a 38-ish.
Oh, this is actual. Yes, this is actual. Okay, okay. Check it here too. Oh, okay. Cool. So 41 for Maddie. That's
It's on track to.
It's on track.
It's on track to win probably.
Yeah.
It depends what Timofey got just now.
Okay, so Owen does do Hoya. Okay, I wasn't crazy. I feel like when
I
they
know
do
nothing about it.
So I like for me it's like when they do last two centers where they're just doing a lot of moves but the last two centers are not getting solved. And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, that's Hoya."
I don't really know what Hoya is either, so I can't commentate on it.
So we've seen Maddie's first two solves. We've seen Timofey's one solve.
Oh. Was this like the average or their first few
These
solves?
these are live rankings of their first few solves here. So Maddie with a 41 and looks I guess like a 47 as the other solve, judging by the average. Daniel Rush with currently around a 45 average here. So pretty decent, pretty better showing from the first round here. Luke Garrett on the out edges, around 12.
Oh, I think 20 centers is good for him. I'm pretty sure. Given the averages around 40, high 40s. Wait, this could be sub 40.
He's still on 40 now. Oh no, he's on 3x3 now.
If he turns out really fast.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
42 for Luke. I think that 8 move OLO is very annoying to do with a big cube.
Because it's like many layers.
Yeah,
and,
it's
like, white moves.
Yeah, it's not exactly your simple RUF AUG. Timofey.
Is that okay?
He always solves on top of the timer, so it's hard to track.
I think
oh wait,
16 centers?
Wait, no, he just finished at 20 seconds. Like the last Yao edge at 20. This looks.
He rotates a lot.
Yeah. Oh, that was so quick. Is this just a pure? Oh, that's a pure edge OLO. So he just skips PLO there. So with the 37 at the end. That's that was pretty good.
Yeah, given that
Yeah.
he spent a long time on that.
Yeah.
I feel like if he just did normal OLL, it would have been better.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so the principle is you do edge pairing while you're doing your, like, using the last two centers to help you do edge pairing for Hoya.
Is that like a fixed center? Because he always seems to do like the same last two centers. Is it just coincidence? Or is that just how Hoya works?
I want to say it's I mean I think the yellow's granted because it's like similar to it's like kind of similar to yellow in which you're getting like some sort of cross at the bottom, but I don't know if the orange is just coincidence or not. So Maddie on another solve here. Maddie with a 47 and 41 here, trailing behind his first round average just a bit. Okay.
it just the few?
All right. Yes.
It is the top few that get the recording.
I think they're the way we're doing this right now is the special cube covers are the people that are sitting in the front. So we can't. I don't think we're seeing everyone on the stream. Just a few. You see Kate Graham is solving in the back there. Oh no.
Oh, it's over 50.
Oh no, it's over 50. Oh, she's upset about that. 52.
All of my solves are in 1 second slower than Maddie.
Oh, I know him.
Luke Garrett here solving on his. I think this is his third solve. Timothy is also solving simultaneously on the right side of the stream. Ooh, okay, this is also pretty good.
That's promising.
Yeah,
And I'm seeing a lot of blocks at first for his edges.
There's a lot of blocks? I actually didn't notice any blocks.
I saw sunlight. It's not like homogeneous.
Oh, okay. Okay, he's on.
That can? I don't think so.
He does turn
40,
fast.
40? Oh.
Top 40 for
ZP,
Luke.
ZP.
39.67 for Luke.
Is that PR?
Is that PR? That is actually barely PR. 39.72. Yeah.
0.2.
Yeah. So Luke Garrett is PR single here with a 39.72. Here we have Timothy.
23 centers.
Hit 30 seconds right now, while doing last for edges.
I can't see it.
Yeah, I think he's around.
But
I want to
like
say high 30s now. Oh, 43 for Timothy here.
His actually quite good, given that he got like his start was quite slow.
Yeah. Oh, I misspoke. It's a 39.67 for Luke. I think we're gonna see this again. Yeah, that was a ZB.
Yeah, ZB.
Yeah, nice. I think the centers were
Like
definitely
19,
pretty on pace.
19.
Yeah, pretty on pace the entire solve though. So I wouldn't say like everything just sleuthed pretty quickly for him. Here we have Maddie.
That's not good. He didn't finish his green center. So he had to redo it. 25 centers.
Oh no.
He seems nervous. Is it just me?
Maybe slightly. I don't think it's like, oh yeah, maybe slightly.
He seems to be like not turning. He just turns the extra layers by accident.
Yeah, yeah. I think we noticed that last solve too for him. So 48. That actually might not. That might put him a little behind, slightly behind everyone else. Looking at these. So 45, 47, 48. Looking at a worst possible average of around 47 for Maddie. I think we've seen Luke do pretty well so far with his solves.
42.
Yeah. So we got Owen on another solve here. Oh no,
That's not
fix that.
Yeah, see, it's always the same centers.
Yeah, I feel like I think it very well could possibly just be like fixed center order here. So yeah, looking at these stats here, Luke Garrett with the 42.51 average so far for his solves. Timothy with the 43. Maddie's gonna trail behind all those, these other two competitors here. looking at Olo at... Oh, very lucky. A little bit nervous during last layer there. Yeah, Luke's PR average right now for context is a 44.55, so this very well could be PR average for him.
What is this time distance?
Yeah. So Luke's going over here. Luke still has 2 more solves to go, so can't exactly say.
Well, this solve doesn't look good. He just finished his last cross edge around 16.
Yeah, this one's trailing behind those last 2 solves. Oh, still on last 2 centers here at 25. Similar pace to Maddie's last solve. Yeah, around 47, around the same thing that Maddie got last. So yeah, we'll see. I thought that Luke had already done 4 solves.
Yeah, same.
So I wouldn't say I was gonna say PR average was almost locked in for him, but yeah, look, that 47 puts in a little bit of risk there. Timothy on the 4th solve.
I don't know what it was, but it looked fast. It
yeah,
so
I literally can't see the times here while he solves. Yeah, it's covering the camera here, but he's at 3x2 stage.
Fast.
It looks fast.
Oh, it looks like he cancelled?
Yeah, he canceled here. Oh, 35.72 for Timothy. That's gonna count that 37 for his 37.66 for his second solve.
I think this locks him in for first place.
Yeah, so that's like a WP, like a worst possible average of like 42.
Yeah, I can't match, so.
Yeah, so 42 worst possible average. I think Luke needs to. Owen with a 47, pretty good for the rest of the solves here.
You're gonna do good. You're gonna get a sub 50.
So taking a look at some of the stats we already have, Kevin Hayes with a 47.71. That might tie around what? Might be slightly worse than what Maddie is gonna get here.
Anthony is on the camera now.
Yeah, Anthony is on the camera here. Known for 2x2, but it's like we've got him on the cameras now. He's got 58, 101, and a 59 so far for Anthony.
Oh, for a 1 minute solve, 1 minute average guy, the sentence was fast. I think he has potential to sub 50.
Sub
right?
50 here?
His
Yeah,
was
maybe a
really
little bit.
good.
Yeah.
If he turn, he's sub 10.
Oh wow, this is like pretty good for Anthony here. Oh, soon into G perm. 47 for Anthony.
That PR. He doesn't seem that excited, so I think it's not. This is Maddie.
Maddie here with 3 solves so far. This
Sub
looks
40,
decent, yeah.
Sub 40.
Yeah. Wow, that was a close up 40. 39 for Maddie. That'll redeem him a little bit.
That's not PR for Anthony.
Yeah, he's a 46, but pretty good for him, I'd say. All right, this is Luke's final solve here.
Where's
So,
his-
so Luke is a 48, a 47, 42, and 39. WPA of, I think a WPA around 46. Wow, I really can't math in this. Can't math this morning. Yeah, around 44 of
it's afternoon.
WPA. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Thank you for the number crunching here. WPA of 46 for Luke. So yeah, Timofey's already locked in first place. Can
Yeah.
Luke bring back a? Can he lock in this best ball field average? He would need to beat his PR single. So
In my opinion, I don't think he's on track. He's
yeah.
not on track.
Yeah, this is not tracking
Yeah,
very well.
he's not on track. I think he messed up his screen. Oh,
Yeah.
I can't tell.
Say like a 45, 47 here for Luke.
Yeah, around there. Might even be lower. I think he's starting 3x3 stage now.
Okay, we'll update you with what Luke has as we switch over to Timofey here.
43. I hope. It looks like a 43 solve.
For Timofey?
No.
Or you for Luke?
Oh,
4470 for
Close
Luke.
enough.
Putting him at 4498 here. Ooh, that's slightly behind Maddie's average of 4470.62. Sorry. Oh man,
lucky.
Timofey's very lucky here with a
Oh.
47. That's WPA for
He counted
Timofey.
46. But is it counting 36? Is that enough to save him?
I think that's a. I mean that's a.
Yeah,
he
he
still
still
gets
won.
first
He
place
still won.
regardless. So, yeah, that's okay. That's okay for him.
How many people do you have left? Five
Yeah.
people left.
I think we're pretty much almost done. No, we got Luke Dixon here. We got some solved. Of course, a native to the Pacific Northwest region here.
Oh, it's a very relaxed turn. His turning is somewhat calming.
Yeah, I
Compared
think, yeah, his turning's definitely like that.
This is not Hoya, right?
No, this is
Oh,
Hoya.
that's Hoya. Oh.
This is Hoya.
Is it just standard to do, just do until orange yellow?
I mean, I think you gotta do it so that like your the white is on the bottom, and so you definitely need yellow on top here for Hoya. Whether it matters with the rest of colors is entirely up to you.
It just seems like a coincidence. There's always orange yellow.
.48 for Luke here. Hello everyone. So yeah, we are finishing up 5x5 finals. I think we're pretty much done, right? Okay, no, we got some solves left here as we finish up here. Lynn, what are you excited the most about Worlds?
Honestly, Worlds, you can never predict who will win.
Yeah.
Like every time you think like someone is locked in to win, they never do.
Mhm.
I think I'm excited to see what the listings will be.
Yeah.
I hope I'm one of them, but you know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, we're done
Cool.
with 5.
Yeah, we are almost pretty much. Yep. So looking at the results from this just as final, Timofey locking in first place very confidently. Maddie and Luke, Maddie narrowly beating out Luke here with a 0.3 difference in average here. So very close podium for that second, third place finish behind Kevin. Luke Garrett, of course, PRing with that 39.67. So great for him. Yeah, I think that brings us to the that brings us to the end of 5x5. So in that case, thank you everyone for watching. We're gonna cut to a quick break, and The end of
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Hi everyone, we are here on our lunch break at Warm Up Seattle 2025, and we have the privilege of speaking with Zhuanyi Gang. Zhuanyi, hi, thank you for having an interview with us.
轩一你好，非常感谢你来跟我们参加这次的采访。
Now, this is your first time competing in the US. How are you enjoying it so far, and is it different from competing in China?
这是你第一次在美国比赛，那么你目前感觉怎么样啊？和在国内比赛有什么不一样？
我感觉场馆很大，然后裁判员又很温顺。
So I feel like this venue is very huge, and the judges are also very kind and very nice.
Oh, that's great. Have you done any fun things or tried any new foods or anything like that while you've been in the US so far?
你们到了美国之后，有去什么好玩的地方吗？吃了什么东西呀？有没有什么喜欢的呀？
我去了公园。
So we went to a park.
And what was it fun? Did you enjoy going to the park?
你喜欢在那个公园玩吗？
Yeah,
he liked it.
Okay, now congratulations because you recently broke the world record for 3x3 single.
那么首先先祝贺你，最近刚刚打破了3节魔方的世界纪录单次。
Now, it was your first world record, so can you tell me how did you feel? Were you excited? Were you surprised?
因为那是你第一个世界纪录嘛，你能告诉我一下，你当时是感觉是怎么样的呀？你是很震惊吗？很开心吗？很激动吗？
我当时很兴奋，一直以来的梦想实现了。
So I was very excited at the time of because I finally reached the dream that I've had for a long time.
Yeah. When you saw the scramble, did you know right away that it was going to be very fast?
你当时刚看到打乱的时候，你是不是已经有预感说这是一个很快的还原？
我其实也没想到我能做到这么快。
So I actually still did not think that I could make it this fast.
Okay, wow. Okay, so many people know you because you're a top cuber, of course, but is there something other than cubing that people can know about you that you like to do?
所以大家都知道你是世界上最顶尖的魔方选手，但是除了魔方之外呢，你还喜欢干一些什么事情呢？
我喜欢看一些百科类的书。
So he really likes to read books, kind of like about a wide range of things.
Okay, what's one of your favorite books that you've read?
那么你最喜欢的是哪一本书或者哪一种书呢？
我最喜欢的是一些那种科普的那种科普类型的那种博物馆的讲博物馆的故事。
So his favorite genre of books is about museums, like about what's in the museums all across that genre.
Johnny, who's a cuber that you look up to, or someone that you have seen their solving and they've inspired you?
那么你在魔方界里面呢，哪一个魔方选手是你的偶像，或者说哪一位魔方选手，你曾经就是觉得你或者曾经或者现在觉得他们非常的厉害，你想继续向他们看齐
？Timon 是我的偶像。
So he says his idol is Timon.
Oh wow.
因为他的解法很好。
He says he has very good execution of his solutions.
That is true. That is true. Okay, I'm curious. Do you feel nervous when you are going to compete?
我们现在很好奇，就是当你比赛的时候，你会感觉很紧张吗？
不会。
Oh, not really.
Not really.
Not really.
Wow. And how do you not feel nervous?
那么你是怎么做到让自己不紧张的呢？
我就是放平心态。
So I just try to relax.
比得不好也行，比得不好，我会继续努力的练习。
Even if I don't perform as well, that's okay. I will just practice more later.
Yeah. Okay. Next week, of course, is the World Championship. It's going to be your first ever World Championship. What are you doing this week to practice and prepare?
那么我们都知道，下周就是正式的世锦赛了然后当然这也是你参加的第一个世锦赛，所以这周呢，你会打算做一些什么样的准备工作呀？
这一周我会更加努力的练习。
So this week I'll practice even harder.
希望能取得更好的成绩。
Hopefully I can get even better results at Worlds.
Yeah. Are you doing anything special or different than your usual practice?
和你就是备战其他比赛来讲，你打算做什么不一样的吗？
其实也没有什么不一样的。
Not too much different. Not too much different.
Well, you should get lots of sleep and rest this week and make sure that when we see you at Worlds, where everyone is really excited to see you at Worlds.
那么你这周一定要休息好，准备好，对吧？这样到时候到了世锦赛就可以展示自己最好的一面，因为大家都非常的期待看你的表现，好不好？Yeah.
Do you have anything to share with people who are excited to see you at Worlds? Do you want to say anything to them?
那你有没有想跟各位观众说的话呀？就是你的各位粉丝呀，大家都在看你，你想对他们说什么吗？
没有。
No,
nothing in particular.
Okay, well, we're all cheering you on. Thank you for coming and talking to us today.
我们到时候都会支持你的，非常感谢你今天来跟我们做这个采访。
Thank you. Okay, we're going to head to a break, and right after this, we are going to be talking to Chi Xian Cao. Hi, and we are back with Qi-Xian Qiao. Qi-Xian, thank you for coming and talking to us.
启贤，非常感谢你今天中午来跟我们说话。
I'm curious to know, this is your first time competing in the US, so how does it feel, and is it very different from China?
我们都很好奇，这是你第一次在美国比赛魔方，那么你现在感觉怎么样啊？和在国内有什么不一样的？
我感觉都很好，没什么不一样的。
I feel it's very good, nothing too different.
Okay, and have you been feeling good about your solves so far?
那么你目前呢，感觉对于自己的还原怎么样啊？自己是满意吗？还是想再提升提升？
我觉得还行。
I think my solves were okay.
Okay, yeah. Well, you have two more rounds coming up later today.
对，没关系，因为我们知道你今天下午还有2轮，所以就希望你能加油。
I am curious. I know, Xuanyi said you guys went to the park yesterday. Is there any other fun things that you've done, or fun, maybe like new foods that you've tried while you've been here in the U.S.?
刚才轩一跟我们说，你们昨天去公园玩了。那么除了这个之外呢，你们还有没有做什么别的好玩的事情啊？过去几天有没有什么你们尝的什么新的吃的呀？
我们尝了他们这里的面条和饭。
We tried their noodle and rice here at a Japanese restaurant.
Oh, nice. That's fun. Now, I'm curious. Do you feel nervous when you compete?
我们想问一问你，就是当你比赛的时候，你心里面会感觉紧张吗？
不会。
Oh, not really.
No, you don't feel nervous. A lot of people do feel nervous. So why do you think you don't feel nervous?
对，我们知道很多比赛选手，包括我们在内，比赛的时候都会感到紧张。那么你是怎么做到让自己不紧张的呢？
如果我紧张，我就在复原这一把的时候深呼吸一口。
So if I do get nervous while I'm doing the solve, I will take a deep breath.
That's a good strategy. Lots of people do that.
这是个非常好的技巧，很多人都尝试这么去做。
I think that a lot of kids look up to you. I know you're very young, but you're so fast, and so many people want to know, they want to get faster. And so when you're practicing, what are some things that you do that you would give as tips to other people who are practicing to get faster?
我们知道很多魔友都非常崇拜你们，非常想成为和你们一样快的这个还原速度。那么你有没有给他们的建议？就是当他们练习的时候应该怎么样的去练习啊？怎么样的能提升自己的成绩啊？
练习我提出的意见是，认真练习。练习的时候不需要看成绩，想好解法就行了。
So my advice for them is that when you practice, just focus solely on practicing, and don't worry so much about the time, but focus on your execution and your solution.
That's good advice, even for me.
这甚至对我们都是很好的建议。
I'm wondering if you have, other hobbies other than cubing. What are some other things that you like to do for fun?
我们很好奇，就是你平时呢，除了练习魔方之外，你还喜欢做一些什么事情啊？
我喜欢画画和游泳。
I love drawing and swimming.
Oh wow! What kind of things do you like to draw?
你一般画画喜欢画什么样的画呀，或者画什么东西呀？
我最喜欢画的是房子。
I love drawing houses. That's my favorite.
Wow. Okay. Do you have a favorite competition that you've been to before?
那么你去参加过这么多魔方比赛，有没有哪一个是你最喜欢的或者记忆最深刻的比赛？
我觉得这些比赛我记得都很深刻。
I think I remember very deeply all of those competitions that I've been to.
Okay, they're all equal.
对，都是在你心目中是一样的哈。
Yeah. Okay. Next week, of course, is the World Championship. That's why you're here. Everyone's so excited to see you. Are you doing anything special this week to prepare for the World Championship?
我们都知道下周呢，你们就要参加正式的世锦赛了。那么这周呢，你有没有做什么特别的呀，或者特殊的事情来为这个世锦赛做准备呢？
我会加强我的练习，然后练习的时候更加认真。
I will be doing even more practices and be more focused while I'm practicing.
That's great. Well, I'm so excited to see you solve at the World Championship, and thank you so much for coming and talking to us today.
那我们都非常期待你们在世锦赛的表现。 也非常感谢你今天花今天中午来和我们一起聊天儿。
Thank you, Qishan.
好，谢谢，非常感谢你的时间。
All right, that wraps up our interviews for our lunch break. After lunch, make sure to join us. We've got lots more of exciting solves to see this afternoon, including Zhuanyi and Qishan in the final 2 rounds of 3x3 Cube.
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I got another interview, this time with another cuber. Cherry, Tommy, you want to say hi?
What's up, everyone? Thanks for having me on, Manu.
Yeah. All right, Tommy. Let's get started. First of all, as you may be able to see by Tommy's background here, we are at North American Championships in Minneapolis 2024. Tell me a little bit about being here in Minneapolis. Have you ever been to Minnesota before?
First time in the state, you know. It's just been great seeing everybody, as is always the case with major championships, really. Yeah, it's just, you know, super excited to be here. And I've actually been here, like, in the general area for a few days already, because I was at the warm-up comp and All-Stars. It was really cool, you know, being in the Mall of America for those comps and just walking around, going to, like, having food with other cubers, even going on some of the amusement park rides.
Oh, you actually went on some of the rides?
Yeah, after All-Stars, we had a good amount of time. So, that was a lot of fun.
That's pretty fun. I wanted to go on the ride so badly, but we didn't. We ended up, like, not having enough time with, like, the teardown and everything. But I think it's insane that they managed to, like, put the amusement park inside of the mall. Like, it's just, like, not what you would expect, right? You expect the music park to be, like, outside or whatever, but the fact that it was in the mall. The one thing that was interesting is where All-Stars was happening, right, was right next to the amusement park itself. Yeah. Did that, like, kind of distract you at all? Did you, like, think about it?
No, I heard a few people complain about it because, like, there were screaming kids on the roller coaster. No, thankfully that wasn't really during my group, or at least if it was, I didn't notice. I mean, I only did one round because was one spot off for making the second. It was not my round, but no, I mean, even with not making it, like, it was a super fire comp. Just watching from the audience, like, definitely, like, a really cool, really nice move for cubing as far as, like, you know, going in the direction of more spectator-friendly sport.
Okay, for sure. Like, I thought the format was really interesting because, like, going into it, right, has a qualification. It has, like, you know, you have to be, I think, sub-7 to even qualify for it. Yeah. Well, in any case, everyone was sub-7. And so we went from 30 cubers to 18 to go to advance into the second round. And that's kind of insane because that means that you, like, just based on, like, psych sheet alone, you have to be, like, what, 6'5". You have to get, like, a 6'5" average. It ended up being 7'7", I think.
Yeah, a lot of people were off their game in round one.
It was definitely tough. Did you find it, like, a little tough to adjust to?
Yeah, I mean, the nerves are definitely there, like, far more than, like, any local comp. I guess, like, that's probably, like, the highest my nerves have been for a 3x3 round. Because, like, for major championships, I'm not really fast enough to, like, have a good chance at finals. So it's more just, like those were really the high stakes for me. Because it's, like, was somewhat reasonable to make finals. Although, like, I would have needed, like, a 6'5" or 6'6" average, which is quite good for me. So, you know, it was a bit far from there anyway. Not even making second round. But, no, it was fun.
How do you compare, like, that environment to Nats finals last year, Worlds finals? Not for 3x3. I mean, the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, just, like, being on stage. It's you know, similar, but there are some key differences, I guess. For one, like, the audience is smaller, but it doesn't really feel that way. Because, like, you know, it's still very obvious that, like, all eyes are on you, and, like, a good portion of the audience is not cubers. Like, it's just people who happen to, like, you know, the event caught their eye as they were walking by, and, you know, seeing people on the various floors around the rotunda was really cool. Like, not really something you see in any comp, even a major.
Yeah.
I guess, well, there are comps in, like, some comps in malls where, like, you know, there might be people walking by if you're having the comp in, like, a big open area. I know there was, like, a local comp in New York that, you know, they had a comp at the Palisades Mall. It's a pretty big one. Yeah. Kind of lost my train of thought there. Oh, yeah, so just, like, that versus competing in a major championship final. I don't know. I guess my main experience with like championship finals are like clock and 3-blind, two pretty different atmospheres to be in because like with 3-blind everyone's pretty quiet.
Right.
And I don't know. I guess like the stakes are high for pretty much all of them. So I guess for different reasons though. Like for All Stars, it's more just like this is a new super hype event that might take cubing further. Whereas majors is just like you only get this chance once every X amount of time. All Stars, that might even be a reason for like All Stars to be more high pressure because it's like we don't know when the next All Stars is gonna be.
Yeah,
like,
that's a good point.
A comp of this sort, like it's I want them to have more of them, but as far as I know, there aren't any like publicly announced concrete plans. So it's you kind of got that one shot, and like that really makes or breaks your like how your comp results end up there.
Yeah, I mean it certainly is very interesting. I think the format is really fun, mainly because as long as you have enough top solvers to make it interesting, to where like each round is really tight, and then the matchups between the within the round, like cuber to cuber, is also really tight. I think that's like really important. But it's a good thing that you mentioned that because I don't think I've heard anyone else mention, because it is a very rare format. There was one that they did in Canada last year, but this is like the first one that I think is actually like big, like prime time. So yeah, I thought that was really interesting. One thing that's also I thought was interesting is like they had you do like the little demonstration thing. Also, what was that like doing 3-blind in that situation?
That was a lot of fun. The pressure is on for that. Even though it was unofficial, like if Timon got a good 3x3 solve, then Luke got a good OE solve. I needed to pull through to like for it to all come to fruition. Otherwise, like if I screw up, then their results go to waste too. So we're all kind of relying on each other there. Yeah, it was fun. I think it was like good prep for this comp, honestly. Just like having a predefined number of chances to get something good. Because we did 10 attempts in total, and we didn't end up getting anything too great, to be honest. We came close to a 27. World best is 26.96 right now, and I kind of just like dropped the cube on my second to last turn and ended up like a U2D off. So.
Yeah, that was a little sad to see. But the other thing was, I think attempt 9 or 10, you had to actually like a really, really solid time on it. Like that one, we were just like looking at it in like the replay, and timed back, roughly it was looking like a like a low 12 solve.
Oh yeah, I did have a good 3-blind solve in one of them. I haven't actually like looked to like frame count it, but I am curious.
Yeah, so there's that one, and then also during the DG concert last night, that was also really fun to like see, like to get to do some 3-blind. I think the third one you did on that, like the third attempt you did there, was also like quite fast, based on what people were saying at least.
I kind of full sent it, just traded it like a normal 3-blind solve. I figured go big or go home. This event is super hype. Let's do it, type of thing. On the first solve, like I was really safetying. It was like actually a pretty bad scramble, kind of hard to like mentally handle. And plus, I just wasn't used to the environment, of course. Just like, that's my first time even stepping on that stage. After the first solve, I was able to adjust more. So, yeah, it was fun.
Talk about that a little bit. Like, talk about what it's like adjusting to the environment as opposed to kind of like going in with like a certain like mental energy. Do you find that like when you go into these types of high pressure situations that you're mentally tend to be prepared, or is it something that you're kind of adjusting to on the fly?
So like, I think the most high pressure situations I'm in are generally like major championship finals, or just like random one-time things like the DG concert.
Sure.
So I think like it depends whether you're talking about like the championship finals or the one-off thing, because championship finals is like that's something I'm anticipating for months ahead of time. So it's like, and by the time the final comes around at the comp, I've already like gotten a feel for what it's like solving up on those stages, and maybe even the same station that I'll be at during the finals. So
right.
That's something I'm kind of just like, I'd say environment-wise already pretty adjusted to. But that doesn't mean the nerves aren't there. Like, it's still, the pressure is always going to be there. Like, no matter how many years I'm doing this for, like, you only have such a small amount of chances, and just like one small mistake can really ruin the solve, especially with an event as volatile as 3-blind. But I guess with like the one-off events like the DG concert, or like just like as another random example, like in my high school math club, I actually like gave a speech for president. It was like pre-memorized, and like also had like a 3-blind scramble pre-memorized that I was like solving like above my head while giving the speech.
Oh wow!
I ended up like doing one wrong out because it was like 3 pieces off. But it was like, of course, I had been in that room before because it was at my school, but it was still definitely a new environment because, like, you know, I hadn't really done anything quite like that.
Who does
before.
3-blind like in the middle of a speech? Like, like, how did you think to come up with that? That's wild.
I mean, it's just like, you know, I'm always Cuban, and I thought, like, you know, like a lot of people at my school knew that I cubed, so I was like, yeah, this could be a fun thing to do, maybe get me some votes for president. After all, it's kind of just a popularity contest. Like that, you know, that solve doesn't make me any more qualified for the role, but it was just like, people liked it. And
I don't know, dude. I would want a class president who knows how to do 3-blind. That's for
fair
sure.
enough, fair enough. Yeah, so I guess I kind of went on a tangent there. But going back to, like, just, you know, those one-off events, I kind of just see it as, like, yeah, I'm getting thrust into this situation, and I kind of have to just adapt on the spot. And, you know, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Like when I was one Algoff, or like in the DG concert yesterday when I didn't solve the first cube, but you kind of just got to, like, you know, the show must go on. So, you know, I guess all I can really think to say is, like when you're up there for something like that, you just got to keep going. Like, I don't think there's any, like, part of it's just not really in your control.
Interesting. Tell me a little bit about, so there are two moments I want to go back to, both from last year. I think it was Clock Finals, U.S. Nationals.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, Clock, infamously perhaps, is, as Stanley Chappell has said, that is like probably one of the hardest events to not DNF in. Mm-hmm. You know, even harder than blind sometimes. I can ask you, like, what you think about that later, but to go into there and, like, then pull off, like, the world record average in finals of all places, right? You know, where there's tons of other competitors, right? Everyone is like a top competitor. Everyone has like a chance, and the margin of error is so small. What was kind of going through your head, like, going into that last solve there? I really want to get inside that, because to be able to pull that off, I think, is incredible.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that was, like, I don't know. It still feels kind of like a fever dream. It's just like, I don't even know what to say about it. Like, I was just locked in, and I don't think I actually calculated, like, what I needed for the last solve, because I feel like that would have definitely added some pressure to me. Like, I knew the chances were good, really good going into, like, fourth and fifth. Well, like, even the fourth solve, just based on the 3 solves I had already gotten. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there wasn't really any, like, rigid approach I was using in any capacity to, like, maintain my nerves. I was kind of just talking to my judge, Simon Kellum. I think that helped a lot.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, because, I don't know, it just kind of took my mind off the nerves a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've had a weird relationship with nerves in comp where, like, when the stakes matter most, the nerves have generally been in my favor.
Yeah.
And that, like, they're present, but they kind of serve to help me instead of, like, make me, like, break down or whatever.
Diamonds are made under pressure type of situation?
What was that?
Would you say it's like a diamonds are made under pressure type of, like, situation?
Yeah, I guess. You know, you kind of just need the optimal level of pressure. Like, too little, and you're just going to kind of be chilling and not do anything too crazy, whereas too much, and it's just going to, you're not going to be able to focus. So, you know, I think I've just been fortunate in that, like, the extent to which the pressure was present has kind of just, like, lined up the right way for me. I don't think it's, you know, something, like, that I can just guarantee that I, like, continue to do every time I'm in a championship final. But
okay.
You know, it's something a lot of people ask me a lot about, because it's like, I seem to, like, have this, like, crazy control of nerves, so people often ask me, like, you know, what's your routine or whatever. And
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
But sometimes it's kind of just a letdown, because I'm telling them, like, I don't really have much of one. It's just like I've tried a few different things over the years, whether it's, like, you know, turning a different event right before I solve it, just taking a bunch of deep breaths, or even what I do now, which is just, like, say I'm ready pretty much as soon as I sit down. I think for events I really care about, like Clock, I do take a deep breath or two. That's just what I found to work for me. Like, you know, with the whole cubing psychology thing, it's so far from a one-size-fits-all domain to explore.
Yeah.
So you know, the generic advice I usually try to give is just, like, try different stuff out, see what works, and if something doesn't work, try something else, and kind of just iterate through this process.
No, I think that's really, really good advice, because I think you're exactly right. Psychology is such a weird, like, it's such a weird thing to, like, talk and think about, because, like, some person can have it on lock, and then the things that they do, you copy, and then it's just not going to work, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's really important to say like, yeah, like, you know, this is just what I do, but like it doesn't work. And I think it's important also to say like, well, this is what I tried, and it also didn't work, and so then just try something different. Maybe it's just like an innate talent then that you have. It's just like, you know, like maybe like just the nerves are just, they're just different for you versus everyone else, which is, I mean, still incredible.
Thanks. I think another factor that tends to be a bit overlooked is that like you kind of gotta go with like how you're feeling during a solve and use that to like influence your decisions. Like sometimes in 3-blind especially, like I have, you know, a choice between 2 or 3 different algs for a given case, and one might seem better like from a theoretical perspective, but if you know, even if 2 different algs like start from the same grip and one might be seen as better, if it like feels like the way my hands are would make it so that I'm more likely to execute the other one successfully, I'm gonna go with that one. You kind of just have to like ride the flow of the vibe. You, like,
wow, so you're making that decision like in memo?
Well, no. Like during
exec, you're
yeah, because like you know, for most of my cases, I have at least one alternative alg. So I'm, you know, they're like kind of all just at the forefront of my mind because I've like just drilled these so many times over the years. So I can kind of just choose pretty quickly between, you know, like 2 or 3 different options when the case comes up. And,
that's incredible. That's top level solving.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm trying like. This it does mainly apply to 3-blind, of course, but I guess like to kind of apply to a more general, to apply it in a more general sense, when you're solving, it, and you have a decision to make, like allow your like emotions to influence that decision. Like, but I don't mean like if you're raging, just throw the cube across the room or anything. But like if even if you don't have a concrete reason why at all, like if it feels like rotating in a certain way or just regripping in a certain way is better, go for it. This is, of course, advice for like an official setting. In practice,
right.
In practice, you do want to like kind of stick to the good habit fundamentals, you know, all that sorts of stuff. But no, when the comp time comes around, like you've already put in the practice and your muscle memory is kind of already there, as much as it can be. So you kind of just have to do what you can with that.
How much of this do you think is like kind of like a trust your gut situation?
Yeah, that's like at its core what I'm kind of trying to get at.
Okay.
It's you. Yeah, I mean that's really that's a nice concise way to put it. I guess that's really what it comes down to. Yeah.
Well, I think there's a lot to be said about like saying trust your gut is kind of easy. It's easy to just say, oh yeah, you know, you should just trust it and you should just go and do it. It's another thing to actually in the pressure situation be able to do that and then not second guess yourself. I think that's pretty important. I think if I tried to do that, like, you know, like maybe there's like some optimal like F2L insert, right? And I just instead default to the one I've been using forever. I think I would be like, what am I doing? Like this is trashed your insert. Like I would start like halfway through, maybe I'd finish and then go on to the next one, and then that's sitting in your head. So.
Yeah, definitely. Like trusting your gut's important. Like you got to commit. Like if you do an alg and you're like, maybe that wasn't the best option, go with it anyway. Like by that, like the time is ticking. Like if you've already started the alg, it's too late to turn back. And you know, save for like the case of extreme examples where it's like you're just doing a straight up wrong alg and you can undo it pretty quickly, then it's acceptable. Like it makes sense. You know, like there has to be a very clear justification if you're gonna like straight up just backtrack and undo a few moves you just did in a solve. Especially if it's one where you're competing at a high level, and those like that would be a pretty big mistake. Like you know, like for 3-blind, like if I start a wrong alg and do like 5 wrong moves and then have to undo those 5 moves, that's like the amount of time that takes is like equivalent to like an entire alg, which is like over 10% of the exec time, which matters.
It would just be a disaster in that case. Like.
Yeah, and also just going back to what you said earlier about like how Stanley was talking about how, you know, clock is hard to not DNF because of the precision you need. I think clock is definitely like the epitome of where you need to like commit to whatever you're doing, because like if you're like you just need really precise turning, and if you like kind of start to doubt yourself mid-turn, that's not gonna go well. Like you just have to like be confident, and like even if it ends up overturning, like at least it's probably only gonna be like a tick or two. So in that case, it's fine. Although I think like generally like the mindset you want to have during clock is like veer on the side of underturning instead of overturning, just because like underturning is easier to fix because like you can just keep going in the direction you're moving in, whereas overturning it's like, oh shoot, I kind of went too strong on that, and now I have to like go back in the other
Reverse the
direction
momentum
and figure out exactly like the amount of ticks to do in that direction. Whereas like you can kind of like do this type of thing where it's almost like 1 or 2 ticks at a time if you like slightly underturn. If I had a clock on me, I would demo what I'm trying to say. But no, basically, yeah, just like ultimately, you just want to commit to what you're doing.
Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense. And now that I'm thinking back on it, I'm like, man, that is such a problem with my clock solves. It's just like, yeah, I'm not at your level, but even then I see like, oh yeah, like, I turned like partly, and then I'm just uncertain. And then that real uncertainty is like causing me to either underturn or overturn, most of the time overturn. So that's interesting. That's something I'm definitely going to apply. Maybe that's the key I need to like break through and like actually like get like an actually good average for once.
Well, if you want more help with that, you could also sign up for a Cubing Life Academy clock course.
Yeah. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so this is a company started by Antoine Cantine like earlier this year. It's basically we do online coaching sessions in a few different events. So like for me, the classes I have like specifically structured are 3x3, 3-blind, and clock, but there's also an option to like sign up one-on-one for a custom class. We've also got Ben Kyle, former PRMX world record single holder. So he teaches PRMX classes, and he's based. He lives like near the company's headquarters in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. So he actually teaches like an in-person course there for 3x3 beginners at like a YMCA.
Oh.
So there are like 15 students in that. So yeah, that's going well. We've also got Patrick Ponce. So he teaches the 3x3 course as well. We've got, let's see. Well, no, they're gonna have Yu Sheng Du on for like a live stream pretty soon.
Wow.
I don't think he's gonna be a coach, although I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, I know they are like probably gonna expand the company in the near future and offer more things. So yeah, stay on the lookout for that. But yeah, I guess shameless self promo here.
No. Like this part of this is all to do promo anyway.
All right, cool.
I mean, I'm so chill with it. Actually, this is actually something I did want to talk about. I mean, we're now in an era where like coaching is like a thing, right? So I'm assuming Cubing Life is primarily towards like a more general audience, not necessarily just top solvers.
Yeah, we've got courses for both. Pretty wide ranging. Like Ben mainly teaches the beginner course, but I teach like advanced CFOP, so it's like for people who already know CFOP but want to capitalize on that. And like similarly with 3-style, I've got like a foundational 3-style course where it's like for people kind of just learning 3-style and wanting to like learn it with good habits. But I also offer a super advanced course for like people who already know 3-style quite well and like want to tap into like the meta. Nobody has actually signed up for that course yet because I think it's a pretty small audience that it would even cater to in the first place. But that is definitely something that you can sign up for if anybody watching is like already at a pretty high level in 3-blind and wants to take it just a step further.
Okay, for sure. I mean, do you like one thing that I think is really interesting is that like now there's like with I feel like Yihang was like the first one to have like top level coaching where you're already like someone who has like a sub 7, sub 6 average, and then you get additional coaching to kind of patch up all of like the things that are kind of patch up all like the mistakes and all the places that need improvement.
Yeah.
Is this something that you think is a trend that's going to continue throughout? You think it's going to expand beyond just like China and like back here in the States and like in other parts of the world too?
Yeah, I think we're still in the pretty early stages. I mean, China's pretty much the only place that does it to the extent they do with like actual institutions where kids go to like get coached. I think that is definitely something that the U.S. has yet to tap fully into, but I'm sure they will within the next 5-10 years, let's say. I mean, I guess I'm kind of already over here in the U.S. trying to tap into this whole Cubing coaching thing because I think there's a lot of potential in it as far as like just kind of pushing the limits of how fast people can get and really just putting theory into practice with like some of the most talented people out there. It's a really cool concept.
Yeah, one thing that's also interesting is that like as like because you're going to start college soon.
Well, I already finished my first year.
You already finished your first year?
Yeah.
I thought you just graduated.
Oh, no. The high school thing I was talking about was just from a few years ago.
Okay. Yeah. So now that you're in college, you're like entering into, I don't want to say like unclehood, but like it's like for cubing, it's like relatively on like the older side, right? And something that Dilly Millie was mentioning is that like coaching is like an interesting way to like kind of like stay involved. Do you think that's also like a path that you would go towards?
Yeah, absolutely. Like even if I get overtaken by a bunch of people and like all the events I'm at least somewhat relevant in, like I'm still gonna stick around, not only just for like the community, but also just to coach. I think coaching is just something I really enjoy doing, and like as long as I have the knowledge to provide for people looking to get faster, like I'm gonna continue doing it because I mean I see no reason not to.
So you're like raising up the next generation in some sense, right? Which I'm sure that's like definitely something that like a lot of people think about. I know Schwan thinks about this a lot. He and I were talking about this when we were in a competition in Mexico, and it's just like like something needs to be done, otherwise like we're all going to lose to like these Chinese cubers. So I think it's interesting to see where it's going to go in the future.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a lot that's going to change. Not exactly sure how it's going to all pan out, but I'm excited to see it.
This is actually the perfect segue. You're actually like the perfect plant for like the next things that I want to talk about. What I want to talk about now is that like with like All-Stars, one of the things that I think is kind of like a hot topic right now is where cubing is going to go from here, because it seems like cubing is at a bit of a crossroads. Perhaps it's been at a crossroads for some time, but between like being like just a hobby that people just kind of just hang out, have some fun. Yeah, we had like the national championship, the world championships, or whatever, and like a proper sport where it's like much more competitive. There's more head-to-head aspects. It actually feels like someone could actually do this for like a living, and it kind of seems like they're at odds. At least to me, they seem like they're a little bit at odds. I'm kind of curious of what you think cubing is going to look like in the future. Do you think it's going to continue down like this like middle road, or if it's going to sway one way or the other?
Let's see. Sorry. I'm not sure I fully got that. Like when you say swaying one way or the other, you mean like as like a career type of thing versus just go to
like a hobbyist type of
thing.
Just
a hobby. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think like there are always gonna be like at least a few people that are able to make cubing their full-time career. Like just an example now, we got like Timon Koloshinsky, who goes to a lot of comps, and I mean it makes sense that he's like making enough to make a living off of cubing, because like he's best in the world at like among the best in the world at many events, and yeah, he's crazy. Like we just saw the other day in All Stars, like pulling off a sub-5 average and a sub-4 single.
Yeah.
And, finals of such a crazy comp like that. It's wild. It was so hyped to watch. Yeah, I mean, like I think like cubing's gonna expand over time, and that will mean that like there are probably gonna be more connections that like the WCA and other cubing organizations will make to like bigger companies. Like we saw like Max's Prime sponsorship.
Yeah,
recently. I think stuff like that is gonna definitely like cause cubing to grow, and as a result, more money's gonna be involved. So I think there will be people like who continue being able to compete for a living, if you will. But of course, there's always also going to be like other ways to make a living off of cubing, and not that any of these are going to be like available for a wide range of people. Like
Sure,
there are very few cubing content creators, for example, that like are big enough to make a living, but they do exist. I think like in kind of all the realms of cubing, whether it's like owning a cubing store, maybe even like making your own puzzles and selling them, like there are going to be people who have a career out of that, but just not many. Like there's just not enough availability for something like cubing yet to be like a consistent career path people take, which makes sense because it's quite the esoteric niche.
Yeah, I guess another way to put it is like perhaps like an industry may not form, but rather there'll just be like a collection of people who can kind of exist in the space, but you're thinking like probably the majority of people are probably just going to end up still being like hobbyists.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough money in cubing for a full-on industry to develop where like we've got many people making careers off of it. But you never know. Things could change.
I mean, yeah, I feel like things are moving really quickly, so it remains to be seen. One thing I'm curious about is All Stars is like kind of like a competitive format. There is some discussion of whether or not like this should be like the future competitive format for like major championships. Kind of curious with your take on this, whether or not that's kind of something you want to see, like replace the current format, or whether the current one is just objectively better, or maybe someplace in the middle.
Probably someplace in the middle. I mean, I would love to see it like change in this way. I think it would definitely add to like the whole hype of the event. It's more spectator friendly this way, I think, because if we have the current format, everybody's just going at once, and you can't. Things are happening so fast. It's a little hard to follow, especially if you're not a cuber. I guess the thing about like the All Stars format is that the person solving next to you knows what times you're getting. Well, like I guess being an odd seed puts you at an inherent advantage. Well, I guess if you see it as an advantage to like know what times the other person's getting, it's kind of weird. Like I feel like maybe the top X people should be able to like know what times. If somebody's gonna have to know what times people are getting, I feel like it should be the top X instead of just like every other seed. It just seems like a bit of an odd order. Because we have two people going at once. We got like the 9th and 10th seed. You're gonna have the 10th seed solve, and then the 9th seed do a solve. The 9th seed already knows what the 10th seed got. So that's a little weird, and I think it could be tweaked a little. As far as how, I don't have the answers, but I, just kind of my thoughts so far.
Yeah, totally.
I guess like a format like that couldn't really apply to something like 3-blind quite as well, just because like, well, I guess just because like more scramble dependent, I'd say. Like if you have a certain number of valves on the scramble, like if someone gets a really good time, odds are it's not an average scramble, right?
Sure.
Which I guess you could kind of say that about 3x3 too. But if we extend this to like small events like 2x2 and Pura, like I think it's pretty clear that like if someone's getting a good single, like why, like you have a good scramble up ahead, and that kind of I guess can put you in a bit of an unfair position depending on what you think is a fair format. But yeah, I just think the idea of like having a few people in the spotlight at once and just kind of making it maximizing how spectator friendly is a good direction for cubing to go in. Just like it just makes it more similar to like big mainstream sports like baseball and football, like with a whole huge crowd erupting in a stadium. Like of course we don't want people to be like that while people are solving, because then extras would be caused. But another thing to consider is just like the logistical difficulties of having only like 2 people go at once. It takes a lot longer to get through around that way. So that's got to be accounted for. So yeah, I'm kind of just rambling. I don't really have a clear vision for like what the ideal format is, but in any case, I find it very exciting what All Stars is doing.
No, I think these are all like really good thoughts. I actually did not think about the thing about like how, like if you go like if you're at the odd seed basically, and like what kind of advantages that give, and thinking about how the format needs to be tweaked in order to kind of either reduce, well maybe it is an advantage, but it's a discrepancy perhaps. It's an asymmetry, and trying to break that asymmetry a little bit. I think that's an interesting thing to think about. And this is only the second All Stars that has ever happened, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So I'm sure, like as people show interest and as like the format continues to develop, I'm sure we'll come up with more and more interesting things as we go forward. But yeah, I mean, that's always like the balance. I feel is like the last thing that you mentioned is like only a few people can compete in All Stars, whereas like here, like we have like 900 people, right?
Yeah.
So trying to balance that exclusivity versus the hypeness, I think is going to forever be a question. It's forever going to be a trade-off. I think it's certainly very, very interesting.
I think in an ideal world, we would have the resources to like have an all-star championship for like all the events where like it's super exclusive, and then just a separate overall convention for like people from around the world to come and compete, and maybe even do like other activities, unofficial events, of course. I mean, that's what we do already, but like I guess center it more around the community aspect of things, whereas have all-stars be specifically like putting the top competitors in the spotlight, having a huge audience to like see the excitement unfold.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good idea, and I think there's a lot of discussion about that at least. So perhaps we'll see something change about that in the future. We're pretty deep in, but I did want to ask about Worlds for next year, because it's kind of on like home turf, right? Even though it's on the opposite corner of the country, but
yeah,
it's more or less home turf. Tell me about what your goals are, like planning for like Worlds 2025. Like, is there anything you're looking for in particular?
I mean, I definitely plan on going. As far as like goals, I don't know. It's a year still feels pretty far away. I'm kind of just trying to take it, one major championship at a time. Right now, I've got NAC. Next week, I've got Euros. So haven't really started thinking about Worlds next week.
Oh, you're at Euros next week too.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I will see you there.
Awesome.
I'm just randomly going to Euros. So, but yeah, no. So that'll be cool. I think it will be really interesting because, it's the first time it's back here in like 12 years since Vegas in 2013.
Oh yeah.
And everything has changed so much in cubing since then.
Yep.
The people are completely different. The methods are different. The puzzles are different. everything is so different. So I'm really excited to see like everyone show up there. I think the qualification system is a really interesting system, like the phased qualification system. I think that way we will be able to have like the best of the best actually be able to show and fully demonstrate what they have. So I think it'll be really fun. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I think it'll just be really cool.
Yeah, I think the qualification system's been very well received overall. I'm a proponent as well. I think you know, it's you definitely don't want to run into a situation where like a top competitor is not making their own major championship. Like we almost saw that with Timon for Euros, but since they expanded it, then it was fine. So yeah, I mean, I see no issue with tiers. I think like pretty much all major championships should do that for the foreseeable future. I don't see why not, at least.
Yeah, no, I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm hoping that registration opens soon. I can't wait to go to Worlds. It's gonna be so much fun. There's gonna be so many top solvers. It's just gonna be such an exciting event.
Oh, that's my group.
I can't wait for it. Let's wrap up. I was gonna wrap up anyway. You want to look into this camera and let's just do your socials plug, whatever you want to talk about, right in here.
All right, yeah. So check out cubing.life right here if you want to sign up for a course with me or any other world-class cubers. You know, anything you want to learn, even if it's not a course we specifically offer, you can sign up for a custom individual course with any of the coaches. As far as my handles go, we've got my YouTube channel, Tommy Cherry. You know, over the past few weeks, I've been recording a lot of random stuff, so I'll be probably uploading like some fun projects in the near future. You know, I've got Instagram, TommyCherry11111. I don't post on it too much, but you know, occasionally. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's been Tommy Cherry, world-class blinder, world-class clocker, world-class human being. Thanks for sitting down and talking, man.
Thank you so much.
So good.
It's a lot of fun.
You got to get to your group. Let's get out of here.
All right, have a good one.
Thanks, man.
My name's Keaton Ellis. Elijah Brown.
My name is Chris Martin.
Mitchell Lane.
And 6 minutes with a delegate.
Hi everyone, my name is Mitchell Lane. I'm a delegate in Northern California area. I first got into cubing, seriously into cubing in 2010. Went to my first competition here at Berkeley, California, and held at Bunnell Hall, just the next building right over from here. The first cuber that I ever met at the competition was Ryan Ju, and I bought a cube off of Ryan, and ever since I've been going to competitions with Ryan for the past 14 years. My favorite event usually, it's anywhere from 3x3 all the way up to 7x7. It's just whatever I'm practicing at that time. I don't really do a lot of the other events anymore, like Scube, Pyraminx, or anything like that, but I usually stick to the N/Ns, minus 2x2.
And not Magic?
Well, if Magic was still an event, I would probably do Magic, but when I was really into Magic, it would kind of mess up my my wrists a little bit. So you can't do Magic full time. You can only do it like once a week. Outside of cubing, I do a lot of working, which is unfortunate for most people. But I like to go on running, so I do a lot of running. Haven't done a lot of running recently, but usually on the weekends I'll go for like a 10K or a 5K or something like that. I originally became a delegate because there was a need for a delegate in Reno, Nevada. Brandon Harnish was the delegate in Reno, Nevada at the time, and he wanted to move a lot of the responsibilities to me as I was starting grad school, and he was going to go back to the Bay Area. So I became the delegate in that area, and then after I finished my grad school, I came back to the Bay Area and have been a Bay Area delegate ever since.
Tell me about a fun cubing memory or favorite comment.
Is this the hard question? One cubing memory that I'm very well known for, but it's not an actual competition, was the 2015 Guanlong Challenge, or what we refer to it as the Sandlong Challenge. That was a lot of fun because we were, it's the top 16 3x3 solvers from 3x3 round 1 to round 2 from US Nationals 2015. And we're all sitting around in this table, and we're given this like $3 budget cube and a whole bunch of these different loops, and we have to try to make our cube as good as possible so we can beat the guys next to us. But I said, I'm in like 16th spot. There's no way I'm gonna beat anyone. Like I'm sitting next to Lucas Etter, and then I've got Drew Brads on my right. I'm not gonna beat these guys. There's no way. So I'm gonna sabotage. I'm gonna try to sabotage these guys so that I'm gonna make my cube as worse as possible. Worse than a Rubik's brand cube. So I took my cube out to the beach, because we're in Hilton Head, South Carolina, right next to the beach. I go put some sand in my cube, and then I come back, and then I just dump lube into my cube to just try to make it as unusable as possible. So I beat the guy in the first, so it was a head-to-head competition. I can't remember the name of the person that I was going up against, but he wanted to kind of play a trick on me and try to stop the timer right before I was going to finish. But I got a PLL skip and I beat him. But in the second bracket, I lost. I think my favorite cuber ever is Felix Mdegs. And if you've ever spent time around Felix, you know why he is a very well-liked person, just outside of cubing in general. But yeah, definitely Felix. I started cubing on watching his uprise and throughout seeing all the world records that he's ever had. He's definitely like someone I look up to in the cubing world. So cubing has impacted my life positively in social ways. I've gained so many friends. I've got friends that are all around the world, but then I've also got my close set of friends here in Northern California that I get to see just about every weekend because we hold too many competitions. But there's, yeah, it's definitely the friend group that I've gotten out of cubing.
What is your favorite part about being a cuber and being delegate?
So favorite part about being a cuber is getting to see the environment or the cubing community as a whole grow. People are going to competitions every single weekend, trying to beat their personal bests. And that's really great to see, just being a part of the community. You're trying to beat your records too. And being a delegate allows you to facilitate that. So that's what I personally get enjoyment from being a delegate, is allowing other people to have the opportunities to beat their best times and allow them to have personal growth. So if you're a new competitor and you want to go to a Rubik's Cube competition, but you're a little bit too shy, my words to you are just sign up. Just sign up and go. If your parents are saying, oh, you can't go because you have homework to do that weekend, do your homework early so you can go to this competition. My name is Mitchell Lane. Thanks for watching. And this has been 6 Minutes with a Delegate.
Bingo. You got it.
Hi, my name is David.
Calvin Nielsen.
I'm Michael Chai.
My name is Matthew Dickman.
Been 6 minutes with a delegate.
Hi, my name is Matthew Dickman. I'm currently a delegate located in Southern California, and I am, at the moment, the senior delegate for the USA and Canada. I got into cubing when I was about 12 or 13 years old. I had just been bored one day, picked up my brother's Rubik's Cube, and then learned how to solve it. I took notes on how to solve it until I didn't need them anymore. And then I got a collection over the next couple of years, made YouTube videos, and then that sort of took off, and then started competing. And then since then, my whole entire life's been taken over. I honestly don't remember how I heard about my first competition, but it was World Championships in Las Vegas in 2013. You did not have to qualify at that time, so first-timers were welcome. I successfully talked my parents into driving me to Vegas from Los Angeles. And so they drove me there at the time of my life, and I left the competition wanting to go to more. WCA event, my favorite is 4-blind. It used to be clock, but blindfolded I've kind of enjoyed the most as of lately. 4x4 blindfolded is, you don't have to memorize just like a crazy amount of stuff. You just have to memorize around 2 cubes worth of memo, and it feels really rewarding when you get it. So I like that. As for non-WCA stuff, ghost cubes have always been my favorite puzzles, so I have a pretty extensive collection there. The 2 people I looked up to most, I'd say, are Kit Clement and Michael Young. Kit Clement I worked closely with when I lived in the Northwest. I lived in Washington, he lived in Portland. He was the senior delegate before me, and so I've learned a lot through him. And then as for Michael Young, when I started competing, I'm sure he's right behind me, somewhere back there, but when I started competing in 2013, he was the only delegate in Southern California. And like Northern California at that point had maybe like 6 or 7, and somehow he was keeping up with Northern California just himself, and I was very impressed. And then after moving back down from Washington to Los Angeles, seeing him still just as active, it's nice to see, like a familiar face coming back down here. So after my first competition, I knew I wanted other people to experience the same thing that I experienced. So I, shortly after that, wanted to get into organizing. And then after I went to school in Washington, or started school in Washington, I wanted to do more competitions, and the delegates weren't always able to make all the competitions. So I thought, what if I became a delegate, delegated my own competitions and did a little organizing and did all of the above. And so in 2018, I finally became one. And since then, I've delegated over 100 competitions. And it's a very rewarding experience. I've delegated quite a few interesting ones. I recently got added on to the organization team for a lot of the bigger competitions. So US Nationals 2019 was my first one. And then Nats 2023, North American Champs this year, World Champs next year. But I also delegated the first competition in Alaska. It was in Anchorage. I did the first overnight competition, which was Welcome to 2019. That one was fun. It was 5x5, 4x4, 3-2, square one, like a countdown. And then we watched the ball drop and then did all the blindfolded events with the sleeping masks on. So that one was fun. And then I also helped delegate and organize the largest 24-hour competition. It was Sleepless in Seattle. It was a pain to run. And we're doing another one in Los Angeles soon called La La Land. That one's going to be 28 hours. It's going to be brutal, but it'll be fun. But I like doing the interesting ones. Oh, one more. Intense Cubing, which is a competition on a campsite. You go, you camp for a night or two, and then you have hikes kind of in the schedule, and then also eating. It's a lot of fun. Much smaller, maybe 20 people, but everyone really has a good time. I guess given me the opportunity to be social outside of what I was doing before, which I really didn't have that like big of a hobby before. So I'd stay home and play a lot more video games. I'd just go on my computer, watch TV, do all that stuff. But cubing kind of gets me out of the house. And with organizing them, I'm a lot more involved. And so I get to talk to a lot more people. And at these competitions, one of my favorite things to do is talking to parents. So you'll often see me out in the crowd talking to parents, especially first timers, see if they have any questions, making these connections, and then seeing them hopefully at another competition after that. But it's like being the senior delegate. You get a lot of emails. You get added on to every single US and Canada competition every competition that gets sent to the competition announcement team, you get added on to that. You have to deal with any issues among delegates. Sometimes delegates will forward you an issue that might happen with a parent, or they'll come to you with issues before going to a team sometimes. Or if the ethics committee or the finance committee is looking into one of your delegates, then they might ask you some questions. You deal mostly with a lot of promotions or nominations of people to become trainee delegates, promotions from trainee to junior, promotions from junior to full delegate, and then any demotions as well. That and just a lot of reading emails has been the biggest thing. Keeping up with the region leads as well. There's, I think, 10 regions right now. And so each region has its own region lead, Michael Young being one of the region leads down here, the West, who I mentioned earlier. So just making sure that they're all up to date on everything and staying on top of what's going on in the US and Canada.
What does cubing mean to you?
Cubing, what does it mean to me? For me, it's kind of become my social life. So it's become one of the most important parts of my life, where every other weekend, or even sometimes every weekend in a month, I'll get to go to a competition, get to see all my friends who I've made throughout the last 11 years competing, and I'll get to do with them every week. Anytime I travel to a competition, I always have friends that I've met from other competitions years ago. Even if I haven't seen them in 5-6 years, it's still just like you just pick it back up right where you left it. So that, and just the community as a whole, all the parents and all the competitors were very welcoming and supportive. That's one of my favorite things right now about the community, but it holds a very special place in my heart. So a couple things that I always hear when I tell people about cube competitions is if someone tells me they know how to solve a cube, I tell them to compete. Like, just go to a competition, try it out, and their first response is, I'm too slow. But then I always tell them, every single person at that competition has been at your speed at some point. Like, even Max Park at some point averaged over a minute, and now he averages 4 seconds. When I started, I averaged around 30. Mats Volk started averaging around over a minute. Now he averages 5. So we've all been at a much slower pace at some point. And also, it's not really just a competition. It's a social gathering. So it's not every day you're in a room with 100 other cubers. You rarely see cubers out in the wild, but it's nice to be among people, like-minded individuals, I guess, with the same hobby. Always having something to talk about. I'm Matthew Dickman. Thanks for watching, and this has been 6 minutes for the delegate.
All right, solid. That's a wrap.
Nice. Okay.
Clean.
Thank you.
This was so good.
Thank you.
So good.
Welcome back to Warm Up Seattle 2025. It's been a while since I've seen you guys on stream. Those of you who might not know me, my name is Michael, and I'll be bringing you through this first group of 4x4, even just for a little bit. Be solo, vibing this one out together with you guys. We've got Paul Marvey with a 30.11. We are some way through this round. I believe this to be his second solve at the moment. And there goes Alwyn Rolls of Switzerland, 27.79, also pretty solid there. Alwyn and Paul both have PR averages in and around that 25-second mark. Alwyn sub 25, 24.67 is his best. Obviously 4x4 being an event where parodies can take hold of a few solves. It's a little bit lucky whether you get close to your PR, but we're still hoping to see good results from these guys regardless. Also in this group we have Daniel Rush, who I believe to be the 4x4 African record holder. It's always usually a safe bet when you're seeing Daniel Rush on stream that he's probably the African record holder for most of these events. Let's see who we can see on this stream station coming up now. We've got Zeke Mackey taking a seat next to Daniel Rush. Got both of these guys taking a seat, gonna get started shortly. See if we can keep track of both of these guys' solves. Daniel in his inspection now. Daniel's PR/African record average 25.62. Like I've got a white bar on that scramble, which is pretty useful for the white-yellow solvers. Looked like he went for a yellow center first though. Daniel Rush currently holding 12 African records. That is a super impressive resume, super accomplished cuber. Alright, on to his 3x3 stage now. Let's see how this is tracking along. No OLL parity, and lucked out with no PLL parity as well. 23.57, very solid solve from Daniel. There goes Zeke just finishing as well, 23.81. Pretty similar times from these two on the stream stations. Good to see our top solvers solving pretty well. Might have told a little bit of a fib earlier. I thought I was going to be bringing you through this group solo. However, I'm joined by the one and only, who I've had the pleasure of being on stream with many times this past weekend, Stanley Chappell. Hello, Stanley.
Hello, hello.
Good to have ya.
Yeah, good to be here. So who have we got in this group?
Yep, so in this group we've been seeing these top 4 seeds on stream here. So we've got Alwyn of Switzerland, Paul Marvey, Daniel Rush and Zeke Mackey. Been seeing some pretty solid times from Daniel and Zeke. They were both solving at the same time and both got a high 23. So some pretty good stuff. And we've got Alwyn as well.
All right.
Nice to see some of these European competitors here repping their home countries.
Yeah. Not to mention Method, as Alvin is a Hoya user.
Ooh.
One of the last of his kind.
So you use it for other big cubes as well? Or
He does. He does use it for all big cubes as far as I know.
Wow, that's awesome.
But you can see it as orange-red centers because you want to intentionally do the... and you can see he keeps like making and destroying his last 2 centers because he's making his cross edges. But he's on to his... he's just finished Redux. And gets a P-perm and finishes off with a 2410.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that's best to do PLL parity first. There's one that there's another P-perm where the block is on the other side, so like just the other like mirror of that case where it's best to do the J-perm first and then go into PLL parity.
That's right. Yeah, there are a lot of parity PLL cases where you can sort of recognize different things about them and then solve the just get these little slight edges over just blindly doing PLL parity.
Yeah, that's the way. That's that case that has like a long 3x1 bar and then a big 2x2 block as well, which you don't see on a 3x3.
Yeah.
We've got Paul. Has a 25.12 PR average, as we was talking about before. He's the second seed for this group. See if we can get some times close to that, although it's just... Yeah, you're doing OLL parity at around about 28 seconds, so...
Paul's solving on green here. It's certainly a lot less common to see colors that aren't white and yellow on big cubes and even layered big cubes, especially with Yao. So we've got Zeke going here.
Yeah, especially with the big cubes, because the even layered big cubes, you don't have the centers there for a reference. You have to remember the color scheme. It can be a little bit difficult to kind of switch between different orientations. So I think a lot of people just tend to stick to dual colors at most. But again, you do see some of those people like Paul. I'm not sure if Paul is a white-yellow solver or if he just is color neutral. Or
Zeke getting OLL parity here, but then just finishing off with a 28.
Right, and we've got Daniel Rush. We saw Daniel on stream pretty briefly before with a high 23. Just having a word with, I believe that's Nick. still learning all the names of the important Americans.
Right. Yeah.
I know Stanley Chappell, but that's probably the most important American I know of at the moment.
Thank you. I'm flattered. But let's see. Daniel is looking at this.
Looks like Daniel doing his yellow center first again.
Yes.
So his Yao edge pairing, pretty slick with it. One thing I've noticed about Daniel solving is he solves the cross edges on the right.
Yeah.
Many top solvers would prefer to solve it on the left.
Yeah, the reason for that is because when you solve them on the left, you do a lot more active turning with the right layer, which is preferable to most solvers. But some people just have their own idiosyncrasies with how they approach different cases, and we get a 31 with a nice OLO parity into ZBLL.
Looks like Daniel is going to count that 26.96 he got on the first solve. Turn our attention back to Alwyn on the other stream station. Both competitor and judge repping their home countries. It's been nice to see some people other than the Australians getting some national pride and bringing their own uniforms.
Definitely, yeah.
Brings a bit of colour, if nothing else. Now, what I'm curious about here is that Alwyn looks to be solving his green cross edges. Oh no,
those are white.
I might be wrong. Yeah, it was white. Not sure what I was
because with Hoya, you're solving directly into the bottom. So
yeah.
Green was on the left.
Right, so yeah, because I think at that point just the blue center might have been solved on top, and that kind of
right.
gave me, yeah. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, yeah. The blue centers were all floating towards the top rather than the yellows, but I would I don't know this for sure, but I would guess that he's at most white, yellow, neutral. I'd say that's likely his state of color neutrality, but now we've got Paul coming back up.
Paul finished off with a 33 in his previous attempt, so looking to improve on that for sure.
Definitely.
We know him to be in and around about that high 20s, with a PR of 25.12.
Yeah, 4x4 is a pretty uniquely finicky event in that pretty much every step is extremely high variance. So you can see some extremely large swings in times between different solves. And we see Paul finishing off with a 30.2.
Yeah, and something like that is at no point the solver's fault, I suppose. It's just the nature of the event that times can vary quite a bit, and oftentimes those variances can balance each other out, so it's just pretty volatile what times you're going to get in 4x4.
Yeah, the current state of its development, it is pretty much inherently volatile, but I would say that there are definitely ways that this will be relieved in the future if top solvers are willing to embrace new ideas.
Perhaps the most notable of those being the classic OLL parity avoidance.
Indeed. So Zeke with a 30. Yeah, OLL parity avoidance was a technique that I had a significant hand in the development of. So essentially what this is you do a trace to determine the state of the cycle of the edges, and this is the single factor that dictates whether you'll get OLL parity or not. And we've got Alvin coming up here, but essentially with that you can influence OLL parity before the blocks you've built sort of lock you into either having or not having parity.
Yep, so I think the idea is that once you've solved 3 centers, that's it, your parity's locked in, so it's just about controlling the number of slice moves you do before that point to lock in the parity in an even state.
Precisely so. So you got Alvin on last 8. It's always incredible to see the transition into last 8 from Hoya solvers because it looks so seamless compared to Yao. We've got a 25 with an OLL parity. So that'll be pretty that'll be a decently solid average from Alvin.
Yeah, on that note, I think one of the things that highlights the transition is that in Yao, you obviously have to rotate.
Exactly.
Because your cross edges are on the left. You obviously want those to be on the bottom when you're pairing your edges up. Whereas for Hoya, edges are already on the bottom just because that's the way the method works. So obviously, you eliminate a rotation, you might be able to get a better look at what your plan of attack is for those next 8 edges.
Definitely. Shout out to Graham Siggins and Patrick Ponce in our chat.
Yo!
What's up, guys?
What's happening, fellas? Stoked to see you guys again next week. Feel like it's been way too long, but it's probably just been last Worlds, hey? 2 years is too long for the Cube friends.
Yeah, yeah. Saw Graham 2 weeks ago, but you know, can't hurt to see him again.
Laying down some excellent multi-blind results at that comp.
Definitely, yeah. You have Paul finishing up Redux and onto 3x3 stage. And finishes with a 27.
What did you think about that PLL parity execution? Was that the optimal solution for that, or would you do something else? Cancel into the A perm maybe?
Yes, cancel into the A perm is always possible when you have K perms, but it's a pretty minor thing. So you know, I don't think you're losing that much as long as you know you're getting an A perm afterwards. But yeah, these are things that I like to optimize. So. And we have, 29-18, barely avoiding a DNF, Zeke here.
That looks pretty interesting. It looked like just a COLL.
Yeah.
Finishing with that H perm.
Yeah, so that was a ZBLL that didn't have blocks, and also would have been somewhat resource intensive to figure out whether it had parity. So blindly doing COLL was probably the best strategy there.
Yeah. Was that what he did, or was it a ZBLL that he didn't?
It was just blind COLL if I had to guess, with the parity consideration especially.
Not finishing off with the worst case in the end, so
definitely.
Okay.
You have Daniel on last 8 edges right here.
Daniel's looking on pretty good pace. Has chance here to break that African record average with best possible average.
25.
It's going to be close too. That record stands at 25.62.
That won't do it though. 25.92 is still very solid though. So congrats to Daniel on another sub 26 average.
Yeah, less than half a second off. It's a pretty decent effort, and a nice way to settle the nerves. Obviously, he's broken quite a few continental records this competition already in 7x7 and 6x6. So he's done very well for himself. But it's nice to just get that feel for some 4x4. I don't think we've had 4x4 so far this competition, so nice to get some feel on a new puzzle as well.
Definitely, yeah. And while we're on the topic of newish 4x4 developments, we should also talk about Aiden Bryant's last 4 edges algorithms, because those are.
I'm not hip to this. Do you mind filling me in?
Yeah. So Aiden Bryant has been developing algorithms for at least a lot of last 4 edges cases, if not all of them.
Yeah.
And these algorithms are, you'd be shocked. They're not bad.
Ooh, yeah, it's pretty good. I remember the Jaden McNeil video. I feel like he released when he was kind of like doing a bit of 4x4 FMC, and his eyes were opened to all this cool new tech that could be possible. And he was talking to me about this a couple of days ago. We were staying together for this competition, so there's a couple of things that are viable, but I'd be interested to have a look at those kind of 4x4 last 4 edges algorithms. So would that be, you'd have to cut a step from your 3-2-3, wouldn't you? You'd have to kind of do 2 edges and then just 2 more edges, or 1 more edge?
You could do it as a 4 edge thing. So there's this older and not really out of fashion edge pairing method called 6-2.
I think I used to do this. Yeah, I think I used to do that.
So what you can do is you can set up one of the edges of the 6-2 instead of all 3.
Yeah.
Just set up one of them, slice over and solve it, and then get your 3 from the 3-2-3. Now you solve 4 edges.
Okay, and then from there it's just
that's one theoretical way to do it.
No, beautiful. What's the strat for that like, the recognition? Do you have to put all the edges in the top layer, or is it like a 1 in the slot, 3 on the top, or?
I'm not sure. I think some of them are 4 in the top. There's some 3+1 and some 2+2.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, fair enough then. That does look pretty cool. I remember if I had a 4x4 here, I'd show you, but it's like one of those ones that's like wide R2, F2, wide R2, and then like a U or a U prime.
Yes.
I know that does a 2E2E.
Yeah, that's
it's
a 2E2E.
pretty cool. I think that's another one of the things that Jay touched on in his video, but either way, we sound like big old nerds right now, so I might just zip it for a bit.
There's also all the last cross edge tech that I haven't talked about at all.
Yeah, pretty valid. There's a lot of, as you were saying before, there's a lot of room to kind of improve. Oh, I made it on stream. Let's go. I made it on stream. I just made it for clock finals.
Nice.
I had a lovely time solving up there. That's about the only redeeming thing I did up there, because the solving was not it. But We did have Grayson James winning clock not long ago, just before lunch, with a 3:35. Jonathan Wang set Canadian records, double Canadian records in the first round. He finishes up second with a 3.4 on average. And my dear friend, fellow Australian Zaid Chowdhury, clutching up after a DNF on the first solve to finish with a sub-4 average, 3.91. Also shout out to Alexei Svetkov, who got his first ever sub-4 average, the 399 PR.
What a place to do it, right?
The only better place to do it would be again next week.
Right.
So
well, you can't get your first sub-4 again.
you can't get your first sub-4 again, but you would like to get PRs on the biggest stage.
That's
that
true.
Cubing has to offer. That'd be nice.
Definitely.
In wait for our next group of 4x4, we see Timofey Tarasenko. We see Timofey Tarasenko in the context of 6x6 wins. However, he is also in the next group of 4x4, but this is just highlighting another thing that he's done very well earlier on today. 6x6.
You know who else is in the next group of 4x4?
Who else is in the next group of 4x4?
Matti Hiroto Inaba.
Woohoo! And who else? He's second there too.
Yeah.
What's going on? This was expert by Manu bringing up the 6x6 finals results at just the right time to talk about the next group of 4x4. And Kevin Hayes proving that he's not old, he's not washed, maybe just a little bit. I'm allowed to say that. He's my boss for the next week or so it's going to be okay. Like if I can't have if mutual respect is there, then I'm sure a bit of like playful ribbing is too. There you go. Kevin Hayes in third. We'll take one more final. Thanks, Manu. We will take the 5x5 finals. Timofey Tarasenko taking that one again, showing pretty domination in the big cubes. He also won the first round of 7x7, not the final, but 5x5 final is his with a 42.60 average. And Matti Hiroto Inaba's on there again.
Yeah.
And so is Luke Garrett.
So is Luke Garrett.
Wow. And Luke Garrett is also in the next group of 4x4.
Yeah.
Wow. This is amazing.
This is incredible.
What a coinky-dinky twinky. Unbelievable
Indeed.
stuff. Thank you, Manu. Very nice directing. And they have called the next group of 4x4s. Here we go. We've talked about Timofey Tarasenko and Matti Hiroto Inaba, both with PRs in the low 21 second range, which is absolutely insane, the level that we're getting here.
Yeah.
21.24 for Timofey and 21.46 for Matti. And then we have Luke Garrett, also 24.14 PR average. Hoping to improve on that. Would like to improve on his sum of ranks, which I believe he still holds the world record for.
I don't know who could have taken it from him.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough task for anyone to take it back off of Luke. He does quite well in the popular events, which is a massive boost for some ranks.
his weaker events are also the least popular ones and the least saturated at the top.
Yeah, it is useful to be good at those events for some of ranks, so really taking the most advantage from it. All right. Hi, Kevin. We were just talking about you. I'm pretty good. Because you came third in 6x6 and you're not old and not washed. Maybe just a little bit.
9 a.m. is a count.
Okay, yeah. Does that mean that I can not talk about blind finals that were held at 8:30 in the morning?
Yeah, I asked them. You guys said priority was on quietness, not timing.
Sure. That's probably valid, to be honest. I wasn't consulted about this, for what it's worth. But I probably also agree.
I don't know. My take is like, hold at least like if you're gonna do big blinds in main room, hold them at like 3 a.m. for all I care. As long as the venue's gonna be quiet.
That's valid. I found the venue in Korea was kind of interesting for blind because it wasn't exactly quiet, but I could still focus because all of the noise kind of blended together and it was just like white noise.
It was
I can cope with that.
Strange, yeah.
Yeah, conditions were.
Yeah, I experienced that with some big comp venues, but like NAC 2024 was not like that for some reason. The noise didn't blend.
Oh yeah.
I think it could be something with the acoustics of the room or something, but
I'd be keen to see what this world is going to be like.
They're interesting. Yeah.
That's the nature of having, blindfolded events in a big hall with tons of people. There's going to be incidental noise and stuff like that regardless, and if it's a room that kind of reverberates and echoes a lot of that, then it can be a little bit, can throw you off just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Anywho, next group of 4x4. Yeah, we're keen to see the big three, Timofey, Matti, and Luke. You'll be seeing a lot of them on stream today across quite a range of events, actually. A lot of these guys not narrowing their specialties into just a few events. You will see them a lot over the course of this weekend and indeed next week as well.
Indeed.
Team Australia. Represent. I like the way that the Aussies have really gotten into the uniforms. We did it for the first time, I think, last Worlds. That was pretty cool then. I think we stand out quite a bit. I want to get another team photo like we did last Worlds, where we're just on the stairs in the convention center. That was pretty sick. I was a fan of that.
All right, so we're just getting started with this group.
And underway. I believe this to be Logan Wiltz. Has a PR average of 44.12. Nice opportunity for him to get some experience on the live stream. I'm sure
Certainly so.
That is something that everyone's going to have to get used to over the next few days. Yeah, 44.12. We'll be able to see if he can get close to his PR average here. Wonder how much he's been practicing for Worlds over the past few months.
Yeah. Just getting to the end of last 8 edges right here, and it looks like on to 3x3 stage.
No OLL parity, got the square.
And doing the funny A-perm. All right, 43.52 for who we presume to be Logan, but now we've got Maddie up here.
We talked about Maddie having a 21.46 personal record average. Not many people know, but he was a chance to win the last Worlds. He had a counting 29, unfortunately, in the end, but he was a real shot to overtake all of the top players in 4x4 at the very end, the 11th hour.
Yeah, speaking of, how do you feel about Timon's intimidation strats?
Oh, that was hilarious, yeah. For those of you who might not know, Timon was, in fact, the 4x4 world champion last Worlds, and he uploaded the video from that win 2 years ago. Just 2 days ago.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's intimidation strats or whether that's just I better get it out before it becomes outdated.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
He's got a lot on his plate, I'm sure. He's probably busy with his coaching and all those other sorts of things. So
certainly so. And Maddie finishing up with a 24 with an OLL parity on that solve. Luke now coming up.
Luke Garrett, extremely speedy first 2 centers, it looked like.
Yeah, definitely.
And wasting no time getting into his centers. He is finished.
Oh,
He's
that was
onto his last cross edge, I think sub 9.
Those were some nasty pauses, unfortunately, though, so that is going to hamper this solve very significantly. And yeah, those edges were not paired, but we get an OLL parity. What more could happen? 28.87 for Luke.
Yeah, the start
Such a great start.
That was an amazing start. Looked like centers sub 2, and then last cross edge at about 9, and then just
he flipped,
kind of fell apart from there.
Like well below 10.
Yeah, it was what you were saying before though. There's an inherent high volatility to 4x4, and I think that's just kind of showcasing that right there.
Yeah.
Got Timofey Tarasenko, the Russian whiz kid.
Oh, that is a really easy first center. Okay. Yeah, no wonder people have been doing this. And he is, that looked like he was doing a couple cross edges on bottom and just kind of slowly transitioning over to, but looks like he is not wasting any time finishing up his redux and going into his 3x3 stage, but he also gets OLL parity. All 3 of our top competitors got OLL parity here, but with double parity, he still gets a 23.
That's crazy, getting a 23 with double parity. I think the cross edges on bottom is a signature Timofey thing, so we'll be seeing that quite a bit. Does his cross edges on bottom, then rotates to solve the centers and rotates back to solve that last cross edge and get into his edge pairing.
Yeah.
So we'll be seeing that over the remainder of his solves. An interesting characteristic, but we already know that Timofey is not one to do things by the book, so to speak. Definitely does things that are more comfortable for him.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, no, Timofey is... if there's anything he's known for, it's having his idiosyncrasies, and he does not take conventional wisdom as gospel. We know how he does a soon on Mega Minx.
Yeah. Oh, we're on 3x3 as well.
Oh, he does it on 3x3?
Yeah, I think he does it on 3x3 too.
Really? Okay.
Have you seen his 3x3 solves? Just does so many F moves.
Yeah, I've seen him solve 3x3. I have not seen him do a soon on 3x3, but Maddie with the 29 here, looking like he got rolled by variants quite hard.
Just got rolled by 4x4, really.
Yeah.
Just in general.
Maddie, no, this is Luke. Yeah, okay.
We did just see Matty go not
Yeah.
long ago, but there you go. He's the #1 summer rank single and average, as we were talking about before. Has a 24.14 PR average. Yeah, we were talking about his last solve, had a super hot start and then just kind of got a bit wrong. Maybe a couple of pauses, not the greatest solving in the end, unfortunately.
Yeah, the last couple of solves, like edge look at has just kind of run into the ground, and then 25. Okay, so 3x3 stage is going to make up for a lot of it, but yeah.
That looked like his transition from F12 into OLL was pretty slick. I'm not sure if he did any tricks to maybe skip the OLL, but I didn't quite see a case, so.
Yeah. Timofey coming up.
Again, you'll be seeing those Yao cross edges being solved on the bottom.
Yeah, and possibly some F moves.
Yeah, as is customary for Timofey. During that 3x3 stage, we'll be seeing a lot of F moves from him. But oh, that was also a really quick first 2 centers.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of these top solvers can plan
that's okay. That's fast.
A lot of these solvers can plan their first 2 centers in one look.
He's on 3x3, by the way.
Right
oh no. Okay.
Oh, we had that soon PLL skip at 19.32 with the cube drop.
Yeah, with OLL parity and a cube drop.
Oh, that's incredible. We saw that incredibly hot start, like we saw Luke on just before, but he carried that all the way through. Got a little bit of fortune on the end as well.
It's because he did the soon with RU moves instead of FU.
Yeah,
that's why.
It was right there. Yep. And then just the cube drop.
Yeah, that was
wow.
That was an 18 right, just slipping right through his fingers. But either way, that is going to be a solid sub 20 for Timofey. And yeah, Timofey having a 1794 as his PR single, which seemed to be a little bit out of contention by the time he got to PLL. However, you know, there's nothing wrong with collecting some solves close to your PR.
It's always nice and does wonderful things for your average, gives you quite a bit of room for error.
It does, although this will still, 19s are still undoubtedly quite good. But we have Matty going up now for solve 3. Onto last 8 edges, doing a nice last cross edge into the left, right there, getting OLL parity again. 23.56. Okay. If nothing else, I think this round should serve as a nice little advertisement for OLL parity avoidance.
I do find it funny how there are 2 methods of OLL parity avoidance that are kind of going around and are being used, and I find that very similar to how Square 1 CSP was back in the day.
Right.
I think a lot more people using like the chaos method, recognizing colors and blocks more so than blind tracing, although for OLL parity avoidance, I know if someone who's like into big blind and can trace wings pretty quick, it might be easier just to like do the blind tracing instead of learning a method for it.
I find it faster too, personally. I think that's something that's also different, is that you're tracing to the same reference every single time, which is not the case on Square 1. But we have Timofey going here. Did he just solve centers and have first 3 edges done? What?
That was at about 8.
I did not see him solving first 3 edges.
His redux is done at about 14.
Our first solver of our top to and a 19 again. This is counting.
19.59 counting solve.
This one also having a PLL parity.
He's a master at getting sub 20s with parity. Timofey Tarasenko. He again got off to that hot start as we saw on the last solve and managed to keep it going again. That redux done especially fast, done at about 13 seconds. There's that PLL parity.
Unfortunately not picking up a pretty easy cancel, but you know, it is what it is. He knows what he's doing. He's not pausing, that's more important. So we have Luke just finishing up a solve here on 3x3 stage. Also finally not getting OLL parity. But okay, that's a 29. Which is this is not Luke's round.
No, not particularly. Looks like a couple little fumbles there, in particular we saw on the PLL parity, just maybe missing a turn or so.
Yeah.
But either way, this is only first round.
Yeah.
And we say this all the time. It's first round out of warm-up competition, so
right.
I'm sure that Luke won't be putting too much importance on this. I think PR was unfortunately out of reach some time ago, so I think
certainly
it's more just about, good vibes in the lead up to the Worlds. That's all you can really hope for. Seems to be working for him. To give a shout out to the 287 people watching at the moment. These people pretty keen for Worlds, as I'm imagining. Oh, we're keen for Worlds. I'm imagining you guys must be keen for Worlds too. Warm-up competition. I believe this is the first time I've had a warm-up competition properly streamed as well, at least in the Western world. The 287 of you watching. It's lovely to have so many of you here.
Wait, did Warm-Up Sydney not have a stream?
As far as I know, Warm-Up Sydney was streamed. Only head-to-head finals was streamed, and it was on Faz's phone.
Right.
Just like on some...
Oh, it was just that, as well as like the old Max Xiao GoPro stream.
Yeah, classic. Alright, here goes Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Has that PR in the mid-low 21s, 21.46 PR. I don't think a lot of these competitors are getting close to their PR averages, unfortunately, save for Timofey with that counting 19.
Right. Looked like Maddie's having some look-ahead troubles on this solve, both in first 3 edges as well as now in last 8. Although he's on a 3x3 stage and he is just absolutely crushing it, but gets a 24, which he's not going to be super happy with. I mean, that is yeah. Timofey up for solve 4, of course, on great pace right now. So we'll see what he's able to do.
If Timofey gets a 20.73 here or better, he locks himself in for a new personal record average. What's the pace looking like at the moment?
On 3x3 stage, can't see the timer, but he gets Olo parity. 21.14. He's putting himself in excellent position right now, so he won't need much better than about 23 flat to get PR average on this last solve.
Yeah, incredible work from Timofey there.
Yeah, Timofey's PR average being 21.24, so...
Yeah, he's in at 22.97 will be his mark for the last solve to get new personal records.
22.98, no, because rounding.
No, this accounts for rounding.
Okay, yeah, 22.97 then. Either way,
and 23 flat would tie.
Yes.
Yeah, that counting 19 certainly a boon for that average. Goes Luke Garrett again. Has gotten off to some pretty hot starts this average.
Perhaps not this one,
No,
though.
this one's not looking so good. Looks like he's missing a center on that white side. Had to do a commutator to slot that back in. So I think this is going to be unfortunate for Luke Garrett. But, as we were saying before, I think the average, pretty unfortunately, was in the bin some time ago.
Yeah.
So he's just going to
he gets a 26 on it.
26.3. It's actually not even close to his worst possible average, which is also rather humorous.
Right.
Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Underway now. Looks like that 2 centers done sub 3.
Looks like... Okay, thought he was pausing on FDE, but then I just saw they were done, so...
onto his last 8 edges at around about 10. There was that rotation there to get white back on top. Redux done.
Olo parity soon, and an R-perm in 2074.
Very nice.
So that's going to claim BPA for Maddie. 24.33 average.
And soon we'll be seeing Timofey in for that 5th solve. His worst possible average, not that even far away from his PR. He should be damn proud of this round regardless.
Yeah,
although it is an interesting range of counting times. Should he count that 23, he would be counting a 19, 21, and 23. So he's been on fire this round. We hope that he can keep the trend going. And best possible average would be well under his PR, 20.02. Can you imagine counting 2 19s in the same average?
That would be absolutely wild. I hope we get to see it.
20.02, I believe, would put him 4th in the world.
Yeah. Although, should he get BPA here, we could also consider that to be a rather tragic sub-20 miss.
Ooh, yeah, with that 19.32 with the cube drop as well. Yeah, it could have been a bit better, I believe. Just judging by timings, this should be Timofey up now. Here he is. Watch him with bated breath. We've been waiting for this moment for the past few minutes. National record on the cards. Sub 21 also on the cards. Needs 22.97 to beat his PR. 23 flat would tie it. So here goes Timofey in inspection now. Oh, a bit of a locky start. It's 22.97 for PR. That graphic is not quite. There we go. All right, so it's looking
Looks like he's nervous. He's got the shakes going on, and Ola parry bites him.
Yeah, I believe this to be his worst possible. I don't think he's going to quite get there.
Yeah,
24.15.
24.15, unfortunately, but 21.37 average nonetheless is going to secure him a commanding victory in the round.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone out who's going to be beating that one. Yeah, you just saw during the solves a couple of pauses, even during the cross edge was just a little bit pausey, the turning not up to par. It's unfortunate, but he gave himself a good OLL case, finishing off with that F-perm as well, but I think just in the end, Parity's got the best of him, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Alright, and then on Stream Station, we'll be seeing Luke Garrett, close to finishing the average, I presume.
Should be Luke Garrett's final solve.
Yeah, well, what an average from Timofey, though. It was a story from start to finish. I mean, that 19 on the second solve with OLL parity and a cube drop, that was completely insane.
Yeah.
I reckon I'll be watching that one back for a while. That was a pretty good solve.
Yeah.
Just a couple of unfortunate mistakes.
Are you seeing how good this last scramble looks for 4-blind?
I haven't noticed, actually.
No,
There are a couple center blocks.
Couple good center blocks, as well as a... well, I was noticing some pretty unhinged things, as I tend to do. And I noticed that a D-wide pre-move would have made the scramble probably pretty insane.
Yeah,
if you can stomach a D-wide pre-move. And
Oh,
a 20 for Luke.
I think that's going to be counting for Luke as well. Oh, no, sorry. Maddie was the one who got the 20 before. But both Maddie and Luke getting 20s, and Timofey getting a couple of pretty low solves as well. So there have been pretty equally good and bad solves for these top competitors in this round. Such is the nature of 4x4. The variances can either help you quite a bit or just really kick you in the butt.
Absolutely. But Luke will of course finish with will of course finish with BPA right here. Got a nice replay of Timofey's counting
solve.
19.
Yeah, that was the counting 19 after that 19 with the cube drop. See if we can get vision of that one. That's his solve to get that worst possible average, which was a little bit unfortunate. But we saw the turning part way through. It just wasn't quite up to scratch. That's again the third solve. Yeah, that first 19, of course, finishing with that parity soon and then the PLL skip. It's absolutely insane round. It was nice to see some competitors getting close to their PRs there, but unfortunately just not able to get the job done. So we've got one more group of 4x4 to get underway. I don't know how we're going to top what we've just seen, but not on this stage. Oh, we're going to get Scube up next. So we had Ash Black winning the first round of Scube with a 2.58. I haven't seen much of their solving style before, but I know that they were one of the, I think a 202 PR or a 2 flat PR, something like that.
They have sub 2.
Sub 2, okay.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly what, but
I think they were one of the first to go sub 2 on Scube.
Yeah,
so.
They've had a bit of an interesting arc this year because they started having some hand pains around last autumn and realized that their solving style was extremely strenuous and has had to rebuild it from the ground up. So is still currently in the process of figuring out a completely new turning style for Scube in order to combat hand pain.
Either way, they are still getting the best of this field by around about 1/10 of a second over Matteo de Wit of the Netherlands. And Eli Kirk a fair distance back in 3.34. It does surprise me a little bit that 334 ranks third in a field of this caliber. Got so many good solvers. It just looks like it struggled a bit in that first round. Maybe the scramble's not up to par or conditions not right. See if we can see some improvement on that in this round.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, it is especially a bit interesting to see, because with first rounds we would have seen people getting different scramble sets, right? So yeah. We'll be right back with a quick ad, so we will see you very soon.
Ka-chow.
Hey. We are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related, and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade, and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Stanley, you look a bit different.
Oh, that's so interesting. I think I've gotten worse at blindfold solving too.
And better at big cubes?
Maybe a little bit.
Is that a trade-off that you're happy with?
Yeah, I think it's well, that way I can compete in the afternoon is very important for me.
Yeah, valid. And apparently I'm Kevin Hayes now too, so that was...
we got
fixed it. There we go. We're just talking about Scube and Ash Black taking out the first round. It does surprise me a little bit that this field seems to be a bit slower than what their PRs would suggest. Maybe conditions weren't right or scramble's not too good. We've got Zeke Mackey here on stream.
I mean, these sprint events are the ones where you see people really start adding a lot of time. Like 100 people add 100% of their best pretty consistently. 2.7. But you said Timothy got 2167 average?
Yes, Timothy had a pretty wild average. I'll see if we've got it on WCA Live.
Yeah, what was his parity count?
Parity count was pretty crazy. I think like maybe 3 of the 5 had OLL parity. He only needed like a 23 to tie his PR average in the end, but Canada, I think a mid 23, a 19, and a 21 or a 20, I think. It was pretty crazy
nice,
to be honest, yeah.
3 to 5 OLLs?
It was something like that, and had like quite a lot of PLL parity too. I would think that that round was like either average with parities or slightly worse than average with parities.
Okay, 21.6 with neutral or worse than average parities is extremely good.
Oh, it was completely crazy. And some of the starts on those solves were just like completely wild.
Like they were easy, they had easy cases or?
Oh, I'm not sure about easy cases, but he was just like absolutely flying through it. Here goes Ben Wakelin.
Yeah, Timothy turns really fast. I think almost to a fault on some of the MINs. Probably not, like probably the correct speed for his Megaminx average, and then like on the events he's not quite as strong at. Like it's like you just have the one default turning speed.
And Wakelin a 4.18, not quite up to scratch for him. He did finish up with a 3.57 average in the previous round. Now I've got Ash Black on stream, winning the previous round with a 2.58 average. Let's see what they can do in this round.
8 seconds.
1.64 for Ash. Pretty solid solve to start. Pretty sure they've got a sub 2 official average. But either way, that is a fantastic start. 1.64 for Ash Black. Here goes Zeke Mackey again, just about to begin inspection. See what we can see on this screen. We've got that 2 corners attached to that side. So I reckon a lot of these competitors will be going for white. It looked like that solution gave solved corners as well. It's just a cycle of the centers to finish. 3.61, who I believe might be Eli Kirk, 3.34 in the previous round. That's a 3.61 there, judged by Matthew Dickman, one of the main delegates for this competition.
Also organizing unofficial events at World Championships next weekend. We run in, we got Nations Cup, Mirror Blocks, Magic, although Magic doesn't get the stage finals, and Team Blind, and everyone's favorite, FTO.
FTO proving to be a big favourite, even at this competition especially. We've got FTO finals coming up now. Don't know if we've had any. I believe we've got FTO finals.
This afternoon on stream?
Yeah, I believe so. FTO finals should be after 3x3 round 3. Here goes Mateo. Dutch speedcuber finished second in the last round with a sub 3 average, 2.76. 2.22, pretty good stuff from Mateo there. There's a PR average of 2.19. He's one of these solvers that might have flown under the radar a little bit. I think a lot of people might know the face, but might not know just how good he is at Scube. I certainly didn't until about 5 seconds ago.
Look at Blake in the background with a nice, oh, he's still not done yet.
Being judged by Tommy Caprilis, fellow Australian.
11.1 for board member.
Everyone's favourite board member, Blake Thompson. Here goes Ash Black. Started off really strong with a 1.64. Again, we see those two corners connected. Would surprise me if this isn't a one look.
Shouldn't every solve be a one look at this
2.25. I think Scube is notoriously difficult to one look just because of the way it turns. Every turn moves half of the entire cube, so a lot of things, a lot of moving parts in Scube that kind of, a lot goes on under the surface. Goes Eli again. Looks like a lot of these competitors going for that same solution. It's close call. We can't quite see the cube on the top down, but to me it looks like it looks like no penalty. So it looks like the judge writing no penalty.
They gave it to him.
I think that is just okay. Yeah, that looks right to me. And we get Ben on stream again. Heading to this round with a 3.57. We're gunning for a personal record average, which I believe is 322. And there'll be a bit of bragging rights. This guy is staying in a B&B with Jaden McNeil. And for those of you who don't know, Jaden McNeil used to hold Scube world record with a 3.10. That was nearly 11 years ago, and he still hasn't beaten that average.
Wait, really?
Yeah, that is still his PR average. And not only that, it's still like 15th in Australia or something like that. So
does he compete
I think Ben's got some catching up to do. No, I don't think Jaden competes in Scube anymore. But there will be bragging rights if Ben does manage to topple that 3.10. Not sure what he just got there. We've seen Zeke Mackey with a 3.27. Ben with a 3.53. So on pretty good pace around where he got in the last average, but we'll wait and see what the rest of the average has in store for him. See Jonathan Charlesworth in the back of 2.44 for the other Australian. Jonathan Charlesworth has been an OCR threat for Scube for some time. I think OCR for Scube is moving pretty slowly. It is one of the weaker events in Oceania. He's been pretty overdue for an OCR for some time in Scube, so we wish him all the best in the coming rounds for that. Here goes Mateo again. And I believe a 2.22 on the previous scramble. It looks like we've got two corners connected here as well. This could be a pretty good solve, actually. Let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, looks pretty good. Looked like a 2-move layer and then 2.13. I think
something happened with
something happened with the lights just then. I don't think it would have affected him too much. I'm sure he'll be happy to take that 2.13. Here goes Eli now.
You get a little nice freebie though if a lighting issue happens in the middle of your solve.
I think for something like that, you're definitely taking the low 2.
Oh yeah, you can't be. You gotta understand how fast, what is likely on the extra if you were to take that, and I think 2.1 is.
I don't think you can guarantee a 2.1 on a regular scramble.
No, definitely not. Especially in an event like this where, I mean, like the win isn't really on your mind too much. It's mostly like getting a good result, getting the comments built for next weekend. Like, you just take the 2.1. It's not like there's no gamification going on. Like there could be like at next week's final, like, oh man, like I don't think it's gonna be good enough. Like even though it's unlikely to do better, I need to still take it even faster.
Ash Black back on station on stream now. Seen projected sub 2 average for them. Stanley was talking about Ash before, having some hand pains and realizing that their solving style was just a little bit strenuous on the hands, so had to rebuild from the ground up. It's nice to see the fruits of the labor coming through now. Ash Black starting again, 1.70 on pretty nice pace here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're counting 1.7. Worst options 2.2, which is significantly better. First place by projection, only one under projected under 2 right now.
Ben Wakeland 3.15 plus 2 gets him a 5.15 there. It looks like Jaden keeps bragging rights for now. It doesn't look like that average is under threat so far.
Yeah, if you're following along at home, it looks like we have semi-live data entry going in, so you can check out that forecast view on WSA Live if you want to see all the individual solids plus stats on what people need to overtake first or third. Ash Black currently sitting pretty first place and nothing to worry about either, like guaranteed to stay in first place after this next solve.
Goes Zeke Mackey, has been solving pretty solidly in and around that mid 2-second mark.
Uh-oh.
Like pure high there, so 2 sledges will solve at 3.60.
I mean, he's going to be counting at 3.2 now. I mean, his best possible average is going to be about 2.6. I think it's, I mean, no one's done their he's the first one to do his 4 solves, so nothing's quite locked up yet, but it's more than likely that Ash is going to knock him out of contention for winning in the next couple minutes.
We've seen Ash Black, that 1.70 is counting, and their PR average is a 1.90, so there is a real chance to knock that off here.
Yeah, with the 1.6, unfortunately, it's not going to be, it's a 1.6, actually, yeah, with a best solve on solve 4, PR is locked up, actually, even counting the 2.25.
And here goes Mateo. We've got those 2 red corners connected, but not solved. They'll give a diagonal layer. Looks like 3 sledges, sub 2, 1.97.
All right.
For the Dutch scuba. Here goes Ash. We've seen Ash on pretty rapid pace so far for this group. Has not seen solve number 4, but we have just seen Mateo with a 1.97, the best solve of the average so far. So keep your fingers crossed. Might be seeing something good here.
Yeah, we know it's easily the execution from Mateo is pretty solid, but no major mistakes, but I think could definitely be faster if you're someone who turns at a really fast pace. So we could be looking at locking up a PR average in the solve for sure.
Here goes Ash again. We see that red side with those 2 corners connected diagonally. 1.81. Amazing stuff. What's that on the worst possible average? Must be there. Oh, it's just about. 1.92 is just a little bit away from a PR average, so it's not locked up just yet. But either way, it's going to be an extremely good average for Ash Black and the first sub 2 that we've seen in this competition so far.
We have potential right now. Best possible breaks into the top 10 world rankings. 1.72 will rank 9th, right behind, right in front of Braden Roten from the United States. So worst possible is just off PR, and then best possible is jumping into the top 10. So we're looking at quite a lot of pressure on this last solve. Although it's been handled pretty well so far.
Top 10 in the world at the moment is 1.78 by Wojciech Groman. So 1.78 is well within the reach. It's towards that best possible average range, but definitely possible. So we'll have to see what that last solve holds. Here goes Ben Wakeland now of Australia. 3.06 looked like the 4 sledge solution there. I know Ben doesn't know a whole lot of NS, but his turning is pretty good when he's on point. 3.44 for Zeke Mackey as well. We've seen Eli.
Surprise results. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, results are, I guess we're missing some of the data because Ash is still only 2 solves entered, but still, I mean, actually significantly far ahead of the pack. Ash is pretty much locked at the win here. I don't think we're actually missing a 4th solve from anyone that's in contention, so basically congratulations to Ash winning warm-up. See how it's 2025.
I don't think anyone's going to overtake him at the moment.
I don't think it's actually even possible. We have a victory lap here. Good to be the last round of 4 World Champs next week. Definitely, even though even though some things are like can be very similar, just having that like confidence boost of getting a PR is a really big boost going into next week.
Especially after the performance in the first round. It didn't look like anyone was really firing on all cylinders, but now we're seeing some pretty rapid averages here, most notably, obviously, Ash with that sub 2, but even Mateo is sub the average that Ash got to win that first round. And Mateo will unfortunately get that worst possible average, 2.38 there. But should still pretty comfortably at this rate notch up a second place.
Yeah, Zeke on the live rankings right now is a 2.3 projection, but we saw him count a 3.3 that we're missing some of the data on. So Ash is already locked at the W. We're looking for a PR. We need 2.19 to tie PR, 2.17 probably to beat it. And best possible average right here jumps him into the top 10.
Very quick inspection, looked like saw a solution straight away. 1.89 improves the average. That might be into top 10 in the world. 1.80, it's just outside that top 10 in the world. 1.80 will rank him 11th in the world now, jumping from 20th to 11th, nearly halving the rank.
Great personal record average. Definitely something, I mean, you can't be disappointed with jumping 10 spots in the world ranks, especially going into World Championships next weekend. That's a lot of momentum carrying you forward.
That's such a crucial confidence booster as well. Congratulations to Ash, absolutely smashing out that round. Won the first round in a 2.58 and is probably going to win this one in similar fashion.
Check the psych sheet for Worlds next week, because 1.80. Okay, wow, we have the Scubers. The Scubers have shown up as 1.80 is 9th seed on the World Psych sheet. The 9 of the top 11 are in attendance next week, including Worlds rank 1, 2, 3, 4.
It was Eli with a 3.10. It looked like a 2 center swap to finish that solve. Didn't look like the 3 sledge solution. Still looked like a pretty solid solution. So we've seen Ash Black absolutely demolishing the field once again. 1.80, ranking them now 11th in the world.
Yeah, an absolutely commanding performance, not even close. Second place looks to be, Mateo has a 2.38, so I mean half a second, that's 25% victory. That's
absolutely
like
crazy.
Yeah, absolute domination.
Completely
nowhere
wild.
Close. I mean, obviously, like, it's a top 10 ranking. I think, like, especially for these sprint events, like, it's going to depend on the scramble set in the day, but, like, time like that could podium next weekend, no problem.
I would imagine so, yeah.
I think, yeah, it'd probably be pretty likely unless the scramble set's, like, on the easy side.
I mean, you'd be pretty hard pressed to not podium with a 1.80 at any competition in the world. I don't think World Champs is an exception to that. Anything that's top 10 in the world is sure to get you close to or just about there.
I mean, well, in the sprint events, on the top 10 rankings, for sure, yeah. The longer events when there's less variance, depending on the scramble set, like the current rank 10
we don't care about
is not
longer
going to...
events.
I was like, rank 10, 7x7 is like 154. I think you're not going to get top 3 with a 154.
You're probably right. Yeah, in the sprint events, I think where variance has just played such a key role in it, I think a 1.80 average is probably going to be more than enough. Especially because like you can't really guarantee like any good results in a big moment. Like you just can't guarantee it as a nature of the event. Like those moments will just happen when they happen. Scrambles are just so important for that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, for like this, especially like 2x2, like 2x2 skew, like the sprint events, like sometimes getting like your PR isn't even possible on a given scramble set for like what you're capable of. Like it's really important, especially in these finals, like people put a lot of pressure on themselves to like get their global average or get like a good result every single time, and like given variety of things like scrambles or your mental state, like that might not even be possible. And it's like really important to have those realistic expectations and be happy just like, this is what I'm capable of doing today and I'm going to do it. And a lot of times everyone else is also experiencing like not perfect conditions. No one's ever, like it's very rare to be all there in one day, and a lot of times just your best is going to be enough. And the problem comes when your best would have been enough even if it's not like the perfect, and then you just like get in your own head and you lose it completely.
Yeah, mental is such a big role. In every event, you know, mental just plays such a massive part, but I think in the sprint events, like you have to be on it. If you're not on it, then just like you're nowhere. But anywho, thank you for joining us for that group of Scube. We've just seen Ash Black absolutely smash out a PR. Not sure what we've got up next, but
Megaminx final.
Megaminx final. But before Megaminx final, we will quickly show you some nice little advertisements, and we'll be back later.
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Miller, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Hello, hello. Welcome back. Got some Megaminx action coming up for you. We've seen Timofey Tarasenko a lot on this live stream, and he's going to be a big force to reckon with in Megaminx. Only person to get sub 31 in the previous round, and he got a 28.7, so...
Oh, I mean, obviously the massive favorite, world record holder. If he's on his game, I wouldn't say no one can beat him because, well, no one can beat him today, that's for sure. But I think Megaminx is going to be one of the most exciting finals next week. We have two of the top competitors in the world, both at their A game, and we can get a preview of Timofey tonight.
The two best Megaminx solvers of all time, you have to say.
Yeah,
going
I
to be
mean,
in that final.
It's interesting, like, usually even when the rankings are pretty tight at the top, it's rare that, like, both ranks 1 and 2 have been set, like, in the last couple months.
Goes Zeke Mackey. Zeke had a 32 flat average in the previous round. He'd be one of the few competitors that are using grey instead of black on top of their mega. 36.01 for Zeke.
Yeah, pretty rough PLL recognition and execution there. You could see the hand shaking. I mean, it is solve 1. Kind of gotta shake that out, but that is his worst solve of the competition so far, and pretty much eliminates him from winning if he's gonna count that. Are the man himself?
World record holder, we've been talking about him pretty much all stream.
He's been having a pretty good competition so far. He's not quite like Taman at the major level where he just straight up like dominates every single round of every single event, but I'd say overall extremely impressive. Good 4x4 results. Solid in 5 and 6. Nothing too like poor. Overall consistency, which at like this level is like really what you want to make sure you have, so you can just secure those top 5 seeds into your events next week.
Got a lot of pauses on this solve from Timofey. Just looks like a flurry of turn after turn. On his last layer now, this is super speedy stuff. There's a little bit of a pause on a double rotation.
Really
what is that
long
PLL?
That
27.33 after all that.
I mean, he hit last layer 21.
That was such a wild PLL. Is that standard? That can't be standard what he's done. Looks like a AUF rotate into the PLL and then another like double rotation during the AUG.
I don't know enough about Megamix, but I'm pretty confident you're not supposed to AUF and rotate before you start.
I mean,
but I don't think there's ever a case where that would make sense.
Yeah, I think the recognition is just so difficult for PLL. A lot of will prefer to like align blocks and then recognize the case from there.
Yeah.
I think it is definitely optimal just to like recognize without AUFing and just go off like blocks alone, but you know, it can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, it's not right there where there's only 21 cases.
Yeah, and sometimes like that trade-off of what was I saying?
Aligning the blocks to get an easier recognition.
Yeah, sometimes the trade-off of like aligning the blocks for easier recognition, it negates the time that you would have spent recognizing without that. So
well, also like if you know you're aligning the blocks for your PLL recognition, during your OLL you can kind of see what blocks you're going to align, and you could probably look ahead to that step. And so then it's not recognize, align, recognize. It's just align and recognize, which I think Timofey in that one had to do recognize, align, recognize into a really terrible PLL case because that last layer was very slow by his standards.
Here goes Bethley. Beth broke the 33-second barrier in the previous round with a new personal record average of 32.24. And solving now. Looking like it's on pretty good pace. Here's the OLL done before 30. And the PLL, yeah, it gets 33.34, so in and around that 33-second mark. And here's Ethan Davis. Ethan actually came second behind Timofey in the previous round with another personal record average of 31.87.
You could not see a bigger difference in TPS between Ethan Davis and Timofey Tarasenko. Like, Ethan is so smooth and collected and very efficient, and Timofey just absolutely blitzing out his moves. Even Beth was turning significantly faster, and like Ethan's on pace.
Looking pretty good. Here's OLL.
Rough OLL.
Oh yeah, it's not looking great.
Execution's not good either.
And that PLL 37.34. So looks like hindered by a couple of unlucky cases in that last layout. Finishes off with a 37.34. Ethan Davis, the not Seattle local, but the Washington local.
Yeah.
Will be looking for some good results over this next weekend. In fact, he also won 5x5 blindfolded at the warm-up competition by virtue of being the only competitor to get a success in finals. So
yeah,
he is definitely the most warmed up 5-blinder.
It reminded me of the days in early U.S. Nationals where there would be like no third place in 5-blind because only 2 people would finish the event.
Yeah, something you'd probably still see in like every local competition ever.
Yeah. I mean, Ethan I know has been he's not as serious, like doesn't take cubing quite as seriously, but he was talking to me earlier in the year and I was like, it's like Worlds in Seattle. is hometown worlds. Like you will never have another opportunity to like experience this. Like it's definitely worth practicing, and like being at least knowing that like you tried your best for the summer's competition. And he says he has been practicing, and like you can see it already pay off with a 31.8 PR in round 1. Obviously a rough start to round 2. It's not what you want, but this is a really good opportunity to practice. Like, okay, you already know like I can't count this off. Like I'm counting 3 the next 4 if I want to make finals, and so like you don't know what the scenario is going to be in semifinals next weekend, and if you just like having experience like with your back against the wall here is like really good. Just get a repetition in of like this high stress environment, so like you know how your body's going to react and what you need to do in order to make sure you execute still.
Shout out Shane Grogan. Fixing up displays.
On it with our displays.
Incredible stuff. Volunteers getting the love they deserve.
I mean, the number of batteries we're going to go through just next weekend alone. 100,
I
100
don't
displays.
want to imagine.
Over 100
What's
displays.
the budget on batteries?
I didn't
Must
look.
be like absolutely crazy.
I mean, we have a minimum of like 110 displays being used, I think, or 108. I think 8. I think there's 8 in the unofficial room, and then 100 stations for the total competition. 40 of which are in Manu's car. I mean, the gathering equipment for a 2,000 person comp is just like an enormous task in itself. Alright, you must have some. I wonder if Timothy did a solve off stream, or maybe they're doing correct Megamink scrambles. I know next week at Worlds we are doing correct Megamink scrambles. The only events with missed scrambles allowed will be 6 and 7. Although I think we have some pretty talented scramblers, so I think that's still relatively unlikely.
Here goes Ethan Davis again. We've been talking about him. Second in the last round. Washington local, Washington native. Looking for hopefully some good times here. It looks like he's actually not even doing the white star. I believe Ethan is tri-color neutral, so he has 3 different sides that he could choose to start his solve on.
Alright,
and look ahead and recognition is the same for each. This is looking close to what he got in that previous round. 33.49, trending in the right direction, but maybe just putting a little bit of pressure on, knowing that he's already got that 33 solve regardless, counting 32.19 for Zeke Mackey as well.
Actually, I'm looking at the psych sheet for next weekend, and 20th place in the psych sheet's 32.82. That's obviously based on people's PRs. It'll probably be 34, more likely to make the finals. So Ethan actually, like, given his skill set, he could definitely count at 36 and make a finals qualifying average. 33, 36 star is not obviously what you're looking for when you have a 31 in the first round, but I think you cannot not be at this level when you compete a lot. You cannot be PR or bust. That's a terrible mindset to have. It's all like, just like hit your mark every single time, be consistent, and the PR will fall into place as long as you focus on executing in the process. And eventually, you're gonna get some good cases. You're gonna get lucky. Maybe you're extra on one day. It'll happen.
Goes Bethley of Singapore.
And
once
we got
again, and Timothy both on the stream stations ready to go. Timothy says his strat before solves is just keep his hands warm and his head cool. So see that strategy with warming the hands up on his neck is underway now. You see why he needs warm hands, just the turning speed is unbelievable. Like wasting no time. Looks like that white F12 already done. It's slowly building up on the blue as well.
I mean, it's wild.
Oh, that's not the blue.
Holy crap.
Oh, this is amazing pace.
What is this?
Here we go.
Speed?
There's that corners OLL done. PLL.
23.53.
Absolutely unbelievable. Timothy Tarasenko.
As third rank in the world, I mean, he doesn't change his world ranking. It's just off his own PR and half a second off of world record. I mean, he's probably thinking the classic Cuber, like, it shoulda, coulda, woulda. Like, if I had to lock up a little bit, if I just had a perfect solve on that execution, that's still an incredibly impressive solve. 23.5. Obviously, just a tiny bit shaky at the end, but like, given the environment and this official solve and the fact that he obviously knows this is like he's absolutely flying, I think he still did a pretty good job holding it together.
Yeah, it was just incredible. It's amazing when that kind of high risk, high reward of just maximum TPS pays off. You even saw the transition in the last layer, orienting the edges, then orienting the corners. Lightning PLO recognition executed pretty well, and then the head palm.
I mean, we saw the slow motion replay there on the OL and the PLL. He attempted, like, he did a U, and then, like, it didn't quite go, and he had to do a U again. But you kind of think those take more time than you do. Like, obviously, it could have been a couple of tenths faster, but you gotta shake it off. Be like, wow, in a great spot. I can count 23. You just do it again.
All right, here goes Ethan Davis again. We mentioned before that he is tricolor neutral, solves on 3 different colors. Yeah, and we mentioned it before, you will never see a more differing style between Timofey and Ethan. Ethan just cool, calm, collected, super efficient.
Yeah, out of the top 4 solvers here, Ethan's by far is the slowest turning speed. But you definitely don't need it. Maybe if you want to get down to that 25-second average range, I think his TPS might become a problem, but at the level he's at, I think it's more consistent to have a smoother style.
36.50 for Ethan.
Okay, so he's counting at 36 no matter what, and he's counting at 36 and a 33 no matter what. I think the win is going to be out. Timofey's on like a crazy pace, and I think you can still kind of pull this together, get a second place finish. I think it's just like, this is a really good opportunity just to get a repetition of like, okay, this is not going my way, but you can't just pretend it's a local and like be like, this round isn't going my way, I'm just gonna trash it. Like, when the round matters next weekend, like, you can't just call a mulligan or redo it.
Zeke Mackey underway, had a 32 flat in the previous round. Like maybe just a little bit of pausing, finding pieces on the other side of the puzzle. Looking actually pretty good though. On to around about that 20-second mark now. He's got that one F2L left to go. There we go, does his OLL, 26 seconds at the PLL.
27.9. Zeke Mackey.
Amazing work from Zeke Mackey.
That's his, just off his PR single at 27.5, but that's obviously a great time for him. He's very excited about that.
Here goes James McDermott on stream now, the former Kiwi national record holder. You'll see them in the notable black and white outfits. You'll be seeing him on stream a little bit later on today. He's got some commentating duties left to go. No stranger on a live stream. You'll see him at Oceanics. You see him pretty much everywhere. Here we go, yeah, so James McDermott. Solving pretty well. I think he's another one of those solvers. He's not absolutely thrashing the Mega, but definitely not that slow turning style that you're used to seeing from Ethan, even though that's how he's mostly known as a pretty efficient solver. And on to PLL now.
Oh.
Like maybe 2 look. 45.3. I know Mega is not something that he's been focusing on mainly. He is a multi-man these days, has the Oceanic record for multi-blind, and also won multi at the warm-up comp that we had on Friday.
You giving up multi as yourself, Tripodi?
Yeah, look, I'm more than happy to. If I had to give it up to anybody, I think James is a lovely person to give up multi OCR to. He deserves it much more than I ever did. Put so much work in, and even in his early days was pretty good on Mega, but didn't have any continental records. So happy to be the reason he gets his first OCR. There's Beth, 32.96, another pretty solid solve.
So a pretty tight competition between Beth and Zeke right now for second place. Zeke kind of looking like he's already got his worst and his best, and then Beth sitting at just about 33 flat with Zeke at 32 low.
There's Timofey. There's a couple of light pauses in that turning, but all in all, still pretty fluid. Looks like he knows, has a plan of attack for pretty much everything right now. Some of that yellow. He's moving on to purple now, getting through these F2L at a rate of knots.
Oh.
This could be fast again. Oh, it looks like almost instant recognition, but here we go, corner twist. 27. I can't believe that. That was a 25 in waiting. But just that corner twist had to fix it.
Yeah, those execution mistakes, like, it's the Cuber nightmare. Like, Cubers really like to not think about how, like, I really shouldn't have had that, but, like, obviously everything's under your own control. Like, it's just that shakiness that we saw in the previous solve as well. Like, Last time it was a couple of extra U's that cost a couple of tenths. This time it's a corner twist that costs almost 2 full seconds.
That's unbelievable. Even just looked like he accidentally turned that layer when trying to fix that corner and had to go for a secondary plan of attack. It's absolutely crazy. Goes Zeke Mackey again. One of the faster turners that we've seen so far in this group.
You can see that Zeke and Beth especially both really hold the cube like completely with their left hand, and like their left index. It's less of a flexible turning style. Timofey kind of holds it loosely with more both hands and can shift his left hand much faster, while Zeke and Beth are more fixed and like really do pushes and pulls with their left index finger.
And I think that's even something you'll see like that variety of solver from someone like LML who's not here, Leandro Martin Lopez. Like he's extremely flexible with his turning style. You'll see him like doing double flicks on the back sides, and it's just like, I don't know how your fingers can be like that dexterous and that flexible, but different styles work for different people, I suppose. You know, it's just got to figure out what works for you. What are you most comfortable doing?
I mean, I agree with you mostly to an extent, but I think we've seen with like Timofey and LML have kind of separated themselves from the pack. And I think having that flexible turning and like the ability to kind of hit the moves, like to hit the back moves without doing rotations, is like really something that you can't ignore at the like super high level. Like, it's like when Yihang and Juani turning in 3x3, like, it's like a classic Cuber thing to be like, oh, like, your TPS is never going to be a problem. It's always turn slower, look ahead. Except, when you average 4.3, it's like, okay, maybe you actually need to turn pretty fast right now.
Unfortunately saw Ethan with a 36.0, so he's counting a 36 that he got earlier in this average.
Yeah, Ethan's...
I believe that solve is counting, but I think he started off with a 37, so that's unfortunate for Ethan.
No, Ethan's best possible is going to be 35, which is definitely not what you're going to be looking at when you got 31 in the first round, and that's going to be right on the cusp for making finals next weekend.
Here we go, Beth on a couple of the S2Ls here. Won't be able to see that finish, but we will look at Timofey again with that unfortunate corner twist, and struggled to fix that last round. That's on a counting solve as well, 27.7. He's trending in the right direction, but that could be a detrimental mistake. Depending on how the rest of this average goes, might look back on that and kind of rue it. This is looking pretty good though.
Well,
OLL, no blocks in this PLL. It's not looking very good. How's the time? 27.88. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Honestly, on all 4 Timofey solves, he has hit last layer at an absolutely blistering pace.
I think that one was just a fault of the case he got more than anything. I didn't see any blocks on that PLL whatsoever.
Yeah, solves 1 and 4 were extremely rough PLL cases, and then solves 2 and 3 were marked by like mistakes during execution. I think solve 2 especially, just because like he knew how fast it was going. Like 23.5 with an execution mistake is wild. Ethan here, definitely looking, unfortunately, locked into a pretty poor average this competition, but definitely looking to kind of pick it up and just, you know, do your best possible, close it out, get a 35 average, even though it's not great. Get a little bit of that, okay, like, we can still do this. Because it's the podium's going to be slipping away very quickly. I think it's actually, I don't think everyone's done 4 solves, so it's not a guarantee, but it's very likely Ethan ends up in 4th place. Actually, it's basically certain.
Ethan in this case going for the white cross, or white star, in fact it's on a Mega Mix. There's 5 pieces solved for your first step. Pretty fluid, but just maybe a little bit of pausing on this last layer he's got to build. He goes last layer now.
29.
Yeah, there's that pause again. It is going to be one of his better solves though, 34.29. He is still, unfortunately, quite a ways off from that PR average that he got in the previous round, 31.87.
Oh yeah, his best solve 33 in the finals versus average of 31.
Zeke 34.54.
Okay, avoid his worst possible. He's gonna end with a 32 average. Definitely not his best, but I think it's like it's right on what he got in round 1. It's an average. It's gonna make finals next weekend. He's at a good pace given the environment we're in.
Beth on our live projected rankings looking set to lock up 3rd place here.
Yep.
Haven't seen much of the times entered on WCA Live. But
I think we're missing a solve from Beth. Oh, Beth got an extra.
Okay, so might just be a little bit lagging behind. This means we've got a little bit more time before we can figure out what he's got in the end. And again on WC Live, missing another 27 from Timofey on the 4. So this will be his final solve here. Has about a second wide range of times he could get.
Yeah, this last solve is not as consequential because he's already locked up the win. He's already locked up a pretty solid average. Actually, he's locked up an amazing average. But unfortunately, those execution mistake, especially the one on solve 3, is going to cost him a chance at a world record here. He's looking a little shakier at the start.
Absolutely flying. Just no breaks in that turning at all, but maybe just a couple of inefficient pair solutions. Wonder what the pace is looking at now. There's the OLL and PLL. This could be a pretty good solve. No,
yeah,
it's not going to be.
We got the classic deception of the super fast turning no pauses, but the problem was there wasn't a lot of efficiency going on.
There was a lot of time spent solving pieces.
Yeah, if you're someone who turns really fast, like Timofey, especially on Megaminx, where he is the best in the world, like all those turns are actually going somewhere. But if you just get a little bit off in your tracking and your planning, it's hard to stop your hands to be like, whoa, we need to reset and like actually know what we're planning on doing. And the hands keep moving, and it looks quick, but nothing's really going on. And I think we saw that right at the start there in his first 2 layers, where a couple of the pairs just weren't kind of coming together, and he had to do a lot of moves just to recover it, and then obviously that resulted in his slowest time by a significant margin.
Still very comfortably locked up the window. I think it's a good confidence boost for next weekend. We'll have some tougher competition next weekend. We will be just waiting to see these last few solves by Beth.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be LML. I mean, we'll see if Hayden Granger can get a non-rolling average of 5. That's in that 25-second range. We've seen him, obviously, Megaminx world record single. He's been having some great results. Hasn't quite put together what I think you would probably expect for like an average of 5 that he's really happy with. But we've seen LML do it many times, with his most recent result being 25.40, just 0.03 off their world record. Oh my God, LML has hit I think his average of his last 10 results was about 26, so I'd say 27.8 is a great result for this round, but I think if you hit that next weekend, there's only like a 50-50 chance it's going to win.
Check out Bethley's final solve here, counting a 32.96 and a 33.34. Means that a 30.43 will get her a PR average. That will tie her existing PR average of 32.24.
It's been an impressive ending too, especially with the extra and the first 3 solves not being the slower ones here. If you can pull out a 30 and then basically the same best solve to get your PR, it's like extremely impressive resilience. There's a lot of good mental fortitude, and kind of that translates really well to doing well in high pressure scenarios.
It looks like she's going to lock up a podium in this warm-up competition in Seattle. It's just about what time she can get here. Again, about a second range in the average from 32.1 worst to 33.4 best, but 30.43 will tie her PR average, 30.40 to beat it. Let's see what we can get here. Like about 25 at the moment. I think it's just off pace, unfortunately, for that one. Might not be the worst possible. It's looking like it will be. Yeah, it will be now. It's going to be around about a 38-second solve, something in that range. Yeah, 37.93. It is unfortunately going to be the worst possible average, 33.42 for Beth. Yeah. Either way, still some good potential to show, or to back up what she got last round.
Yeah, 4 algorithm last layer is not what you're looking for. Obviously, it's not quite so simple learning OLL and PLL and Megaminx, but you kind of have to do it at some point, which is wild.
Yeah, well, at that level that you're at right now, like that extra 2 algorithms will slow you down so much, so you just can't really get away with it. You just have to knuckle down, learn a massive alg set if you want to. Like, it's a massive time commitment to get good at event like Megaminx. Like, just such a wealth of algs that you have to know and be able to recall pretty instantly. But it's just, yeah.
It's like pretty fun and intuitive to get like pretty solid at Megaminx. Oh, it's just like a ton of F12 pairs, a lot of freeform stuff, and then it's like, oh, okay, I average like 35. Okay, now you just have to learn 1,000 algorithms.
Yeah.
Like, okay, wow.
So once you get to a certain point, the only thing that's going to get you better is just fixing up that last layer. And unfortunately, it's a pretty massive task.
Yeah. Like you are never going to average 25 seconds without just absolutely just like grinding the entire alg sets.
Crazy.
Which one we got
This
here?
looks to be one of Timofey's.
This is the 23.5.
Yeah, 23.5. That was pretty crazy. It was just a little bit away from that PR, but not super far away, to be honest. That was pretty good work from Timofey there.
Yeah, it's a couple tenths off PR. I mean, for Timofey, he's probably thinking like he wants that world record. He wants that double world record single line average. And like half a second seems like an eternity. This is the rough one.
Yeah, this was super rough.
Oh, he corner twisted with like 2 turns left, then spent.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, when you watch it back, just how long he spent trying to fix that corner twist. Like, I mean, you know, what could have been? Like,
in addition to like fixing the corner twist, like the PL, I mean, like the difference between a smooth PL execution on this solve versus what actually happened is probably almost 3 seconds, because it was a locky PL execution plus 2 seconds to fix the corner twist. Things that need to get cleaned up. If like that can easily be the difference next weekend between first and second. And so, I mean, I'd say overall, Timofey's had a very solid competition. It's not over. I think it's not like the perfect competition you dream of by any means, but it's not like, oh my god, what is going on? Am I going to be able to perform next week? I think he's in a great spot to do well. And if he just like kind of uses this as a springboard to improve a little bit more next week, he's going to be threatening for obviously the win in Megaminx, and I think a lot of podiums in 4 and 5 especially.
Yeah, I think more than anything, this competition just shows that the proof of concept is there. They can perform in an international competition with a pretty big rep, and I think Worlds is just going to be, you know, a test of whether he can carry on what he's done in this competition.
I was going to say, you did well at Euros.
Oh yeah, well that's true as well. Yeah, unfortunately,
he won half the Megaminx
it does
final.
seem 0.5 of a Megaminx win. No, that's pretty valid. It's a bit unfortunate that it doesn't go on his profile as a win, but you know, in our hearts, we know that he's done very well.
Yeah, he's proven that he can perform under pressure. So
either way, we are going to quickly cut to an ad break, but after this one, we've got a quick break, so it looks like we're going to be getting Beth Lee on stream for a quick interview. We'll see you after the break.
Hey. We are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related, and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade, and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Righty, good to be back from that short break. I've just got with me the 3rd place in this Megaminx final, Beth Lee. Hello, Beth.
Hello.
Welcome to the live stream. How does it feel to finish up 3rd place in the warm-up comp?
Well, I feel really happy. Firstly, a bit speechless because I'm 4th on the sec sheet, so a bit better than expected.
Yes, a bit better than expected, which is always good. Nice to get another bronze on the profile, especially in a competition like warm-up Seattle.
Yep.
We had a pretty stacked psych sheet. Obviously, Timofey taking the win, which I don't think anybody really expected anything else for that. But you've had an amazing competition, not just in the finals with the placing. You saw a pretty solid PR in the first round.
Yeah,
as well.
that's right.
The first round. About 4th place there, but a nice PR average of 32.24.
Yes.
Which, if I'm right, that's a pretty massive chunk from what your PR average was before. What was your PR average before?
So I was stuck on 33.77 for a really long time.
Okay, so you beat your PR by about 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Was that something that you expected that would happen coming into this competition, or was that something that took you a bit more by surprise?
Well, I was hoping for it, but I mean, it's great that I managed to do it because it's been it's been way too long since a last PR. Yeah.
It's always nice to sort of break out of a rut when you're competing so well. It's always nice to just get that one average that kind of sets you on the right track. And
That's
I think
right.
If anything, this is just a massive confidence booster to set you into the World Championships. Do you hope to make finals at the World Champs?
That's what my goal is for the competition. But if I don't, then I mean that's fine as well.
Yeah, that's okay. Is it just the 2 rounds of Megamix?
I think there are 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 3 rounds of Megamix. I think you shouldn't have any problem getting into that second. And hopefully you're able to perform. Nice to see.
Yep,
Really,
thank you.
So yeah, I mean, first competition.
Yeah.
How are you finding it? How does it compare to the competitions back home?
I think this is quite a large scale competition. In Singapore, we usually have the small scale ones that happen in little rooms, and those are the ones that happens like maybe once every 2 weeks. So it's nice to get back get back into a big competition as well as one that is different from the Singapore scene. I think in the US, firstly, I mean, floating is the same. So you do one solve and then you get up. But like the stations is a bit different. But I think other than that, it's mostly the same, yeah.
It was always a little bit interesting coming from a different country and seeing how they run their competition.
Yeah.
In Australia, we do like exceeding, which is it's pretty nice because like you just get to sit in the one spot, you can chat to your judge, put stuff on your table, decorate it however you like.
Yeah.
It's nice to be able to adapt to it.
Yeah, that's right.
Have anything else that any other events you're practicing? Or Megamix is just the big one?
Yeah, I think Megamix is the big one. I'm doing all the other events that I qualified in as well. So I think Megamix is definitely the main one. But if I can PR in any one of the other events, then that would be also cool.
Well, I'd like to get some questions from chat if we could. If we've got Beth on stream for just a little bit while we've got a little break waiting for our next event. So if you have any questions, feel free to shoot our way. 3x3 round 3 is being called, so get your questions in quickly. Don't have much time to
let me check my group.
What's Singapore NR? I'm very curious.
For Megamix? It's Tristan Chua Young, TCY. World champion.
He's not coming to Worlds.
Yeah, he's not, which is really interesting, yeah.
It's unfortunate. It's going to be sad. But at least, I believe that means we're going to have a new world champion.
Yeah, that's right.
Interesting as well. No, amazing. Well done, Beth.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, obviously we had a pretty nice PR in the previous round. Is there any aims for the average in the future? You're looking to bring that down more, or do you have any particular goals?
I think right now, my next goal is, I can choose either one because there's a female Asian record, which is Ida Hyun, and then there's NR2, which is about 31.8.
Who has NR2?
Isaac Lai.
Oh,
yeah, and then I could also aim for FWR in the future, but that's quite a bit away as well. Yeah.
Was it ASR?
Yeah.
That'd be a nice one to beat because that was the former world record.
Yeah, that I think it's been a long time and I really look up to her as well. So it'll be really interesting if that happens.
Nice, you get to not only look up to your idols but also kick their butt. So I'm very much looking forward to hopefully seeing that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Too much of a long race that one.
Yeah, thank you so much.
How you competed in the first round, always improving, always better all the time.
Yeah.
Fantastic, good to have you on.
Thank you so much.
Congrats on the 3rd place in Megamix. Hope to see you doing well at the World Champs.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Take care. Alright, looks like we're going to
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan, Millard, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
3 finals. Here is Brian Johnson with the head cam, 6.13 start. Landscape of last round, we had two familiar faces at the top. You can see their solves on the live stream. We had Xuan Yigang of China with a 5.41, absolutely dominated the first round, also taking out second.
Repeated first round. Oh yeah. And I'm gonna get the exact same time. I like that there's no trail. Yeah, we're gonna have the Chinese kids are not in the street. Oh, they're not? No, that's how you can tell. Yeah.
I was curious. Luke Garrett. So, joining us, we have technical director extraordinaire.
I'm ready.
I don't know about extraordinaire. Maybe, I don't know what the opposite of extraordinaire is, but we try. We give it a try. Hello, everyone.
Manu Singhal. Hello, Manu.
I was trying to get James McDiarmid on, but he is actually helping the competition run. So I'm like, okay, you know what? That is actually an important position as we watch Luke Garrett with a corner twist. Otherwise, tear through this solve 6.45. Two not great solves from two of my favorite solvers of all time, Luke and Maddie, unfortunately.
I had a really rough walk up right at the beginning.
Pretty nice tech there. Did the edge orientation algorithm with the corner twist. Recognition's a little bit stunted.
Yeah.
And then obvious, well, having to fix that at the end. We saw that in fact with Megamix finals with
Yeah.
trying to fix that corner twist.
Yeah, man, I feel
Take a little bit off his
we've seen a lot of corner twists, I feel like, more so than normal, maybe just because we're seeing more solves than normal, but yeah, maybe it has something to do with the air, the humidity, perhaps.
I think it's maybe just something you can chalk up to, yeah, seeing a lot of solves just at the
Yeah,
same time.
almost certainly.
I think maybe it's, well, I think most of these guys have had a long few days of commitment, so maybe a little bit of fatigue their way, as is natural.
Yeah, it'll be good for them everyone to get like a short 2 to 3 day break, enjoy the the beautiful nature and scenery of Seattle, and then right back into it where it matters most.
Multi-blind needs to be written with the names and the results.
Most warm-up Seattle 25.
Hey, a podium here is a pretty good podium, all things considered. It's like we're getting to like majors level of competition here. We got several like continental champions, continental record holders, general record holders, WR like top 20s like Maddie. One of my homeboys from the big island of Hawaii recently graduated from high school. He'll be attending college soon. Looking to make a good impression at the World Championships. Not the greatest solve from him, but an incredibly fluid OL to PLL translation, 5.79.
That's pretty signature for Maddie's solves. The burning and just that recognition. Solid. I mean, he had that little six sledgehammer. Solid.
Yeah. I had the chance to talk to Maddie in not quite San Diego, kind of in between Los Angeles and San Diego at the tail end of last month. That was a competition, I believe it's called, what was it, Nub Open? I think it was Nub Open was when I was able to talk to him last, and he was telling me about how he was working on efficiency amongst other things, trying to build better and better solutions. Looks like Tripodi's mic is dead. Very classic of a Cubers live stream. We'll get that replaced real fast. You can hear his wonderful, beautiful commentary voice. All right, Mr. Tripodi, you should be back now.
Are we cruising? Are we cruising? That one looks a little bit low as well, I'm thinking.
Then I'll replace that one while we have the chance, and then we'll just swap.
I'll be back soon.
As we watch Brian Johnson tear through this one. Always impressive how many algorithms Brian Johnson knows. 6.10 for him. Let's see if we can get Tripodi back now. Bit of live troubleshooting, as it were. We got full bars.
Testing. I think we're back in business, baby.
Oh, we're back. We're back like
we are so back.
Been before.
Man, I apologize if that's been going on for a while.
No, it hopefully hasn't. I don't think it's been. I guess we'll have to see when we look back. 4.33 though.
With the PLL skip. Absolute classic stuff there from Luke. It was a pretty beautiful solve. And obviously that bit of luck going your way as well always helps.
Yes. Hey, not a crime to get lucky. I feel like folks don't say that phrase as much anymore. It was prevalent everywhere before. Now, this is Colby, I believe. Perhaps. Maybe I'm just getting that completely wrong. Someone in the chat is surely going to correct me.
That .olo case. A couple of S moves in there too. Not so bad. 8.06.
Not too bad of a solution overall. Hoping to get a pretty darn good solution himself, Matty, on the GAN 16 prototype, I think.
Getting some quality comp experience in with it before the World Champs next week.
Yeah, the F double sexy OLL 611. Unfortunately, yeah, not quite good enough of a solution. Just felt like he had a really long F2L there, and then just couldn't get saved by the last layer, unfortunately. Let's see what Brian is going to cook up now.
Looks like they might be splitting up 3x3 into a couple of separate groups for this semi-final.
Yep, that sounds right to me.
Yeah, so at the moment, we're going to be looking at 3 different groups. In this group, we've got, of course, the Matty Hiroto Inaba, Luke Garrett, and Brian Johnson trio. Here's Brian at the moment. The Moyu robot shirt and head cam, pretty customary. 5.61.
Good solve from him.
Always very nice. Looks like he might have to charge up that camera, it looks like.
There's been a lot of competition so far.
It's been getting a lot of use today. He's been solving pretty well, making lots of semi-finals and finals, so that GoPro's got a workout today.
He's got to be up there in like completed solves divided by competitions ratio, you know? He's making a lot of rounds, an amazing all-rounder. Has to definitely be one of the best to never have a world record.
And here goes Luke Garrett. We saw that nice 433, pretty slick solving on that second scramble. Yeah, see what we can get on scramble number 3 here for him.
Yeah, the white does seem kind of interesting here. Couple rotations in the F2L. Looks like it just ended up being a bit long. It's 6-3-2. Not great, not fantastic. You got to wonder what's going to be making the next round, but surely a solver of Luke's capacity should make it in no problem.
Here's Matty underway, judged by Tyler Williams. Going to be one of the team leaders for Worlds.
Ooh, exciting.
And also organising a couple of competitions on the East Coast while he's here on his trip from Australia. Here goes Matty, 564.
Wow, a lot of moves, but very fluid turning here, getting him one of his best, the best solve of his average so far. Let's see what that puts him in terms of BPA, WPA.
And again, that lightning fast recognition, a staple in Matty's solving. That fourth one in, so yeah, he's actually got a pretty narrow range in that average. Pretty consistent solving so far, so only about 0.2 of a second between his best and worst possible average, so he's pretty well made that finals.
Here's Colby Smith now. Looks like he actually made an error when he was solving cross. Not able to find an incredibly good solution. 8.37 though. That will probably suffice for him considering his seed result is 8.51. Brian Johnson now.
Oh, well, into the JPERM PLL, 6.27 for Brian.
Good solve for him.
That camera goes straight back on charge. All right, here goes Luke, just about to begin his inspection. I believe this is his 4th solve. I'm not quite sure what he got on that last one. We did catch it on stream, but I don't remember off the top of my head what time he got there.
Yeah, Preetham is actually just going to scroll back to see if he can find it just for us. But let's take a look at this one. Red cross is the choice. Looking to be a bit locky and what?
And it looked like a soon PLL skip again. So 2 PLL skips in the average, 6.35. I think Luke just seen a bit of disbelief in that one.
Yeah, it looks like the third one was 6.32. Thanks to the GoPro for actually surprisingly good video quality. From what?
It's holding strong. Real MVP on the live stream.
Let's go.
Here goes Matty.
Yeah,
it has that pretty narrow range of the best worst possible average, so this solve is almost inconsequential. We would like to still see a pretty slick solve from Matty.
Oh yeah, sub 6 is certainly something good.
This is a great start. Yeah. This could be BPA.
Yeah,
looks like it is going to be by quite some margin. 5.24 on that one, gets in that 5.85 average. Sub 6 in the first group. almost mirroring his result from the last round, a 5.76 there too.
Yeah, that's got to feel a little bit better for him, considering for him, 631, 611 are missteps. They are not good solves. That's not what he wants whatsoever. So hopefully he can carry some of the momentum into the finals block.
All right, here goes Colby. Had an 8.51 average in the previous round. Look, maybe a little bit of pauses in that one to start. I'm not one to judge though. My 3x3 is much worse than his. 8.20 to finish there.
Yeah, pretty solid. Just looks like he had a lot of edges unoriented, unfortunately. That's also not fantastic. Want to orient as many edges as possible as... Ooh, 644 from... I'm guessing this is a Dion? Kumarishan? Great solve from him.
Anyway, that's a great solve. That could be PR potential for him. So looked pretty stoked with that one. 6.44. Looked like some pretty fluid end to the solve as well.
Yeah, great to see. Once the results get entered, we'll see what exactly it ends up at. This is a Luke Garrett solve. 433, I'm guessing.
Let's see what we can see here. So we had that, of course, PLL skip at the end on that 433. Let's see what we're looking at here.
Yeah,
he did go for that red cross. And that U2.
Ooh, one look last layer.
It was. It looked like he definitely didn't do the standard algorithm for that OLL, but it was pretty blocky. So might have just done that OLL CP with a skip, or
very possible.
Maybe could have been a one look last layer. It definitely seems like the kind of case you could recognize as a one look last layer.
Yeah, he definitely took a little bit of extra time to recognize it, which is the only reason why I say it. But yeah, very possible that just one look last layer to rule them all, so to speak. Very reminiscent of that last layer that Timon got in PSL Finals at Berkeley. Although that one, I think, was just very standard Sexy Sludge.
All right, so here goes Luke. He's kind of talking about the round that we've obviously seen. 2 PLL skips and 1 average. But there's always time for one more.
Wasn't that like oddly consistent? Like 632, 635, 645 might end up being his counting times.
Look, they are consistent, but I'm sure it's not consistent in the range that he would like him to be.
Exactly, yeah.
He does, of course, have a sub 5 average in competition.
Red cross again.
Look, a rotationless up until that last one there. Zebulel 5.71. So yeah, that's going to be a nice counting time for him. Be in and around that 6.1 average mark, I would think.
Yeah, let's see what he ends up. Yeah, 6.1 is probably. Oh, bingo. You got it. That's some quick maths you got there.
6.13 there for Luke. So we see Shane Grogan in the back. Or Colby Smith there. Another nice 8.23.
Yeah, some pretty consistent solving for him too.
He's been getting himself some nice low 8 solves this average. So pretty good spot. And we're assuming it's an improvement on the last round where he got an 8.51.
Yeah, so some overall pretty decent solving, but nothing that really blew our minds other than for 433. I still lose my mind whenever there's a sub 5 single. As we are getting towards the late afternoon stages of a very packed weekend, a very exciting weekend here. This is just the warm-up comp.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? We've still got the whole world chance to go.
Which is going to be double the length of this one also. It's just going to be fantastic. I think I've mentioned it many times already, but I just love the atmosphere here. It's great to see all these competitors from all these different regions all coming together. They're all out here to do one thing: solve the puzzle fast. Unless you're doing... No, I guess, yeah, no, literally every event, because there was no FMC.
There's no FMC. And I know a few people who are a little bit sad that we didn't even have FMC at the Quiet Comp. It's a bit sad.
Yeah, I guess...
Because we did literally hold 16 events over the course of this weekend, and FMC is the only one that got the snub. It's a bit unfortunate, but...
Yeah, when it comes to timing it out, unfortunately, 3 hours is quite a big block to use. I mean, maybe possible in this venue, though, if there was like an extra room that were available. But yeah, good solving from those guys. We're going to see some even better solving coming up in the next round because one of the marquee names of this warm-up competition of the entire World Championship, Jixian Zhao, she's going to be on. She got 5.74 average in the last round and almost broke the female world record in the first round as well.
Not to mention as well, Zeke Mackey also going to be in this round. Got his first sub-6 average.
Yeah, that was awesome.
He's in hot form. Let's see if he can keep that going. We're also going to be seeing some nice solving from Ru extraordinaire Alexei Svetkov as well. He's had some pretty good results across the board this competition. 3x3 finished with an average of 6.57 in the previous round. That gets him into this group as the 3rd seed. And Luke Tixon to round out the top 4, 6.77. Yeah, it's going to be nice to see Qixian Cao. He's been getting some good results this competition. See if she can keep that ball rolling.
Oh yeah. It was an awesome time having her do the interview here earlier. Because as Shorny was being interviewed first, Qixian was just nervous as she was waiting. She was just bouncing around everywhere. Oh, absolutely adorable. That is still live on the channel. You can go and rewind it. You'll see about during the lunchtime if you want to listen in. A very wholesome interview. It was interesting to get to listen in to see like what their like kind of mindsets were. As kids, I'm sure I was definitely thinking about something different. I was not thinking about trying to win the world championships, certainly, of any kind. Maybe of sleeping. I think maybe the babies have me beat there.
Hey, we're your SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Zeke Mackey, as we were talking about just before, netted his first sub-6 average in the last round with a 5.93, shares himself the top 2 seeds with Qixian Cao of China, the women's world record holder. 5.74 in the previous round.
Qixian is doing her first solve right now.
Yeah, 5.36 average. It's an impressive average for anybody, but it's lovely to see just someone so young doing so well. 7.18.
Bit of a lucky start to F2L.
Yeah, it did just look like it, unfortunately.
Yep.
Here goes the finish. Anto Pikkanen. Looked like a a kind of like a PLL parity sort of thing. I know he had two swapped in the cross and then maybe an adjacent swap on top. So just setting up to some kind of MTU to MTU2 sort of thing. All right, here goes Luke Tixon, came fourth seed in this group. Behind Alexei Svetkov, who's just sat down beside. We'll try and get Luke's solve on stream if timing permits. Right, here goes Luke on the top down. That's pretty nice, yeah. 5.46, solid stuff from Luke Tixon to begin.
Very neat F2L into L, OLL, and T-perm. Not very simple cases. So
here goes Alexei Svetkov. He's got a couple of nice blocks on this game, so it could be nice for Rue. Let's see what he ends up going for. So that first block done now. Oh, this is speedy. Check this out. This could be good. 5.50. That's bang on his PR average, if I do recall correctly. 5.50 for Alexei Svetkov. Looked like a really, really quick first two blocks.
Yeah, he was very bursty turning as well. So it really, I guess that kind of bursty turning really rewards you in the final stages of Rue.
And here goes Zeke, looking to chase another sub-6 average as he just got his first in the last round. .olo case here, 2 sledges, 6.98 to finish there. We see Luke Tixon in the background.
The .olo is pretty unfortunate there.
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate. It's sometimes those F2L cases beforehand don't give you a whole lot of options. You just kind of got to take the L.
Yep. Do
the .olo and then just hope that you can tidy it up again later. Maybe with a nice PLL or something like that. Here's Luke Tixon. Started off really, really strong. 5.3, I believe, to begin. 5.4 maybe. Here he goes for a red cross. Looks like a bit longer than that last solve. That PLL to finish. 8.41. Here's Anto again.
Anto, sorry. Ooh, getting nervous during that last layer, ending with the 10.72.
Yeah, he had an 8.26 average in the previous round. Unfortunately, I think we all knew, but this was a fair way off his best, sadly. 10.72.
Jishan starting her second solve.
Started off with a 7.1. She's definitely the class of this group, so we're going to try and get as much of her solves on stream as possible. And underway. Yeah, started with 7.18.
Not the best start for her. Let's see if the scramble has something better.
Let's flip the script on this. Here we go. Going for a yellow cross.
Much better here. Oh, but the ZB is going to have a lock up there. Or maybe she misexecuted the first turn, I believe.
Yeah, well, it looked like it was an F and an F prime. And changed the angle. So
yeah,
just that ZB looked to be the hanging point on that solve.
Zeke with the second solve here. Pretty quick. Time to OLL for 5.74.
Pretty nice recognition on that E-perm as well. Not AUFing and trying to find blocks or anything like that. Just straight into it and then the AUF afterwards. 5.74 is pretty good for him. It is under that PR average that he got in the previous round. Here goes Luke Tixon. Started off extremely well, as we noted. That sub-6, comfortably sub-6. Let's see what Luke can manage over here.
Rough start with a little bit of a almost drop the cubes, feels like. High into a Z perm for Luke, ends with the 8.23. We got Alexei Svetkov.
CMLL onto that Emu spam. Oh, that was a nice. It looked like after he oriented those edges, it was just a couple of moves to solve. 6.84 for Alexei there.
I think pre-CMLL there was it was a little bit on the slower side for him.
Yeah, unfortunately so, but regardless.
Yep.
Still a decent result to come out of it. Here is Anto. White cross again. Alright. 8 move OLL, Y perm for the PLL. 8.64, and here goes Chishan.
Third solve.
Going for a white cross this time around. Looking a lot better.
Soon ZBLO with a 443.
Yeah, amazing recognition on that soon ZBLO.
Finally something better this average.
Has been trending downwards in a big way these times, so expecting that we're going to be seeing a low 3 next and then world record single on the last.
Yes.
Here's Luke Tixon.
I love extrapolating based on small data.
It's my favorite pastime.
Qishan's PR average is 536, just trying to remind myself, which also is a female world record average.
Is ZBLO, or it looks like maybe just a random OLL. 7.23 for Luke. Here goes Zeke. Had a pretty nice solve on his previous attempt, 5.7. There's an OLL, Lightning Bolt, and a U-Perm,
Slightly lucky.
604. He's still hovering in and around that 6-second mark, so not doing terribly. He goes Alexi. We noted a pretty nice solve on that first one, tied his PR average. See what this next scramble offers for Rue. This is the one that we've already seen most of our competitors do.
You know what color blocks he usually goes for?
8 seconds. 8 seconds.
Here. Yep.
Looking like another pretty nice solve. 566.
Nice.
Yeah, slotting himself some pretty nice mid-5 solves. It's in and around his best that we've seen so far.
He's a 550 PR average. So Yushin on her 4th solve. So far she has a 7.586 and a 443.
Is that 5.86 is a counting time? That 443 she got directly after that gives her a lot of room to get a really nice counting time here.
It's definitely feasible to count that as well. Let's see how it happens here.
Incredible start. Here we go. We've got the Pi ZBLO, or maybe a H ZBLO. Oh, 6.31. That's going to be a counting time as well. So it looks like it's out of the question for a PR average for Qishan, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little pause though as well as going into the 4th pair there. Zeke's last solve. He still has the potential to PR if he gets sub 574, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen here. 660 for Zeke.
Yeah, 660. That's going to get him around about that
654 average for Zeke.
That's what I was going to say. He's Anto as well.
Ooh. A lot of rotations in F2 well, and a twisted corner. Oh no.
Oh no, that's like a Timofey level twisted corner. 11.92. So that 10 we were seeing, unfortunately, is going to count. I think that would knock him out of contention for making the finals, unfortunately. Here goes Luke Tixon now. Off and running.
Ooh,
very
494.
Nice. Amazing solve. 4.94 gets best possible average by a fair way.
697 for Luke. Is that gonna? I assume a 697 will make finals here. I don't have a good. What was the cutoff from the 3rd round?
Yes, we're checking out WCA live for the 2nd round. That how many make finals? Is it top 12 or top?
I forget
16?
if it's top 6. I assume it's top 16.
Yeah, let's assume top 16. That's a 745 average, which would get you there.
Yeah.
So still, unfortunately, a fair bit away from that.
Might be borderline here for Luke.
Yeah, that 4 is pretty nice solve, but not a personal record. That is a 4.68 for Luke.
Yeah. Alexi's next solve here. Alexi starting his next solve. Oh, 503
for Alexi. How about it? These are things you love to see.
Qishan's last solve is coming up right up now. This doesn't look terribly good for her.
Like a pretty decently
768.
fast.
Oh, she's going to count that 7-second solve. So 586, 631, and 718 are your counting solves, ending with a 645 average. That should be fine for to make finals. So at least that's the case.
Yes, looking like it should be. Alexi on pretty nice pace for a PR average here. So with that 5.50, if we run some numbers quickly over here, he's counting, of course, that 5.50 and the 5.66 he got on the third solve. A 5.32 then will get him a new personal record average, and it is definitely in the cards. 5.35 to tie that 5.50 average. Seeing Chishan now, I'm not sure what solve this is, but she did go for a Y cross on this one.
I think this is the 4-second solve that we were seeing before.
Yeah, this was nice. Really nice ZBLL recognition. Why am I saying ZBLL? I'm not Chris Mills. Nice ZBLL recognition. Nice ZBLL recognition. Here comes Alexi. So a reminder that 532 is what he needs. Get himself a new personal record average, and it would be the new fastest average in the world that uses the Roux method. Aggressively warming up. Here we go, underway.
I'm anxious.
Can the 16-year-old break through, get himself the first route average under 5.5 seconds. Looks like one nice block on that scramble. I wonder if he's going to use that to his advantage. Underway now.
Oh, that's
second
a huge
block
pause between
oh,
CMLL.
There's a CMLL. It's around about 3 seconds. 6.48. It's not going to do it, I'm afraid. That's going to be close to his worst possible average. In the end, he ends up with a sub 6 though. 5.88 is the average for Alexei Svetkov. That's the fastest that we've seen in this group so far. By some way, actually. None of the other competitors getting sub 6.
Yeah, I feel like that puts him in a comfortable. That'll put him in a comfortable lead for this round 3. Although I don't think we haven't seen Xuanyi.
We have not
yet.
seen Xuanyi, so I think, to my knowledge, that's the only person who's going to come over top of Alexei is Xuanyi, and we're going to be seeing him in the next group. So
yeah, so we'll be seeing Xuanyi,
Xuanyi and Timofey. So they both got sub 6 averages in the previous round. So I would say it's pretty comfortable from that Alexei has locked up that third spot at the very least.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's increasingly likely he gets second. Although tough to say, I don't think he's getting first this round. I think Xuanyi is a cut above the rest of the field here. So
it's pretty
looking
likely
forward to see.
Yeah,
I would be pretty keen to see what Xuanyi will be able to do.
Yeah, two of the other competitors we're seeing are Anthony and Samir as the 3rd and 4th seeds for this group. Probably like there's a good chance for them to make finals as well. Probably not in podium coding contention for the 3rd round. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. Looks like they're calling up this.
Yeah, calling up this group now. I think we're going to be doing a quick commentary swap. Did you want to stay on, Brandon? Did you want to come on with James, or did you have to run off?
I can comment with James.
Yeah. All right. Well, looks like we're going to be getting Mr. James McDermott in on the live stream. So I'll quickly do a hot swap with him. I'll see you guys in a moment.
Hello.
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan Millard,
Maddie Nava,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, James.
Hello, Brandon. It's our first time commentating together, but very excited.
Yeah, I'm hyped too. We have the last group of 3x3 finals coming. Sorry, oh my god, 3x3 round 2.
Round 3.
Round 3.
There we go.
Wow,
got there in the end.
My brain's not working at this time of
That's
hour.
fine. It's been a lot of cubing. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
And can you give me a bit of a recap on what we just saw? Because I just came from competing, so I'm in the dark.
Yeah. So the competitors we saw, Cao Qixuan, Alexei Svetkov, Zeke McKay, as well as Anto. Why am I blanking on the last one? Oh, Luke Tixon.
Okay.
All of them. I think all of them did pretty okay. Alexei Svetkov had like a mid-5 average. I'm trying to pull up the exact number here. 5.88 average, which did put him in the lead for that group.
Yeah.
Rest of them around mid-6 average, which should put him in the finals. I think Luke's average is a little bit borderline for the final spot here.
Oh, really?
So.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, 697. I think we're looking at round 3, and that should be. I think that's under the cutoff for round 3.
Yeah.
But with finals, that can always change and whatnot. So we'll see what happens for the actual finals cutoff.
Yeah.
Looking at some of these. This is the third round, not existing results from the final. We will see. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. So again, as a reminder for some of the competitors we're going to be seeing in this group, we have Geng Xuanyi with who had a 541 average in the third round. We're also going to see Timofey Tarasenko, Anthony Patarakis as Samir, and Samir Agrawal, I believe they're actually calling his name right now.
Yeah. So those were the clear standout favorites from the previous round. Xuanyi winning with Xuanyi leading the round with a 541 average, which I've got to say is a bit slow for Xuanyi, really. We'd be expecting to see sort of mid-4, maybe low 5 on a bad day averages. So 541 is a bit on the slow side.
Yeah.
But anyway, here's Anthony coming in for his first solve.
2x2 extraordinaire. Let's see how he does on a slightly bigger cube than a 2x2.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty choppy F2L there, but he gets to the ZB, and he knows it, but that's a lot of lockups, a lot of hesitation. He gets a 10.27. Now, you say 2x2 extraordinaire. He's definitely most known for his 2x2 abilities, but he demonstrated in that previous round that he's an exceptional 3x3 solver as well.
For sure.
He dropped, I believe, a 478 3x3 single.
Yep.
He reconstructed it for me, and it was a brilliant solve. It was the sort of flower shape hedge insert OLL. And into a PLL skip, and yeah, it was just a really clean solve all round.
Kevin just DNF?
Yes. Interesting. What if things come to, eh?
Trying to figure who that was, and I was like, oh, that looks like Kevin's turning.
Yeah. Kevin doesn't know what happened there, but here we have it. We're going from the old school generation, Kevin Hayes, to one of our bright rising stars, Xuanyi Geng, coming in for his first solve.
Timofey's also sitting right next to him, so hopefully he doesn't solve at the same time, so we'll try to give you updates on both of those solves. Anyway, Xuanyi starting his first solve here.
A few lockups right at the start, but he continues pretty well. Soon ZBLL, or anti-soon ZBLL rather.
95.
And he nails it, a sub-5 there. That's more what we want to see from him. Again, that 541 in the previous round was pretty unusual, but 495, that's sort of back to form for Xuanyi.
Timofey on the first solve of his average.
Opting for a white cross as well. Some weird hesitations there at the end of F12, the transition into last layer.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think F12 looked on par with Xuanyi, but there was some hesitation on the OLO, strangely.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what went on there. Maybe he was going to go one way, he chose to go another. But yeah, give him a 681.
Looks like Samir has showed up to his group and will be starting his first solve as well.
Yeah, Samir's been a bit all over the place this competition. In the first round, he ended up with a 7-second average. On paper, it looked almost like quite consistent. He had 7.77, 5.7, but he had +2s. He had plenty of like lockups, hesitations. It was a bit of a mess, but overall, he didn't seem to be taking it too seriously. I think he was just having a good time.
Oh, A-perm a little bit lucky for 7 flat.
Yeah, and there's a 7 from him. So yeah, he's been a little bit all over the place, but again, mostly known for square one, and he won that quite comfortably.
Anthony's second solve.
Looks a bit unsure during inspection here. Choosing yellow cross. Progressing reasonably nicely through. It's OLL and PLL.
Ooh, nice save there to avoid that +2 penalty.
Yeah. So just narrowly avoided an 8, but he did it. And 691.
G starting his second solve. 495 on the first solve. I have faith this one will be better.
Okay, let's see it then. And it's a pretty good F12.
Yeah,
there we go. Oh, well, you called it. 429. How about that, eh? How easy does he make it look? That's just crazy to me. And here's Kevin, hoping to get a successful solve this time, I imagine.
Let's go, Kevin.
It's decent, you know.
Oh wait, no, Kevin already had a successful solve on his second solve.
Okay,
yeah.
Oh, I see that now, yeah. But 8.57, that's definitely more what Kevin's expecting there. And here we have Timofey coming in for his second. He had a 681 on the first with that hesitation on the F12 to last layer transition. Hopefully it'll be a bit smoother this time. And it's lightning TPS. Here we go, OLL, PLL, and it's a 501. I gotta say, for my money, that looked almost like a Yihing solve, you know, just barely any pauses, fluent OLL, fluent PLL, and yeah, ending up with a very, very fast time.
Like there were, I guess like there were pauses, but they were like small pauses combined with lightning TPS, and it just made the pauses like useless. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is we've both been cubing for so long that when we think of pauses, they're like, you know, you stop, you take a beat.
Yeah.
Whereas for this new wave of cubers, their pauses are just like an absolute fraction of a second.
They're not even pauses anymore. That's just you doing some operation in your head.
Yeah, it's crazy, really.
Yeah, Anthony on the third solve.
Looking pretty decent, and not quite the best PLL, but 693. So he's still, you know, producing those sub-7s here. It's definitely more what he wants to see after that first 10. Oh, a nasty lockup on the OLL there. That's 676.
I will say that OLL, I feel like, doesn't lend itself well to like nice corner cutting. Like
yeah,
the,
it's strange.
R prime, U prime, F.
Yeah, I think it's a very fast OLL, but you've got to nail it.
Yeah.
You know? Anyway, here's Xuanyu coming in for his third solve. He's produced 2 sub-5s so far. Will we see another one from him here? We'd certainly imagine so. I mean, he has a comfortably sub-5 official average of 100, so he's easily capable of getting sub-5s on any solve. And will he get it here?
Going for yellow, I believe?
I think so, yep.
Not exactly. Yep. Whoa.
Whoa. This is a good start, and there we go.
433.
433. An absolute picture of consistency here, Xuanyu. Nothing but 4s so far, and he's leaving the rest of the field in the dust. I mean, solvers like Timofey, maybe solvers like Anthony and Samir, you'd hope might be able to compete on a solve or two, but Xuanyu's just proving to be so much better today.
Pulling out those 4-second solves consistently.
Yeah, and this is a really good sign for the World Championships next weekend, because he will definitely need a 4-second average to win.
Timofey on the third solve of his average. We saw a pretty nice 501 from Timofey from the last solve.
Yeah, it looked very smooth, and let's see if he can replicate that here. Pretty good F12, a little bit choppy, but there's OLL, there's PLL, and a 518.
Okay.
So he's looking really good in that low 5 range.
Anthony. Up again.
Looks a little bit hesitant through F12 here.
On Red Cross.
Yeah. Oh, it's a
ZB.
very shaky solve.
Wow.
Anthony, of course, has been trying to, well, he's been exploring the ZB method over the last few months, and I think he's gone a little bit back and forth on it. We've seen some OLLs from this competition. He opted for ZBLL there, but sort of crumbled under the pressure a little bit. It wasn't a great execution, and it gave him a 987.
Yeah, I think that's going to end up counting a 9 for Anthony here.
It will, yeah. So Anthony's best possible average is going to be 7.90, which I don't know if that'll make finals, you know.
Yeah.
That was sort of right on the cusp of what was top 20 in the last round.
Samir 709, Xuan Yi on his 4th solve. So far, 4-9, 4-2, 4-3.
Not quite such a clean start,
Wait,
but
hold on. Oh. I was about to say the same thing as you, James.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. He can have a choppy start, and then suddenly he's just done with F2L. It's unbelievable, really. There was such an efficient solution, such a good ZBLS, and just pure perfection on the ZBLL. Gave him another 4. It's funny how he can get 4s, and they don't even look clean. They don't even look perfect.
Yeah.
But he just does it anyway.
So there's no PR potential for Xuan Yi here, but I mean he's already got 4 4s, so just gotta go for a single at that point. Actually, Timofey's 4th solve here.
Oh,
very
it's a bit
unfortunate
rough.
with a 588. But actually, his PR average is 549.
Yep. So he does have potential here. He has a 536 BPA, so he'll need close to that to get it. But it's very, very doable for him. Could we see a new personal record average for Timofey in the semi-finals here? That'd be such a confidence booster.
Anthony on the last solve here.
Again, not a great start. It's looking very choppy.
Oh, wow. I guess he forced an OLO skip, but
yeah,
really choppy throughout. Samir almost doing a.
Oh,
no.
What did we just see from Samir? He doesn't seem to know either. There's a fumble, a try to fix, another fumble, another try to fix, and eventually just a 2+2. There was no saving that solve, really. So Samir looking at a range of 695 to 794. That worst possible average, if he gets that, again, that's right on our cusp. I don't know if that'll be making it, and we could see some upsets here. Maybe Anthony missing, maybe Samir missing. I mean, Anthony ended up with an 848 average.
I don't think Samir's going to make finals with that 7.6. Actually, no, sorry, I'm reading this wrong. His BPA still could make it. So.
Yeah. But we could definitely see some upsets. And here's Xuan Yi.
Let's see. Any good singles he can pull out here?
Oh, maybe.
No, not really here. That's going to be the worst time, 565.
And isn't that a wild thing to say? I mean, better than any average we've seen from anyone so far?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no.
Crazy.
A huge gap between everyone here. But Timofey on PR watch for this last solve. 549 PR, best possible at 536. So
he's going to need a mid-5 to do it.
Actually, it's barely 575. No.
Oh, is that going to be it? It's going to be close.
I think barely
560, no. So he doesn't quite manage it, but it's a pretty good average. It's one of his best, and to get that in the semi-finals, it's going to give him a high seed heading into finals.
All right, can Samir bounce back from these 4 solves to get his best possible average? I think he needs that BPA if he wants to be comfortable making it to finals.
Yeah.
Well, this is the last group, so I think we could see if he can. Oh, big pause there. Oh, the twisted
corner twist. It's been a bit of a mess of a round, really, for some of these solvers. Anthony and Samir, we know that they're great solvers, but today just not pulling out their best performances, and he ends up with a 7.38 average. I mean, that might make finals, but it's going to be close. I'm just not sure, really.
738 is very, very, very borderline, so we'll have to see. All the results getting entered and checked, and then we'll be able to see what the finals cutoff is for this competition.
But we said it was a bit up and down. We said it was a bit of a mess. Xuan Yi not falling victim to that, pulling out a 472 average and pretty much crushing the field here.
Yeah.
I mean, we know there are some solvers who can compete with him. Guys like Maddie, guys like Luke could take the win off him in finals later today. But if he pulls together a performance like that, it's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, he's already in a very commanding position, Xuan Yi, with this 472 average, and it's not like he gets like terribly nervous in these scenarios. I think he can pull off some great stuff in high pressure scenarios. So yeah, just taking a look at this solve here, so many I noticed he just does all these F moves that just
it's a very interesting F2L style, eh?
Yeah, just tucking in those F12 pairs very secretly, and then.
It's a funny way to look at it. I like it though.
I don't know.
And just nailing these anti-Soon and Soon ZBLLs.
Some of these insertions are just wild. Yeah, 429. That solve is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, you called it. You said he was going to do better than a 4.9, and he absolutely did. A 4.29 is sensational. It's just such a treat to watch these solves in slow-mo too. I mean, when he's solving at full speed, it's just almost impossible to keep up with what he's doing.
Yeah.
But watching them in slow-mo, you can really appreciate the elegance of his solutions. Anyway, I'm going to have to sub out in just a sec here because I have to go compete in FTO finals, which I somehow made.
Yeah.
So I'll bid you farewell.
James.
I might be on again later on. We'll have to see. But anyway, plenty more action to come. See you guys later.
See ya.
Now calling out FTO final. FTO final, this is the top 16 of our unofficial event. They starting out with Egypt. We're also going to aim volunteer judges.
We are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
I love FTO.
I do as well. We're back. I'm Stanley Chappell.
My name's Michael. I've been on the stream a little bit.
Yeah.
You'll be seeing more of me probably later in the day. But we got some FTO, some unofficial cube action, and we're already getting delegates called. Oh yeah, I love this.
Davis with a solid delegate call. Looks like his timer was not on. But let's go over the results of the last round. So Ethan placed third in our first round of FTO yesterday with a 24.33 average. And then second, we had Ledger Ramirez with a 20.75 average. And then our leader from round one was Michael Larson with a 17.58 average.
Impressive work from those three. Michael actually also won the mystery event from yesterday as well, which was 3x3 down solving. So
That's right.
had a couple of funny events this warm-up Seattle. Obviously had first round of FTO yesterday, and then also afterwards we had our mystery event, which is, as I said before, 3x3 down solving. You got the same scramble 3 times.
5 times.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Same scramble 5 times, and best result is your result for the round. Best of 5.
Yeah. So we've got Zeke over here. Zeke Mackey placing 4th in our first round of FTO. You'll notice a lot of turning on FTO that looks very, very similar to the Yao method for 4x4, and in fact the method that is used for speed solving FTO. That's a 22 for Zeke. That's going to be quite a good time for him. Looked like a pretty nice last 3 triples case. The method that's used for solving FTO is in fact very similar to the Yao method for 4x4.
Yeah, I think the main key difference with the methods between Yao and, I think it's Ben Cisco is the name of the method. Yeah, I think the main thing is that you've got to solve centers and edges together, and obviously those edges have permutation to them, so you can't just get the same colors. You have to also arrange them in the right order as well, going clockwise.
Ledger going right here for solve 1. Looks like that could have been the block could have been a little bit slow there, but I'm not quite sure what splits look like. However, finishing up last bottom triple onto last 3. And 1878, very nice last 3 triples execution. Last 3 triples being the last step of the solve. Think of it as essentially the last layer of the FTO.
And here goes Michael Larson. Again, started off with a 17.58 average in the previous round. Won that round by around about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So he is the class of your field from the first round. See if he can keep that ball rolling.
So Michael, interestingly, is solved on orange. I wonder if he has some amount of color neutrality going on. 1937 to start off. Looks like he's not going to be too happy with that.
Yeah, that is not the fastest solve we've seen so far, because obviously we had Ledger with that 18 on his first.
FTO, much like 4x4, requires you to sort of remember color scheme unless you want to spend a lot of time looking at reference pieces. So it's pretty important to have a really good grasp of color scheme. So most people end up solving on white only, so it's really impressive to see someone solving on not just the opposite color, but on orange. We have Ethan Davis going here just on last 3 triples right now. Looks like he's doing some sort of OPF thing. And gets a 22.15, and indeed it was OPF, although we'll need to get a penalty call on this.
I think that looks okay from my point of view, but
I
might be
hold
best to call.
until we have word from our...
Can we get that top down again?
We've got a multi-delegate situation over here.
Oh yeah, the more I look at it, the more it looks bang on.
I must reserve judgment until we get the official call.
Yeah, it looks right on that 60-degree mark. They're analyzing, yeah. Looks like they're looking at key elements of that turn. It's whether that peak of that middle edge is over the peak of that, or over that midsection of that triangle. What does it look like? It looks good. It is good. And that was also, of course, on the extra scramble as that timer situation happened with Ethan on his first attempt. Here goes Ledger. Looking pretty solid. Has solved that green center, so now just has the orange and grey to go. Now that's finished.
Last 3 triples. Or no, was that? Yeah, it was still last bottom triple. Oh, this is... Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There we go. 26.75. Okay. So we have Zeke coming up for solve 2 right here.
You saw Zeke improving on his first round average, or at least on track for that. Let's see if he could replicate something similar in this group. Right, and underway. Yeah, solved greens. Now just got the last 2 centers and solving that bottom triple now. Last 3 triples.
That was a great case, looks like. Oh, maybe not so great. All right, 2560. Looks like got A-permed. But that's okay. Still on track to beat that first round average.
So here goes Michael Larson. Started off with a 19 on his first solve. He is the winner of the previous round and won by a fair way from the rest of the field. So let's see if he can maybe pick up a bit of momentum from this solve. That's what we're looking for. Here goes Michael. He's a little bit locky on those first few turns. Only just finishing up his first center now. Oh no, actually, he might not be solving on white. I think that's what you were mentioning before.
Yes.
He doesn't necessarily always solve on white, so it can be a little bit deceptive. So he solved the grey. Now he goes on to the green and white centers, finishing that triple. Here goes the last three triples now. Just a little pause for recognition. 22.21.
And we've got another +2 call.
This is a really close +2 call again. I'm not sure what we're looking at for this one. And it's hard to tell from that angle. It's going to be a +2 this one, yeah.
24-21 for Michael Larson.
So yeah, 24.21, so it's not the direction he would have liked. So it's 19 is counting that he got on the first solve. However, that being said, that is still sub anybody's average from the previous round, so it's not all lost yet. I'm sure he would know that. It's not often you get to do a round of FTO, so I'm sure he's been looking at the stats of the previous round and just seeing what he needs to pretty comfortably sew up a win. I would imagine a 19 average is around about where you'd want to be.
Yeah, 19 average would do it, provided that Ledger doesn't have an extraordinarily good performance. But let's see, we have Zeke who's about to come up, it sounds like. Yes. Okay. Zeke is up for solve 3. Still have not tried any of these new FTOs. I still only have my Land from 2020.
That's fair. What prompted you to get that, or was it just something that you had laying around?
I got it because I wanted to hop on. I wanted to see what it was about when the pandemic hit, and it was fun for a little bit, but the Land's only so good. So I got a bit sick of turning it, and that's okay. But we have Zeke on the last 3 triples. That looks like it could be a good case. It's
A-permed again, 22.55, yep. It's looking pretty good. It's looking like he's definitely on for a much better pace than he was last round.
Yeah, definitely.
So hoping he can keep that momentum up. Now we're looking at Michael Larson, had a 24, which was a 22+2 on that previous attempt, and a 19 to begin. So not the hot start that he would have been after, certainly some ways off what he had in his previous round. However, he was able to counter 19 in the previous round and claw it back with a counting 14.
Yeah. So let's see what he's able to do here. It looks like there are a couple of...
Counting 15, rather. Not sure what color he's chosen to start with that one, but here he goes on to solving the orange and white. Last triple here. And now onto his last 3. It's looking like a pretty easily recognizable case.
That was a 2 center swap, I think.
Yes, 17.58.
17.58.
That is exactly the average that he got in the first round. We see Ledger second place from the first round as well. Started off pretty well with an 18. Not sure if we've seen any solves since then. In fact, he had a 24 on that second attempt. So straying away from where he'd want to be. We were looking for times around that 20, sub 20 possibly.
Yeah.
It's going for the standard.
Ledger's shirt. That was a shirt from Virginia Championship 2023. And I will give whoever in the chat can name what world record happened at that competition some fake internet points.
1949 for Ledger, so counting sub 20, just what we were looking at he might have been after.
So we have Ethan going now. Looks like we are getting to last 3. We're just getting last bottom triple now. He does not know what to do with this case, looks like. Or maybe he does, 2805.
Looks like everybody's pretty on board,
Okay.
pretty on the ball with what world record happened at that comp.
Yeah,
Do you feel like indulging us, Stanley? What world record got set at that competition?
Yeah, so the 5x5 blindfolded world record single was beaten at Virginia Championship 2023 with a time of 2 minutes 4.41 seconds by Stanley Chappell.
Hate that guy.
Hate that guy.
Is white. For who's solving at the moment?
This is Michael Larson.
Oh, that is Michael Larson. He goes for white. That's
He
crazy.
does
I'm
go
not sure.
for white.
Not sure I've ever seen that guy go for white before. 1595. Yeah. So Michael Larson looks like he's maintaining familiar territory at the top of the table in FTO.
Yeah, looks like it. I think it would take a lot to get this win to slip out from under him.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to have to be a combination of him stuffing up and someone else popping off. So unless one of those things happens here, it could be Ledger second in the last round.
Ledger is on good pace right now. Looks like he could get sub 20 if he continues decently well.
Alright, so here goes Ledger. Had a pretty nice start. Looked like a couple of only about 5 or 6 moves for that first center. Last 3 triples now. Looking like another sub 20s on the cards. Or maybe not so.
No.
I've put the commentator's curse on him. Has that 2 swap to fix up as well. 25.07, and that counter mid 20 that he got on that second solve as well.
Yeah.
So not what he would have wanted whatsoever.
Right. We do have Zeke coming up again. Also notably on quite good pace compared to his first round average.
Yeah,
But
counting
we
at
have,
22, which is a lot better than what he had in that first round. Had a 25.7 average.
Looks like first 2 triples are done, so we're on to centers. And okay, so last bottom triple. And that case looked funny. Centers only. 25.65.
He had that 2 flip at the end, which is just the 2 sledges, almost similar to like a pyramid sort of algorithm.
Yeah.
He goes Ethan. We noted that he has quite a familiar, he has quite a fluid turning style on Megaminx. He's translating that quite well to his FTO as well.
Definitely. Yeah, it's definitely reflective of the era of cubing that he originated in, where slow turning and look ahead was prioritized very strongly as hallmarks of foundationally good solving. Whereas nowadays there aren't any rules anymore. Everything's gone out the window. If you do it in fewer seconds, that's all that matters.
That is the basis of the sport. Time is the only thing that matters.
That is true.
Alright, here goes Ledger. Finishing that white center. Triples. Looks like triples just gotten done, so onto his centers now. Going for the green first, has the grey and orange left to go. Last triple now, or last bottom triple. Go the last 3.
Oh, that is not an A-perm you want right now. Oh, that's
we're
the
doing
wrong
it
A-perm.
twice. Oh
And
no.
that's the wrong AUF.
And a +2.
28.85.
Wow, not a great solve at all for Ledger. Here goes Michael. Can he continue his domination?
That's a fast one. That was an A-perm and 1686. So it looks like Michael will not be stopped.
And it looks like he's going to be in and around about the probably 18-second mark for that average. He is counting at 19, but he did that in the first round as well and still came away with a mid-17 average. So we'll see those results get entered.
Should be noted in first round. He also counted a 15. So
yes, no, that is true. I don't believe we have live data entry going, but I think you can safely assume at home that it's going to be Michael Larson taking home the FTO finals once again.
Definitely, yeah. We have Ethan going now. I don't think any of our solvers who are left have a single faster than Michael's average right now, let alone a BPA or anything.
Looks like another 3-move large trapezoid for Ethan there. So
yeah,
decent start. Pretty lucky cases. He's finished
found the
those
small
triples.
trapezoid and large trapezoid terminology really funny. They are, in fact, the same size.
It's just on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah. three-dimensional
24
surface
50
area.
yards. 30 for Zeke.
Yeah, Zeke, 31-4. Got James McDermott, current Oceanic record holder, either for single or average. I know he only has one. I'm not sure which one, but I believe it actually might be single. In the back, just obscured by Zeke at the moment. But who have we got sitting down next to Zeke in that front station? I wonder who it could be. I'm not actually sure. In fact, Zeke is going to go do some judging now.
All right.
It looks like. Oh, James with a 22.35. Pretty solid stuff.
Excellent.
It looked like it might have just been Ethan next door to Zeke. Still hadn't left the station just yet.
Perhaps.
Is that Manu on the stream? Hello, Manu.
That is, yeah, that is.
Homeboy. Absolute home slice. Oh no, what's going on? All the cameras getting lost.
People are solving FTOs. That's what's going on.
That is presumably what's going on off stream. Hello, we're back on the stream. No one's solving FTOs at the moment. So,
well,
looks like
at least one person.
Well, Michael's still sitting back down, so I think he's still got another solve to go. That would be good to see. Stream Tech is doing Stream Tech things right now, it looks like. Let's see what we can see. I can't see anything. I see Manu giving a big fat thumbs up to his assistant. I don't know. I'm just looking at what's going on over there because I can't see anything else. I'm just commentating on what I can see, and I can't see any solves. So anyway, if I put my glasses on, I still can't see any solves. Don't know what else to say about that. It looks like Michael Larson has taken back the win once again in FTO. So going undefeated.
Do you have any results in yet?
I believe not.
Okay.
Let's keep refreshing. It's not going to happen. I don't think live data entry extends to the unofficial events, unfortunately. So looks like you'll just have to take our words for it. That Michael Larson is definitely the fastest of who we've seen, and I don't think anybody who's not on stream was going to usurp that spot from him.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Anywho,
but,
that was definitely an FTO round. It's definitely one of the FTO rounds I've ever seen in my life.
Certainly.
Yes, it was it's actually pretty fun to watch. I can't lie. It's fun to watch those top level solvers, especially because it's such a foreign puzzle to me. I just don't know what's going on. It feels like I'm a noob at cubing again.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, I know how to do the method, but I've never turned on a puzzle that can be speed solved. Like,
yeah,
it's fun to see.
I mean, I've got a Diane Shing, but I don't believe that's the one anymore. Yeah, anywho.
It's all right. But yeah, anyway.
Well, that concludes FTO. Before we get back into our regularly scheduled events, speaking of, the next one will be
4x4.
4x4. We will cut to a little slideshow to keep you guys entertained while we get some stuff done behind the scenes. See you after the break.
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan, Millard, Maddie Nava, Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are here at Warm Up Seattle 2025. I am Alyssa Esprez, joined by
James McDermott.
And we are getting prepped for 4x4 finals.
I'd say one of the most exciting finals today. We've got some huge names here. We've got Timofey Tarasenko and Matti Hiroto-Inaba. They're going to be our featured cubers on stream. Both qualified with excellent averages in the previous round. Timofey in first place with a 21.35 average. He's been appearing in a bunch of our rounds all throughout the day. Obviously an extremely good all-rounder. And then Matti, who qualified with a 24.33 average.
That's a big gap between 1 and 2.
It is a big gap. However, I don't know, I have a sneaky feeling that Matti can pull out something great in finals here.
Absolutely. Like, that gap is not, necessarily what's going to happen in this final round. And then also you do see for that podium position, like, it's really close between basically 2 and 5, like definitely between 3. 3 and 4, look at that, that gap. So
that's essentially nothing. It's pretty much dead even right there.
And that's often what makes the difference between a podium and not, just hundredths of a second. So that is why we watch these things and why they're exciting.
Exactly, and especially an event like 4x4 where parity is such a key part of the solve and there's so much variance from one solve to the next, it's really impossible to say who's going to win on a stage like this.
Totally.
And here we have Timofey, probably the favorite, but it's going to be a tight battle, that's for sure.
Absolutely. He's just warming up here, and it's interesting. I've noticed throughout the day, Timofey is always turning. Like, he's staying warm. I guess, like, fatigue, like hand fatigue isn't really an issue for him, or it must not be at this point in his career, because he never takes a breather, really. Like, there's always a cube in his hands.
I'm sure it's partially keeping warm, but I think it's also he just loves cubing, to be honest. Like,
there you go.
He just competed in the FTO finals. I wouldn't have personally picked Timofey as someone who'd be picking up an FTO and practicing that.
There you go, yeah.
But he did, he enjoyed it, and, he just loves cubing. Anyway, here we have Matti coming in for his first solve. How fast is this going to be?
Matti is just known as one of the most composed solvers, and you just see that all the time.
Yeah. I mean, there are some people who you think just either don't feel the nerves or thrive under them. For Matti, I feel like he has a very deliberate mindset that he really, he knows what he's doing in these high-pressure situations, and it's really intentional.
This is really quick so far.
So quick. Oh, my goodness.
A sub 20 to kick things off for Matti Hiroto-Inaba.
And that's what we're saying. He may have been 3 seconds behind in the previous round, but he has it in him to definitely keep up with Timofey in this final.
That's an explosive way to start a finals average.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, all the solves we're seeing are unbelievable, but that's sub 20 to kick things off.
With an OLL parity in there.
I know. It's unbelievable. I think Matti, honestly, is a bit of almost an underrated 4x4 solver, which is crazy to say, but we saw at the World Championships 2023 last year, he was just a hair's breadth away from becoming the world champion. So with Worlds next weekend, maybe he's making a bid for that again.
Hey, here's Timofey starting inspection for his first solve. Again, we just saw Matti get a 19 on this scramble, so let's see what Timofey can respond with here.
And it's quick turning to open things off with. First descent is done very, very fast. Moving through things nicely here on his centers, flips, finish off his cross edges, last 8 edges here. Looks decent onto the 3x3 stage. Bit of a choppy 3x3 stage, but no OLL parity, no PLL parity, and a 20.23. So it's a little bit slower than Matti, but it's almost neck and neck there. There's really very little between them.
So little between them, and I think really what the difference was between those two solves was Timofey just had a few execution fumbles, like a few things in his turning that if he cleaned that up, he would have probably been right there at Matti's time or below it.
Yeah, but a sensational start for both solvers nonetheless. I mean, both of them bring it in well under their qualifying average in the previous round, so it's looking like it's going to be a hot final.
Absolutely. Yeah, Timofey brought 2 sub-20s in that first round that he qualified with. So obviously very much something that he's done already today, something that is always somewhere possibly within his average is a sub 20 or 2.
Yeah, and honestly, for all that 20.23 is a great way to start off an average, I'd bet that he'd be itching for a sub 20 there. I mean, these solvers have such high standards that anything short of perfection really is, you know, they're not going to be satisfied with it.
Okay, here's Maddie's second solve, and a couple pauses, slight pauses there as he's doing his centers. Looks like he's on yellow across here as well.
It's a pretty good 3x3 stage. OLL parity pretty smoothly.
All right.
Here we go.
2207. A little bit of that head tilt from Maddie. He knows he left a little bit on the table there, but something we've been talking about a lot is that, you know, there's no perfect solve. You've got to find a way to win when it's not perfect.
Exactly. Yeah. And with the 22.07, that's still a pretty strong solve there, really. I mean, that's only a tiny bit behind Timofey's average from the previous round. And Maddie's going to know what Timofey qualified with, so he'll know the mark that he's shooting for there.
Okay, here's another cube delivery for Timofey. And yeah, you'll see once again he got a 4x4 solve or two in between the two
Which is crazy
solves.
to think, really, that you could fit a whole solve in between the time there.
Yeah.
But that's just a testament to how fast these cubers are.
Right, and a pretty quick inspection. Nothing, he didn't spend too long on that. Gets really quick into this. An 8-second flip. And here we go into last layer, 2196. So
again, kind of keeping pace with Maddie there.
Totally. You know, Maddie takes the first solve, Timofey takes the second, and you know the margins are small.
And we can see the live rankings on the left side of our screen there. Maddie just slightly ahead on the projected average, 20.70 versus 21.09, but both of them well clear of the field. So if they keep up this kind of pace, it's going to be, you know, daylight between second and third place.
Absolutely.
Here we have Maddie coming in for his third solve. Been a pretty good start. Can he keep up the pace here? Very quick inspection.
Oh, yeah. Also just above an 8-second flip again. You're looking for that moment where you get the white or yellow center on top for Yao users. And OLL parity here.
I think he's at OLL parity every solve so far.
Yeah.
And PLL parity there again. He's been pretty unlucky with his PLL, with his parities this average, and it gives him a 23.48. So slowing down a little bit here, but again, it's not a counting solve yet. Hopefully he can pick it up in the last two and end up with a really strong average.
Timofey just trying to keep warm. And yeah, here's the replay of the solve we just saw for Maddie. Oh, there was a little fumble there, I think, on that OLL parity execution.
Yeah, and you can see Maddie was, you know, he knows there was a little bit left there that he could have gotten out of that solve. And hopefully he'll pick it up in the next one.
For Timofey, this big factor, I think, as we think about World Championship next week is he's quite young.
He's very young, yeah.
And that experience factor is definitely something that's on the table.
It is, although, I don't know, I think there's something to be said for being a young cuber in these situations. A lot of the time they seem to thrive under it, and I feel like for a lot of them it's because they don't really feel the weight of expectation the way that older cubers do. You know, if you've been at it for a while and you've seen a bit more of the world, then you really know, you know, the pressure of these situations, whereas for some of our younger solvers, it's just natural, it just comes to them.
Yeah. Okay, third solve from Timofey. Another thing we've been talking about today is he doesn't have the most efficient solutions.
No.
But this quick turning, just everything comes together, and there's a 23.84. So once again, these top two seeds for 4x4 finals, just neck and neck, really basically matching each other's solves.
Exactly. It's crazy to see, isn't it? I mean, they're almost getting the same time.
Yeah. just the slight variance. And I think right now, yeah, as we look at the live rankings on the left side of our screen, Maddie has this very, very slight edge. Again, it's just hundredths of a second that make a difference in a final like this.
And it's funny, you mentioned Timofey's turning there. It's so quick, and when it works amazingly, but it's such an aggressive solving style that I think it's got to be very, very hard to make work. And on some of the solves, you can see there's just, like we saw there, just a few lockups, and it's a bit choppy. And maybe when he masters that solving style, and when he can perform perfectly under pressure, he'll be, one of the very, very best in the world, on par with, Timon, with Max Park, with those guys, and it'll be just about unbeatable.
Yeah, I heard Tripodi call it, earlier today, like a high risk, high reward solving style.
Exactly. That's what it is. I mean, when it works flawlessly, and we can see that in his Megaminx solves. I mean, the Megaminx world record holder, definitely one of the best to ever do it in multiple events, many of the events that he touches. But yeah, when he's in these high pressure situations, it can be really hard to capitalize. It seems like a bit of a long wait in between solves here.
Yeah, we're just waiting for these next scrambles to come out, and it is one of those moments where the longer you sit there as a solver, you just kind of wonder what's going through your mind. How do you stay warm? How do you stay locked in? I do think at the end of Maddie's last solve, he was just having a quick conversation with Matthew Dickman, his judge, so I do feel like maybe they are holding off and just waiting for a couple things as they figure something out about the last solve. So we'll get some answers there eventually, I'm sure. But that might be what the holdup is here.
Meanwhile, we can see the projected averages on the left side of our screen. Luke Garrett's jumped into third position with a 24.46 projected average. So just behind him is Paul Marvey with 25.55, and after that Daniel Rush with 26.09. So like you said, it's going to be a very tight battle for that third place position. It looks like we have our top two pretty much sorted out at this stage. Obviously 2 solves left to go, so anything can happen, but I think it would take a minor disaster for either one of them to lose out on the podium.
Definitely. And yeah, I guess rankings got updated, so Timofey is now having that edge over Maddie, and we'll see what these last 2 solves, what story they tell.
Yeah, but it's an even smaller edge now. It's just about 1/10 of a second between them. It's really, really nothing. So I think this is a really critical solve now, because it's going to determine Timofey's best and worst possible averages, and it looks like he's progressing through it pretty well, to be honest. Flips there, onto his last 8 edges now. A few hesitations, but pretty solid altogether. Onto 3x3 stage now.
There was that little fumble.
But a good OLL, good PLL.
No parodies.
Maybe got bailed out a little bit there by last layer, but 21.56 is going to give him a really nice BPA of 21.25. And a worst possible average is 22.45. So he's actually got quite a consistent range there. And it's going to take a good solve from Maddie there to bring his average within range.
Yeah. We're getting a replay of Timofey's last solve here. And again, it's the same thing that we've been talking about, just this turning style where you see a few of those catches. He is, I think, the other factor with Timofey is his hands are smaller than some of our other competitors. And so, maybe a little bit more force needed. But yeah, a super easy last layer there. You're right, kind of bailed him out at the end. But you're never going to complain about getting bailed out by the last layer.
And I have an update for you here. He thinks he got the same scramble on 2 and 3. So that's what
Okay, so we've just got this update that Maddie we're just checking on his scrambles for the second and third solve. He did think he got the same scramble twice, so they're taking a look. They will sort that out. We've got some pros here at this competition organizing and delegating, so we'll get that all sorted out, and Maddie will get a move on with the rest of his average.
Yeah, it's funny watching that replay of Timofey's solve though, because when we watch it in slow motion, you do see those lockups and you do see a few mistakes, and then you look at the time afterwards, and it's 21.56, and you're like, how's he doing that? How's he, getting these imperfections, these little mistakes in his solves, and still producing such a killer time at the end of it?
Totally, and it's just funny because so many people are describing Timofey as like a rising star, or like up and coming. I'm like, he's here.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely
a world record holder. He is potentially going to win this 4x4 final here, and Yeah, quite a performance for someone who is quote unquote a rising star.
Yeah, I mean he's a rising star, but he's got to be one of the favourites for podiums in almost half a dozen events next weekend at the World Championships.
Totally. Okay, we are getting another solve here from Maddie for his third solve. So it looks like we are correcting a duplicate scramble. And this was a 10-second flip, so a little bit behind pace for what we want to see from Maddie.
But I mean, it's really hard to blame him. I mean, when you have those delays in your average and you think there's mistakes happening, then it's really hard to stay composed in those situations. So this is going to be his worst solve that we've seen so far with the 25-14. But again, how can you blame him?
Yeah.
So we've received confirmation that previous one was a duplicate, so that was his real third solve on that real third scramble. And with that being a bit of a slower time, he's not quite matching Timofey as well as he was before, and he's going to have a lot of work to do in these last two solves if he wants to beat Timofey.
Everything is absolutely still up in the air at this point, and pretty much everything I think is going to hinge on this fourth solve for Maddie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, until you do your fourth solve, your best and worst possible averages aren't locked in yet. So that's, in some ways, the fourth solve is one of the most important ones of the average because it determines your range, and he needs that range to be better than whatever Timofey's average is if he wants to win. And here we go, Timofey's final solve. Currently leading this 4x4 final, and he's gonna want something really good here to secure that best possible average.
So we'll see what he puts down here. Again, as we talked about, a pretty consistent average as well. So his worst possible average, it's not that much worse than his best possible. Obviously, he'd love to get his best possible, but we'll see what he leaves on the table here for Maddie to respond to. All right, here we get on to 3x3 stage, and we've got an OLL parity and a double parity here for Timofey, so he will get that worst possible average of 22.45.
And I just noticed that the best possible average of his was just 1/100th of a second outside of his personal record average. So that could have been a sensational average for Timofey there. Didn't quite manage it, of course, but it's still very good. 22.45 is going to take a lot to beat.
All right, so kicked off the round by talking about Maddie's composure, and we are going to get to see it put to the test here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a tough situation, but if there's anyone who can do it in this room, it's got to be Maddie Hiroto Inaba. He's so good under pressure, he's so cool and collected, and he knows what the job is now. Now, the only question is, can he do it?
All right, he's got another cube in front of him. Just finishing up a quick conversation, and here we go with his fourth solve. This will give us a pretty clear picture of what is possible for Maddie. Here he goes. Little walk up to kick off there, but we're just going to look for a recovery from him.
Flips at about 10 again, so it's a similar pace to his last solve. But it looks like a decent 3x3 stage. No OLL parity. He does have PLL parity though, I believe, and a 22.09. So his best possible average is going to be better than Timofey's average. And we'll find out in just a sec what he needs to beat it. So on this final solve, Maddie's going to need a 23.20 in order to overtake Timofey. It's very doable, honestly. I mean, we thought that Timofey had the edge there throughout those first few solves, but 23.20, very, very beatable. And Maddie actually has a sensational BPA of 21.17.
Yeah, that is potentially close to his PR, is it? It's better than his PR.
It's better than his PR.
So Maddie, despite some of the issues that he had in this average and just having to sit there and wait for his third solve to get sorted out there, Maddie on pace for his PR average. We'll see. We'll see what he gets.
And then we talked earlier about that the near miss with world champion 2 years ago and how he might be making another bid for it this year.
Yeah.
And if he can secure a 21.17 PR average 1 week before the world championships, that would be such an incredible statement of intent. I mean, most people probably don't have him on their cards to win it all. I mean, you'd be looking at Max Park, at Timon Koleshinsky, maybe even Sebastian Vaya, the 3 people with sub-20 averages. But Maddie, you know, I think he has it in him to do it.
Here he goes. Once again, we're looking for a 23.20 to secure the win here in this 4x4 final. A quick flip there for Maddie.
He's on to 3x3 stage now. This
Oh
is
my
looking very
goodness.
good. There
it is.
17.97. That might be the fastest solve we've seen all day, I believe.
Oh my goodness. Maddie Hiroto Inaba just knows how to step up to the plate.
So somehow that with a 17 isn't his PR single. He has a faster 17 before in competition, but that is his PR average. He gives him a 21.17 average, which ranks him 7th in the world, actually just dethroning Timofey, who previously had that position.
Wow.
So Maddie's not only won the competition, he's not only beaten Timofey here, he's beaten Timofey all time in the rankings.
And
Wow.
just that big fist pump at the end. He knew what he needed to do. He got it done. And we talked about it. That composure that Maddie has, he put it to the test. And that's going to just be a huge confidence boost going into World Championship.
Exactly.
Next weekend.
I mean, we've known for a long time that Maddie's one of the best in the world in almost any event he touches. And right there, that's just proven it beyond all doubt. 21.17 with Timofey against him, and he just managed it. Incredible. What a performance.
What a performance. Man, it always just feels like such a treat when you get to see this like high level solving, this pulling out the performances when it matters. Maddie's one of the best at that, of course. Timofey Tarasenko, also an electric solver in his own right. And we got to see a real battle of 2 titans in this event.
Absolutely we did. And what an electric performance it was. We're just looking here at the final results overall, and it looks like Luke Garrett managed to take out that 3rd position. We said it might be a close battle, but actually it looked like a 2-second margin there. So Luke taking it in a pretty commanding fashion, really, with a 24.41 second average. And then, of course, Timofey Tarasenko in 2nd with 22.45, and Maddie Hiroto Inaba with that amazing 21.17 average.
And we are going to work on talking to Maddie in just a second here. And don't go anywhere, because this was just the first of 4 amazing finals that we have set up for this evening. We've got 2x2 finals coming up still, Pyraminx finals, and of course 3x3 finals, where we'll see Maddie. We will also see Zhuan Yi and Qi Xian, Luke Garrett, Timofey, of course. This competition has been such a treat. A week before World Championship, you just get to see these moments like we just saw that will actually mean a lot going into the World Championship next week. They're confidence boosting, or they're these moments where you're like, okay, maybe I have some work to do this week to get in the right mindset.
I find these warm-up competitions to be so interesting because they really set the tone for the World Championships, and it's really fascinating to see the different solvers approach these warm-up competitions. Obviously, not everyone comes to them. I know Timon Koleshinsky, he's avoided this one, and I think for him that's a mindset thing. He just really wants to go straight into it and do what he can at Worlds.
Absolutely. Okay. We're getting a sneaky jacket steal here. The venue may be getting a little bit colder. I don't know. We're going to see if we are getting Maddie. I'm not sure. Okay, we're going to see if we get Maddie. If not, that's all right, because he's a busy man now. He's getting ready for 3x3 finals.
Yep, and he knows that he's got to be one of the hot favorites to win this competition.
Yeah.
Obviously, Zhuan Yi has won the first 3 rounds of 3x3 in pretty commanding fashion for the most part, but that sub-5 territory that we expect to need to win it is something that Maddie's very capable of.
Oh, absolutely, and he's been chasing it for a while.
He so has, yeah. Anyway, we're just going to swap out and get an interview with Maddie.
Man of the hour.
Yeah.
Maddie.
That was good.
That was good. That's I like the I like the reaction, Maddie. Did you know what you needed on the last
no,
solve?
but I could hear Timofey's solves.
Yeah.
And you can tell when people are locking up.
Yeah.
And he wasn't locking up, so I knew we were close.
Yeah.
And like we were practicing a lot together in racing, and I knew we were like literally the same exact level.
Yeah.
So yeah, I knew I had to put up something good on the last one, and that was pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was. We were talking about like just the composure that you needed, especially like you just had that moment where you maybe got a little bit cold because you had to wait for the re-scramble, all that stuff. How do you stay composed in that moment?
Well, I've dealt with a lot worse. Like, I mean, mainly like starting NAC 2022 off with a 7 and then winning the whole thing. That really gave me the confidence to push through anything, basically. So, the VLS. I locked up on the R-perm a little bit, but that's all I needed. Yeah, but yeah, just not really thinking about it very much. Is what I do, and usually works out.
Yeah. Talk us through what we're seeing here.
I mean, so my flip time was pretty good, edge is pretty good, and then I set up that free pair with my last edge. I mean, that was just, yeah. I mean, if I did that R-perm perfectly, maybe I would have got PR, but I'm still happy with my second 17.
Yeah. That's only your second sub-18 solve ever?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got it when it mattered, when you needed it.
Yeah.
You were able to pull it out.
Thank you.
Okay, you've got 3x3 finals coming up here.
I do.
How are you feeling?
Well, I haven't been doing too great in 3x3 today, but I know I still got it during my practice. So just put together 5 more solves. If it doesn't go well, then I'll try better at Worlds.
Yeah. And on that note, like, World Championship, we're days away.
Yeah.
How does this competition set the mindset for Worlds?
Just meeting new people. I already knew Xuan Yi. I never met Shishan before, so that was really cool to see her solve. I met Timofey for the first time. We're pretty similar speed in 4x4 and 5x5, so it was good to kind of I almost got better by practicing with him. He helped me out a little bit.
Cool.
And then, just getting back in the competitive environment is good. And just getting more reps because I'm still chasing that NAR average, so every average counts.
Every average counts. Maddie Hiroto Inaba, winner of 4x4 finals here at Warm Up Seattle 2025. We'll see him in 3x3 finals in just a second. Thanks so much, Maddie, and we are getting set up for 2x2 and Pyraminx finals.
All right, thank you.
Is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan, Millard,
Maddie Nava,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Cool. So we've just seen an unbelievable 4x4 finals performance from Maddie Hiroto Inaba, taking a new PR average with 21.17 seconds and dethroning Timofey Tarasenko for 7th in the world and beating him at the competition here. Now we're about to move on to our Pyraminx final, featuring a bunch of big names. The 2 main competitors that we're going to be focusing on are Alexei Tsvetkov from Russia, who qualified with a 1.87 average, and Trip Peters from the United States with a 2.11 second average. Also tied with him was Emmett Hobbs with a 2.11 second PR average. Emmett's been a great Pyraminx solver for quite a long time. He's got awesome TPS, and it's great to see him get a PR average on this big stage. I'm joined here by Stanley Chappell.
Hello.
What are your expectations for this Pyraminx final?
Well, I think this is going to be exciting. I mean, we have some great talent at the top, but yeah, I mean, we have a lot of solvers who are at this sort of level, right? Where they're at this low 2 sort of average, where, you get anything decent, and they'll do great.
Yeah.
But you get some absolutely garbage scramble, and they will they will flail.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these really fast events like Scube, Pyraminx, and 2x2, that's really the mark of a master solver, is someone who can take a what you would think would be a garbage scramble and make something good out of it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I know personally in New Zealand, I'm always marveling at Jasper Murray's solves. They're able to take those scrambles and just find unbelievable solutions that almost no one else in the world is capable of.
Definitely,
yeah, so maybe we'll see some of that from guys like Alexi or Trupp. But it'll be an exciting final one way or the other.
I see very similar things from Michael Nielsen. He's one of my close cubing friends.
Exactly.
He has a very similar solution creativity to Jasper. I think they're very... I think they're kind of the top two creative solution people in the world.
Yeah, I know Jasper said that Sebastian Lee has been working on that and has gotten a little bit better, especially like analyzing his averages after the fact. He can often find the same sort of things that Jasper would in analyzing an average. But yeah, I think you're right that Jasper and Michael are probably still the top two in the world right now.
Yeah.
At that particular aspect. Also, talking about Pyraminx, it's going to be a really, really interesting weekend at Worlds next weekend with Jasper there, also Elias EU, one of my fellow Kiwi Cubers, who's another sensational talent in Pyraminx. We're hearing word that Ling Kanjiang might not be there.
I heard visa issues.
Yeah, I heard visa issues, so I don't think we have any official confirmation of that. But if that's the case, then there would be a huge shame. Of course, one of the favourites for World Champion, arguably the favourite for World Champion, I'd say.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. But if that's true, that would be a huge, huge shame.
Sebastian's also coming, right?
Sebastian is also coming, yes.
Right, yes.
So in the absence of Lincoln, Sebastian, of course the world record holder, would have to be our favourite. Some people would argue that even if Lincoln was there, he'd still be the favourite, because Sebastian, of course, is an unbelievable solver with that 1.15 world record average, which was a massive drop from the previous world record.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just such a special solver. And we've also got a huge Australian contingent, both at this competition and attending Worlds, who I'm sure will be very vocal in their support of Sebastian if he does well.
Certainly, yes.
Or if he doesn't, regardless, I think. They'll be cheering from the stands. Anyway.
So, for those who are unfamiliar with the format of this final, the top solvers not having their cubes yet is completely intentional. The lower seeds are getting their cubes first, and then in staggered 10-second intervals, the next seed up will get their cubes. So we're just starting to see some results come in from some of the lower seeds.
So I guess the idea behind this final is that we can more easily keep track of different competitors because there's a bit of spacing between them and it's not everyone just solving at once. But it does mean that for our stream viewers, you watching here along in chat, it's going to be a little bit of a wait just before we get our top few solvers getting their cubes.
Right. Yeah, so I think this is a great environment to do a trial run since this is an experimental new format.
Yeah. And it'll be really interesting to see how it goes. I mean, I can't say I've ever been to a competition using this format before. So yeah, I have no idea how it's going to go really. But we hope it goes well.
Certainly, yeah. And it looks like the Pyraminxes coming out have looped around to the green stage now, which means that in just a minute or two, we should have our top two seeds getting their cubes.
We are seeing some times come in from our lower seeds, though. For example, August Barnard is currently on the top of our live rankings on the left side of your screen with a 2.39 single, which is actually better than either of his averages from the first two rounds. So it could be that there's something good on this first scramble. We'll have to see in just a second.
Caleb Peltola with 167 is going to be the new top time here.
And that's actually better than any of his solves from the first two rounds. So there could be something in this scramble, you know?
Definitely, yeah.
I got to say though, this format, I think it's got to be tough on our top competitors here. We're looking at Alexi here, just waiting, just watching really, and it's a pretty tough challenge, I think, retaining your composure when you're forced to wait for your cube like this.
Yeah, yeah. And it's nice that we're trying this out in smaller events because I think these sort of difficulties magnify when you scale this up to, for example, my main events.
Yes.
Big Blind, if we were to do this format, I would be waiting, you know, possibly 8 minutes between a lot of my solves.
Yeah.
And that would be really, really tough to stay warmed up.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, here we're going to see a first solve come in, and we're going to see what our solve can do on this scramble.
Let's see what Trip sees. We have at least one block. Was that a second one that I saw? But there's a block. Trip with a 198.
So it does look like a pretty nice scramble. We've also seen just off stream Luke Garrett get a 1.70 single, and Jack Deslodge, I don't know how to pronounce that last name, but getting a 1.79.
Yes.
So it looks like some pretty strong performances already.
Owen Sun also with a 184 single on that scramble. Oh, Alexi locking up on the B move and taking a +2 for a 387, unfortunately.
Yes, he's not going to be too happy with that, but we're going to loop around in a couple of minutes and he'll get his next solve. He'll have 4 more opportunities to pull off something great here.
That's right.
I have to say, Alexi is probably our favourite in this final. He did take the first spot in both of our first 2 rounds, with a 1.80 second average in the first round and a 1.87 second average in the previous round. So remaining pretty consistent in that high 1 range, and we'll just have to see whether he can repeat that again this round.
Certainly, yeah.
Maybe not off to the best start there with those lockups and with potentially a missed opportunity on a good scramble. You hate to see that in Pyraminx, you hate to see that in any event really, but particularly in these really fast events like Pyraminx, like 2x2, when you get a good scramble, you know it's a golden opportunity.
Right. Yeah, and one thing that is nice to note though is that we didn't have a huge wave of reactions that would have potentially made this even worse on our top seeds.
Right, so that's a question we had about this format with the slower solvers getting their cubes first by design. There's the potential for them to drop some great times, for the audience to react, and then for our top solvers to know already that there's going to be a great scramble. We didn't really see that happen, but maybe if the times were a little bit faster, maybe if we were seeing 1.5s, 1.4s, then that would have been the case. We'll just have to see how that plays out over the next few minutes. But hopefully, there's not too much of that going on.
Definitely, yeah. Looks like we're just starting to get our first few results for Scramble 2. Caleb Peltola, who got the fastest solve on Scramble 1 with a 167, gets a 248 on Scramble 2. Of course, this is not a direct implication that the Scramble is worse, but it is a significantly slower time, and that's the general trend we're seeing from the few people that have finished. Although Mihir Rai is strongly defying the trend.
Yep, with a 2.46 single on his second solve, which is a pretty big upgrade from the first solve there.
Right. It is worth noting that it is quite plausible that his first solve was a +2 based
I
on
was
the
just
times.
thinking that, yeah, exactly.
But as we get more results in, it looks like this trend is continuing, and we should anticipate that this scramble is at least a tier worse than the first one.
Yeah, but again, like you said, it'll be interesting to see how our top solvers do, like Trip here,
right?
Because what sets them apart really is the ability to find good solutions on worse scrambles.
Right. We see Luke Garrett getting a 202, which is a slower time than his first one, but not by nearly as much as a lot of these other people. So we'll see if Trip and Alexi can find what Luke did. Trip found a good solution, but it looks like he had a bit of a lockup toward the end there, but he gets a 207 to keep his run very much alive.
And here we have Alexi coming in for his second solve. He has a +2 already, so there's very little room for error for him in the rest of this average. He's going to need a pretty strong performance from here on out if he wants to take the win. But that's... Oh, and it's a DNF! A 1.98 second solve, but it's a DNF, and so that means that the 3 from his first solve is going to count. Obviously, with 3 solves left, there is a lot still to play for. There is a lot of swing room, and we say that anything can happen, but it'd be a very tough road for him to come back and win this final.
That's right.
It's a disaster start for him. A counting 3 and a DNF on the second.
Yeah, our fastest solvers by mean of first 2. So far we have Luke Garrett leading the pack with a 186 mean, Trip Peters with a 203 mean, and Caleb Peltola with a 208 mean.
So it's pretty tight really, all things considered.
Yeah, yeah. So really it is, it's an extremely multi-way battle, and it's very much going to come down to last 3 to differentiate our competitors who are near the top.
And in fact, with Alexi making those 2 big mistakes on the first 2 solves, that really opens this final up a lot. I mean, you look at the previous round, Trip qualified with a 2.11 second average, Emmett qualified with 2.11, Luke 2.13, Jack 2.22. Owen 2.25. So there's 4 or 5 different solvers who are all operating in really the same range in that previous round, and now with Alexi mostly out of the picture. I mean, I'm not gonna count my chickens, but with Alexi with a tough battle ahead of him, we'll say, it really opens up that first spot to a lot of different people.
Definitely, yeah. And of course, there are some people who might have been really big sleeper picks going in, who are holding themselves quite close to the top of our live rankings, like Jack Desload, for example.
Yep.
So we see Caleb continuing with a 431, although it looks like some other people are disagreeing with that times reading of how good that scramble may be.
Yeah, it looks a bit all over the place, really.
Yeah, certainly.
Lots of people are getting sort of their middle time, who got their best time on the first, their worst time on the second, and sort of a counting time at this point in the average. So for a lot of people, this third solve is really starting to set the tone of what their average is going to look like, because it's their first counting solve.
We have Trip receiving his Pyraminx for solve 3. So we can finally get a look at the scramble and see what it actually holds.
It's an interesting format, this, where we see a lot of times come in before we see the scramble ourselves.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, so we have no block, it looks like. We have a lot of fakes, though. And I can't see anything super clear, but it looks like Trip can, and he gets a 191.
And you know what? That's 3 solves faster than his qualifying average. He qualified with a 2.11 second average, but now 198, 207, 191. He's looking pretty strong for a faster average, maybe even a sub-2 average in this final.
While we've got Alexi going here, we should note that Luke got a 152 on that scramble, putting him in first place in our live rankings, although Alexi will get a 142 on this scramble.
Yeah, so Alexi producing the fastest solve we've seen all finals so far. He doesn't look too happy with himself, though. I think he's mostly probably just thinking about those first 2 solves, how he could have had a really strong start here if he hadn't +2'd that first one, he hadn't DNF'd the second. There's a lot of missed opportunity here, but a 142 is a good solve, whatever the situation.
Right. I think you'll find that a lot of our top competitors here won't put too much stock into winning competitions that aren't major championships.
Yeah.
And essentially, Alexi will probably be seeing this average as pretty much just entirely in the bin because of the counting 3.
I think so, yeah. But, you know, he does have 2 solves left, so we don't know his best and worst possible averages just yet. And if we see a miracle here, maybe he'll end up with a high place in this final. We'll just have to see. I mean, we said it was a tough road, but a 142 is a great way to start out the first of those last 3 solves.
Right. Nothing is objectively stopping him from dropping a couple of sub-1s on these last 2.
No, it's just, it feels unlikely, doesn't it?
Right.
But anyway, of the solvers who realistically are still in contention, Luke Garrett probably our strongest contender with a 152 single on the last one, means that he's counting his first solve. So a counting 170 is great for Luke.
These results seem to suggest essentially what we were saying about how the top solvers, what differentiates them is being able to find good solutions on bad scrambles.
Exactly.
As the, you know, the sleeper picks and the lesser known people, their times suggest that they weren't really finding anything on Scramble 3.
Yeah.
Whereas all of the top seeds and the more visible names we're getting sub-2s.
Yeah, and I think another thing that differentiates the top solvers is really just their ability to thrive under pressure, and especially for events like Pyraminx, like 2x2, like Scube, some of our fastest events, that ability is almost more important than your solving ability, really.
Right.
I mean, and that's where we see names like Luke Garrett thrive.
Right.
I mean, he might not be exactly your pick for the top spot in this competition, but he just has that ability to perform amazingly well under pressure.
Yeah. It's what you see with solvers like Stanley Chappell, the Scube World Champion.
Ah, yes, my favorite Scube solver, Stanley Chappell. Also, something that I've just noticed, Luke Garrett has a counting 1.70, and his PR average is 1.74.
That's right.
So he has the potential here to set himself up for a nice PR average. And wouldn't that be just such a special way to finish off this warm-up competition for him and really build confidence for the World Championships next weekend?
Yeah, let's see. Looks like we're just getting around to our top seeds for Solve 4. We have Alexi getting his cube. And Trip as well has his.
So hopefully we'll be able to see both of them.
Looks like we have another no blocks but lots of fakes scramble. These tend to have things that are available but not potentially obvious. Although Trip will be locking up quite a bit. Looks like he didn't quite plan everything he needed to and gets a 390.
And how's Alexi going to handle it? Alexi took a bit longer to prepare himself, so we are actually going to see both solves in full here.
The Luke Garrett litmus test has come back a lot worse than previous solves. So we will see how Alexi's able to do. Although it looks like he's doing just fine. 186. Which is going to be easily the fastest solve on this scramble.
And I think that's Alexi demonstrating why he was the favourite heading into this final. Perhaps not anymore, but he has a best possible average of 238. So he could actually, if he performs amazingly well here, end up, you know, somewhere around those top podium spots. It'd take a lot of doing, but we know he's capable of it.
Right, yeah.
Also, just off stream, Luke Garrett has produced his fourth solve, and it was a 3.31. That does unfortunately put him out of contention for his best possible average.
Yeah.
His best possible average now is a 1.74, just 1/100th of a second outside of his personal record. But his worst possible average is 2.34, so that's a pretty tight range, and it puts him ahead of most of our solvers here. So he's got to be our favourite to win at this point.
Definitely, yeah. And it should be noted that despite Alexi's counting 3.8, right now he is projected to be 4th place after 4 solves, and it's also projected that he would make it onto the podium if he gets a 283 on this final solve.
Exactly. So we said it was going to be a tough battle, and he's performed pretty well. 2 1s on the 3rd and 4th solves. Again, he's probably going to need not just a 1, but a mid, maybe a low 1, in order to secure it for him. But maybe it's possible.
Although we are starting to see some results come in, and they're pretty fast ones on this last solve.
Yeah, Meher Rai producing a 198 on the last. Caleb Piltola producing a 255. Naitik Kawashai producing a 2.07. So it looks like this last scramble might be pretty good as well.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like, if I had to predict anything, I think we're seeing at least one center edge block.
Yeah.
I think that's nearly a guarantee based on how universally good these results are on the last scramble.
Yeah, I mean, there are scrambles that have a good solution that's hard to see, but if you see a lot of solvers getting a good solution, that generally means that it's easy to see, you know, which means it means blocks, it means probably fewer tips, you know, the sort of thing that even some of our slower solvers can capitalize on and can produce a great time on.
Owen Sun getting a 146, showing that this isn't just an obvious solution, it's also a properly good solution.
Yeah. So now this is going to be really exciting, seeing Trip, our first featured solver, getting that last scramble. What's he going to see? Is he going to beat a 146?
Trip is going to have a hard time winning the competition here, but he would be wise to get a solid time here to avoid his 390 or times closer to it, counting to the average. And he gets a 177, which will give him his BPA of 199.
So of our solvers that have finished their averages, that actually does place him in first, but Luke Garrett, of course, has the potential to beat it.
Right, and Alexi is going here. Does not have potential to get into first, but if he gets a 181 or better here, he can jump onto the podium.
And wouldn't that be an incredible comeback after those disaster first 2 solves for Alexi to do it? And there he goes.
Gets it, 124.
What an amazing single to finish off. So he counts that 1.42 from earlier in the average. It seems like maybe actually quite a good scramble set, all things considered.
Yeah, certainly. Looks like it was pretty solid. Nothing absolutely crazy. And Luke will also get a 124 on that scramble, securing him a 175 average.
How about that, eh? 2 of our top solvers performing amazingly well on that last scramble, getting 124 singles, both of them, and Luke with a 175 average, just 100th outside of his personal best.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And a great way to finish off Warm-Up Seattle for Luke Garrett.
Of course, he does still have, I believe, the 2x2 and 3x3 finals ahead of him.
That's right.
So he'll be featured in both of those. He'll be a hot favorite in both of those, in fact. You could easily see him on the podium, maybe even winning both of those events.
Yeah.
And this will be a great confidence booster for both of those.
Right.
But anyway, we now have enough of our results in that we know our full podium for Pyraminx. In 3rd place is the person who was our favourite heading into this, Alexei Svetkov. Despite the disaster first 2 solves, he managed to pull off a 2.38 second average, taking third place. Then...
Oh, Luke Garrett's final was misentered. Okay.
Okay.
So he actually does not win Pyraminx. which I would surmise this is a 145 plus 2.
I would guess so, yeah. I mean, it's hard to imagine him getting a 3.45 on that nice first scramble, right? Yeah, again, we didn't see it on stream ourselves, but we're guessing, and we think that's pretty likely. But yeah, the 3.45 does mean that he's moves from first into second position with a 2.34 average, still beating Alexi, but in fact beaten by one of our feature solvers, Trip Peters, with a 1.99 second average.
Yeah, Trip actually for a long time was struggling with getting sub 2, and only very recently did he get it, and when he first got it, he got it with, I think it was a low 1.7 average.
Yeah, well that's what you see sometimes for these guys, isn't it? I mean, when you know they have the ability for so long and it's just a mental barrier, when they break through it, they smash through it. I mean, for me, that was Jasper Murray really, was struggling to get OCR for so long, was struggling to get sub 2 for so long, and then finally they managed to do it and got a 1.66 world record average.
Right.
You know, just ridiculous stuff. Okay, and we're just going to transition to an ad read now. See you soon.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
And we are back. So what a final that was. The first of our, well, not the first of our sprint events, but probably the most exciting of our sprint events so far. We saw Scube earlier in the day, but that Paramax final was very up and down, very hard to call right until the end. Alexi with a brilliant comeback there, but maybe a bit of a missed opportunity with those penalties on his first two solves. But anyway, we're about to see another one of our sprint events with 2x2 finals coming up in just a second. I believe we're just about to look at the results from the previous round, and here we see some of our top contenders. So winning the previous round with a 1.22 second PR average was Ethan Zhuang, not a name that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, he came second at the North American Championship last year.
Oh wow, okay.
But he is a younger solver. He's, I think, around 12 years old, 13.
Right, okay.
But he's been very fast at 2x2 for a little bit and has championship consistency in him.
Yeah,
so
clearly. And anyway, in second place behind him was Brian Johnson with a 1.34 second average to qualify him into this final. Funnily enough, both of them tied on that first solve. Both of them got these 0.74 2x2 singles, nicely getting sub 1 there on a nice scramble. And they're going to be our two featured solvers that we see on stream, Brian versus Ethan. I think this is going to be an interesting matchup, really. Ethan being, one of our younger solvers, and Brian being a very experienced solver, actually.
Right, yeah. Brian Johnson having the North American record 2x2 single in 2015.
Yeah.
Breaking the 0.96 with a 0.95. And it should be noted that the 0.96 tie was especially notorious because 0.95 was an impossible time on a Generation 2 timer.
Right.
Because they ran at 60 hertz.
Yeah, so for a few years there, we saw a big tie at 0.96 seconds,
yes.
didn't we?
3 people had world record and 2 people had North American record.
Yeah.
And maybe more piled on after it wasn't world record.
Yeah,
but,
so it's really good that we've upgraded our timing technology now, and we can get a pretty even distribution of times all throughout the range.
Right. Also worth noting is that we have 2 former world champions in this round of 2x2. We have Anthony Paterakis, who was world champion in 2017 and the runner-up in 2019, as well as Cameron Stollery, the 2013 world champion in 2x2.
Yeah, Cam, a name that many of our viewers are perhaps not so familiar with, but he's been around forever. He's been an awesome face and an awesome member of the Australian speedcubing community. And yeah, he has world championship pedigree, so maybe he'll be able to perform well in this final.
Some of the newer people might only know his name through the TCLL set name, Stollery.
True.
Which was so named because it was said head to resemble his hairstyle in 2013.
Yep, but you can see him in the back left of our shot right now. Cam Stollery there. Bit of a different hairstyle now, but hopefully he'll be able to pull off some nice solves in this final.
Certainly so, and our 2x2 and 3x3 finals will be run in the same way as our previous Pyraminx final, where our top solvers will have to wait a little bit until they get their puzzles because the slower seeds will be going first.
Yeah, so we'll have a bit of a wait now, but yeah, we'll see our results coming in now from some of our lower seeds. A nice 1.41 second solve from Ezra Severson, a 2.06 from Ishan Bansal, a 1.59 from New Zealand's own Jack Madigan. I'm personally rooting for him. He came third in round 1 with a 1.50 second PR average. He's been pretty skilled for a long time, but he's sort of typically struggled to perform in these kind of environments. But I think he's been doing pretty well this competition.
He also does cubing software, doesn't he?
He does, absolutely.
Yes.
He's recently rebuilt the SpeedCubing New Zealand website, which I've been very, very proud to be involved with. And yeah, definitely a key member of the New Zealand community. But more solves coming in, and one of them from our very own Luke Garrett with a 1.10 second single.
Yeah.
He's got to be one of our favorites to win this final, actually.
Yeah. Definitely suggesting something pretty solid existing.
Definitely, although Luke has this quality where sometimes he'll just get a solve and it might be long, it might be, 10, 12, even more moves, and he's able to just turn blazingly fast and get incredible solves like 1.10.
He'll do the needless 6-move layer because it's 2-gen, and then
exactly.
it just gives a soon.
Yeah, and he's just like, yeah, but I can turn that fast.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it does look like we do have one proper bar here, and it's a 1-move to TCLL case, and it's not the best case, but it's all right. It's pretty all right. Yeah, it looks like Brian's just going to do the 1-move into TCLL. I don't know. That feels like some people would hate that case, but I'm not too clocked into the 2x2 community to know. I just know the alg. Ethan getting a 129 on it, also doing this TCLL solution. So it looks like Luke will win that solve. I wouldn't be surprised if he did a 6-move layer where you just twist the corner.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that would give a 2-gen finish.
Yep.
I might have manifested that.
Yeah. I think you better stop with your predictions too much, otherwise you might be influencing the outcome of this final.
All right.
But yeah, Luke, definitely a 1.10 there, so it's...
Oh no, I was actually mistaken about Brian's solution. He actually did 3 moves into EG1, okay. But that is despite being a very short EG1, that is a notoriously difficult one to do quickly.
So it's nice to see him pull together a pretty decent solve, even on a tricky alg.
Yeah. He'll definitely be wanting to see something faster in his next few, but it is, if that's your bad solve, you're putting yourself in a pretty good position relative to someone who might have +2'd or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we haven't seen too many people get sub 1.5 averages this competition. We had 4 in the previous round, and in round 1 we just had 2. So if you're getting around 1.5 or even faster, like a few people have on that first solve there, you're putting yourself in a pretty decent position.
That's right. And it looks like we're just starting to get results on Scramble 2. We've got our first one from Ron Arama, who gets a 164. Sharply better than 271 on Scramble 1.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for other results to either corroborate or not.
It's interesting though, just looking at this finals results, Anthony Paterakis got a 2.76 on that first scramble. I mean, for my money, he's the class of the field here really. I mean, he might not have won the previous round, he might not be a featured solver, but I'd say he's got to be the fastest 2x2 in the field.
Definitely.
And so seeing him get a 2 on that first solve is a bit of a shock, really.
Yeah, although we are seeing some more results come in, and it looks like they're a bit all over the place.
Yeah. A few solvers getting faster, a few solvers getting slower, so maybe similar quality. But just like with Pyraminx, it'll be interesting to see how our top solvers manage it.
For sure, for sure. Ezra Severson notably continuing, so 141 on first and then 162 on second, which is going to put him in pretty nice position relative to some of the people who may be the favorites. Luke Garrett, for example, getting a 198 on that solve.
And it's funny to think that a 1 could possibly be a slow solve. I mean, it's sub 2 seconds, which is pretty ridiculous in my books. But yeah, a 198, definitely not what Luke would want. Hopefully that won't be a counting solve for him, and he'll be able to produce some more low or mid 1 second solves in the rest of this average.
So we have Brian just getting ready to go here. See if we can see anything on this. I mean, I see some, at least, face bars, but it doesn't look like there's a layer bar. Got the 3 yellows, which seem to imply there's some sort of LS setup.
And that seemed like a miss 1 look to me,
yeah,
right?
That's a 219 miss 1 look. If you, PLLs on 2x2 are notoriously pretty not great cases.
Yeah.
So if you see a top solver get one and they don't get there in about 3 or fewer moves, it was probably a miss 1 look.
Oh,
and even getting a corner twist for 321.
So neither of our featured solvers here really performing well on the second scramble. So it could be that one of our backseeds, like Luke, like Anthony, like someone else.
Looks like Ezra's looking like he's threatening to rise to the top.
Exactly. So Ezra with a 1.51 mean of his first 2 solves, that's pretty strong. But as we've said, there have been a few solvers in every round who have been sub 1.5. So you've got to think that a couple of people are going to rise to the occasion and are going to produce an average like that in this finals. So it could be that even Ezra, who's currently leading our live rankings, is going to need to pick the pace up a little bit if he wants to win.
Right. Although he does have less collateral hanging over his head, since he only has good solves right now.
Right. So for Ethan, for arguably even Luke, and definitely for Brian, they've got these bad solves hanging over them that they can't afford to count, which means that throughout the rest of this average, there's really 0 room for error. If they make a single mistake, it's going to count and it's going to affect their average.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, so we now have all of our Solve 2 results in, and our fastest by mean of 2 are Ezra in first, Luke in second, and then Ian, Cantius, Frederick in third, who are all have all of mean of 2 in the 1.5 range.
So it's pretty tight really after these first couple of scrambles.
Ron picking up a 142 on this scramble, however. And again, this looks like pretty all over the place. Just like on Solve 2, he does really well on this solve. And
Ezra putting together a 1.46 on this third scramble. So still very consistent in those mid 1's second range.
Yeah.
1.41, a 1.62, and a 1.46.
Yeah. Anto Pitkinen, one of our lower seeds in the final, also picking up a 161, which implies that there's something great to find here. Luke with a 116.
And because he had a 1.10 to open up his average, that's now a counting solve for Luke.
Yeah.
So that's a great counting solve to have.
Yeah. Jack Madigan also improving on Solve 1. Yeah, Ian also with a 118.
So definitely looks like there's something to get here, isn't there? And a 1.16 from Ethan
That's
right
not
here.
official.
Sorry, that is not official. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep, my mistake.
Yeah, competitors will sometimes do their own solves on the timers as they're waiting, especially in situations like this where you might be waiting for a decently long while.
Yeah, yeah. But here's Brian with the third solve for real.
Yeah, okay, so there's an obvious 3-move face here, which leads to some sort of soon. That looked a little bit locky, so 176 is definitely going to be disappointing for him. But not all hope is lost. 2x2 is volatile enough to where this could still be savable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, really, with how volatile 2x2 is, until you get the 4th and 5th solves, really, it's almost impossible to make any predictions.
Right. Ethan with a 139 on the solve. So that will be a counting 139, which will, despite his 321 on Solve 2, put him in quite solid position toward the top.
Yeah, definitely. Currently, our leader would say would have to be Luke Garrett. He has a 1.16 projected average on our live rankings there. I have to say, I feel like that's maybe a bit optimistic. We'll have to see how these last 2 solves go.
These projected averages after 3 solves are simply the median of 3.
Yeah.
Which, when in very skewed cases like this, can produce either very optimistic or very pessimistic results.
Yeah, exactly. So it's important to bear in mind the context, really.
Right. Our top 3 by projected, by live rankings, once everybody is in, will be Luke Garrett 116, Ethan Zhuang 139, and Ezra Severson 146. So we are still waiting on Ethan's result to be input, but that should be quite soon. There we go. Now we've got Ethan.
Taking that second spot in our live rankings.
So we're starting to see the actual landscape take a bit more shape.
Yeah, so I think the third solve's really interesting. It's always interesting to me to think about the different character of the different solves. I mean, your first solve, your second solve, neither one's counting yet at that point. I think your third solve is when you start to know what your counting solves are going to look like, and when you really start to get an idea of the average.
Right. With the very few fourth solves that we have in, it looks like this scramble is going to be tougher based on the times that we're seeing, so this could be the real test here, and it could be what differentiates our top solvers here. Notably, Ezra Severson getting a 342 on this scramble.
But Ezra not having any bad solves before this, really, so all that does is count to 1.62 for him, which means he could still very well be on pace for a pretty strong average.
Right, so that is a 150 BPA. Luke Garrett getting a 175, which on its own is not a great solve for him, but it gives him a 134 BPA, which certainly could be enough to win this final.
Definitely, yeah. But that BPA would take some doing. After all, he'd need to match the 1.10 that he got on the first scramble, which would be a tough ask.
Right. Ian also getting a 156, which will give him a 141 BPA. Brian now just receiving his cube for solve 4. Let's see what there is. There's just one bar, and it looks like it was probably a false path. No, there's a second bar, but they're both diag bars, and they both look pretty sketchy. So,
oh wow!
Although Brian does find something good, perhaps an EG2 solution. I wasn't really able to tell, but that will be his best solve so far, which is a much needed relief. Ethan now inspecting the same scramble.
I think this is really going to be a test for him. He has that 321 hanging over him.
Yeah, and this one looks...
Exactly. So that's the thing. When you're young like this and you don't have too much major championship experience, of course you said North American championships, but I can't imagine he has too much beyond that. It can be really tough to perform in these situations where you've already made a mistake in your average.
Right.
And so that's actually going to put Ethan out of the running for the win. His best possible average at this point is a 1.96, which is pretty comfortably worse than several of our competitors' worst possible averages.
He is out of podium contention with that.
Yeah. But we are starting to see an idea of who our picks are going to be for the podium. Luke Garrett with a range of 1.34 to 1.63. Ian with a range of 1.41 to 1.57. Ezra with a range of 1.50 to 2.17, so really it's hard to make any picks at this point. There's a lot of overlapping best and worst possible averages for our various competitors. It's all going to come down to this final solve. We'd have to say that Luke has the edge at this point with that counting 1.16, but he's also counted a 1.75, so it's kind of a wide range for him. I mean, it's funny to say that with just half a second's difference, but in 2x2, half a second is a big deal.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just if you want a clearer way to imagine how big these differences are, just multiply all the times by 10 and imagine them as 3x3 solves.
Right, exactly. See, that's the thing. Like, we're dealing with fractions of a second here, but fractions of a second are what matters.
The difference between a 1.3 average and a 1.9 average is the difference. It's like getting a 13 versus a 19 average on 3x3.
Yeah, and that's just, it's massive, isn't it? Like,
right.
Those are two entirely different calibers of solver.
So we have our first people finishing their averages. Ron Arama getting a 195 average, finishing with a 149. He, of course, mysteriously got good solves on 2 and 3, and then continued to here. Ezra getting a 149 to finish with a 152 average.
It actually looks like all the solves that we're seeing on the fifth one so far are pretty strong, really.
Yes, they are quite strong.
1.33 from Lachlan Stevens. That's his best solve of the average. Yeah. 1.21 from Luke Garrett. So that's not going to give him his best possible average, but it's very, very strong. A 1.37 average is actually going to secure him the win, because that's better than anyone else's best possible average.
Indeed, yeah, and it looks like, so our top two spots are so our podium is now nearly decided. Really, the only thing that can shake this up is Anthony getting a 1.0 or better.
But you got to say, that sounds like a long shot, but we think this fifth scramble's pretty good, and Anthony is definitely able to capitalize when it matters.
That's right, yeah.
So unfortunately, we're not going to see him on stream, but we'll be updated in just a second as to how he does, and he could find his way onto the podium despite a rough start.
Right, now we've got Brian going for this scramble. Let's see, there look to be a lot of bars here, and a 115 to get BPA. Anthony, though, getting a 124, which will give him a 154 average and put him in 5th place in the round.
And so the rankings are just about sorted out here. Dante Navarro has still one solve to do.
Getting the only sub-1 of the round with a .96.
And that's tough. I mean, you can see it on his face. He knows there was a lot of opportunity in that average. Just a few too many mistakes, sort of crumbled under the pressure. But maybe if he had handled that a little bit differently, it could have been getting near to his PR. Who's to say?
He did get his PR in the last average of 122. So.
But it looks like that's it for the final. We have all our results entered.
Yeah.
Luke Garrett wins it with a 1.37 average.
Once again.
It feels like he always managed to do it. You know, he always manages to pull out the best solving when it matters, and he just has that X factor, doesn't he?
Right.
Anyway, Ian took out our second spot with a 1.49 second average. Then it was Ezra with 1.52. And that rounds out our podium, but beyond that, it was pretty tight still. Brian with a 1.53, Anthony with a 1.54. I mean, that's just 2x2 for you, isn't it? The margins are so tight.
Definitely, yeah.
It's hundredths of a second that decided in this event.
Yeah, and now we've got our results up here. So, everything we've already said. We have, anything else that we may have missed that's worth mentioning?
Well, I mean, I may be biased here, but I feel a Jack Madigan 6th place finish is worth mentioning. I mean, he's definitely not one of our, well, you'd say a 1.72 average isn't remarkable under normal circumstances, but seeing Jack in the mix with Alexi, with Anthony, with Brian is definitely an unexpected place for him to be. I mean, he's a fast solver, but you wouldn't expect to see him, you know, mixing in with those giants. So. Right. I'm really happy to see him get that sort of an average in this final.
Definitely, yeah, and it looks like he did so despite his average being of the 3 good, 2 bad for him. Yeah, 3 good solves, 2 bad solves. Which is typically not something you want to see, but it gets the job done.
And Alexi looks like he's having a bit of a tough afternoon here. He ended up with a 1.75 average in 7th place. He's one of our best solvers in the sprint events, I'd have to say.
Yes.
He has an excellent 2x2 PR average, excellent Pyraminx PR average. He's got great turning and just great ability to solve.
Yeah. Name an event under 10 seconds, he's great at it.
Exactly, right? One-handed even, right? He has a, 8.6 second PR average?
Something like that. He's sub 9 for sure.
Exactly. Didn't quite manage to pull together the one-handed one, but
I think the only exception I can think to what I just said is I don't know how good he is at square one. I don't think he's bad though.
No, I mean I think he's a pretty good all-rounder really, all things considered.
Yeah.
At least when it comes to the popular events. Maybe not so much blindfolded solving. So I hesitate to say he's a good all-rounder in the presence of Stanley Chappell, a true all-rounder.
I would hesitate to call him a great all-rounder, but I think he has a well-optimized sum of ranks.
There you go. It's a very specific compliment.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all.
I don't think it's the same thing as all-round.
No, of course not. I mean, it's the Luke Garrett school of doing things, isn't it?
I mean, the Luke Garrett school of doing things.
Yeah.
And I mean, ultimately, I think cubing is about doing what you enjoy, and if you enjoy some ranks grinding, then
exactly.
You know, more power to you.
Yep, for sure. But definitely, if you want to be a true all-rounder, then we may be biased, but we think that got to jump on the Kinch train and got to get into blind.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's
blind
it for
real events.
Blind events are real events, and I would argue the best events.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's our 2x2 final done with, and we're going to transition into an ad read just now. We'll see you again in a sec.
CubersLive is your home for all things speedcubing. From exclusive interviews with top cubers and personalities,
Dylan, Millard,
Maddie Nava,
Tommy Cherry,
to highlights from major competitions such as US Nationals, North American Championships, and the WCA World Championship, to podcasts you can listen to while commuting, studying, or even cubing, and of course, live streams from all around the Western region. If you'd like to support our efforts to make speedcubing exciting and accessible like never before, consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Now here we have it, folks. This is the big one. 3x3 finals at Warm Up Seattle 2025. This is what it's all been leading to. We're going to get started in just a second, but first a quick preview of how the previous round went. We had Xuan Yigeng putting together a 4.72 average, making sub 5 look like light work. He's taken the win in every round so far at this competition. You've got to imagine he's probably going to do it again in finals here, but there are a few huge names who could upset those plans. In second in the previous round was Timofey Tarasenko with a 5.60 average. He had the potential for a PR actually. We were commentating over that and it was looking good, but he didn't quite manage it, but still 5.60 is a great average. Then in third place in the previous round was Madi Hiroto Inaba with a 5.85 second average. He was also looking really good, and he pulled together a pretty strong average, still getting sub 6, is really nice to see under these conditions. Rounding it out with our sub 6 second averages was Alexei Tsvetkov, the only Ru solver in our top 4, putting together a 5.88 second average. And he'll also be one of the picks to get on the podium here.
He was also on really strong PR pace.
Exactly.
Going into his 5th solve.
Yeah. Anyway, rounding out our top 8 are Luke Garrett, Bright Johnson, Chixian Cao, and Zeke Mackey. For me, a surprise has to be Chixian, with a 6.45 second average, placing her in 7th place. That's a bit of an upset for me. I'd have put her as a sure thing to be on the podium in every round.
Yeah, I would have as well.
Yeah. I think she's probably the second fastest solver here. I mean, Luke Garrett, Madi Hiroto Inaba, and Timofey, they'd all have something to say about that. But yeah, definitely one of our fiercest podium picks here.
Right.
And she has the female world record average for a reason, right?
Right. I mean, certainly, all of these solvers you mentioned are probably on a very similar tier of speed.
Right.
But Chixian has that ZB factor as well.
Exactly, yeah. And that ZB factor, as we've seen with Xuan Yi, can be what makes the difference and can be what secures you sub 5s. And in fact, all of those solvers that we've just seen, I think all of them will be on the hunt for sub 5. I mean, Luke Garrett's done it once before, but Matty, Timofey, and Chixian, none of them have quite managed it.
Right.
Matty, of course, probably the most famous sub 5 hunter, we'll say.
Right. Yeah.
Has been for a number of years now extremely capable of it.
Has been starved for rounds on account of the geography of his life. He lives in Hawaii.
Yeah, but
although he will now be going to school at Columbia University in New York City.
Exactly.
He will go from the least dense the lowest comp density of many places in North America to the most dense.
Yeah, so we've got to think that sub 5 average is almost imminent now. We're pretty much counting the days. Because for a lot of these people, we say it's just a numbers game, really. Like, once you have the skill, once you have the ability to perform under pressure, it's just a matter of getting the right solves lining up at the right time, and you will get that personal record average. And Matty, I think, he has the skills, he has the ability to perform. It's just a matter of doing it on the right day.
Right.
Anyway, our featured solvers that we see on stream are going to be Timofey here and Xuan Yigeng. I found this a really interesting pairing because they're two rising stars, we'll say. I mean, it's funny to call them rising stars, both, of course, world record holders in their respective events. And a nice high five we saw there from between the two of them. That's cute.
Definitely, yeah.
But yeah, sort of a battle of East versus West here, sort of coaching versus self-teaching. Timofey, I find a really interesting solver in a lot of ways because he has some really odd habits, doesn't he?
He does.
And I think that's just a testament to how much he is self-taught, how much he is just doing his own thing, seeing what works for him. Whereas Xuan Yi very much coached, very much using optimized methods. He's full ZB. He's doing ZBLS into ZBLL every time. And yeah, two very different schools of thought when it comes to cubing. We'll just have to see who wins out today.
Yeah. And then, of course, our 3rd place solver, Madi Hiroto Inaba, notable for being the blueprint of the coaching school.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. We discovered that in a recent Cubicle video, didn't we? That apparently a lot of the Chinese coaches, they look at Maddie's solves and they teach their cubers to solve just like that. Which I find really fascinating. I remember a quote from Maddie just a couple of years ago where he said he thought he was maybe he was the last or one of the last of sort of the intuitive generation of solvers, you'd call them. The people who self-taught, who sort of figured things out by sort of watching YouTube videos, by doing slow solves, by figuring out techniques on their own. Whereas the new wave of solvers that we've seen dominating 3x3, Yiheng Wang, Xuan Yigeng, Chixian Cao, a bit lower in our standings here. They've all been coached and we've seen it produce amazing, amazing results.
Right.
Anyway, we're just going to start our finals now. Just like our previous 2x2 and Pyraminx finals, this is going to be staggered, so we're going to have to wait a little bit before Xuan Yi and Timofey get their solves, but we will see results start pouring in from our lower seeds in just a second here, and we'll keep you updated with that as it happens.
Definitely, yeah. And of course, because 3x3 inherently has more complexity as a puzzle than 2x2 or Pyraminx, the times that we'll see from our earlier competitors will be much less reflective of scramble quality.
Yeah, especially with diversity in what cross colors you choose or what methods you choose. Even Alexi doesn't use a cross at all.
Right.
And then there's just different last layer paths that these solvers might go down.
Right.
Even if you were to happen to get the same F2L from Xuanyi and Timofey, they're unlikely to do the same last slot and last layer. So we could definitely get some different times from these guys.
Certainly, yeah.
So while we're waiting for these first two solvers to get their cubes, do you have any predictions for this final?
Well, do you want an extremely... How hot of a take do you want?
Oh, I want as hot as you got.
Ooh, okay.
We'll say as hot as you got within reason.
Within reason.
No
okay.
insane picks here.
Okay. I'm gonna say that Zeke gets another sub-6 average.
Okay, that'd be
and
exciting.
Gets on the podium.
Because he got his first one this competition, didn't he?
He did, in round 2.
And so I guess he's been on the hunt for that for a long time, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. It's my hometown sort of pick, even though if we call hometown 6-hour drive from where I live.
Oh wow! That's the United States for you, isn't it? I come from New Zealand, which is a bit more condensed, a bit easier to travel between. But yeah. So Zeke Mackey on the podium, eh? That's a brave pick, I'd say.
Yeah.
I'd say that my hot take here is going to be Matti Rodonaba takes this opportunity to finally get sub 5.
Yes.
I would love to see that.
I would love to see that as well.
And Matty's been on fire today. He won 4x4 with an incredible PR average, beating Timofey at this competition and beating Timofey in the world rankings. He actually took the seventh world rank spot off Timofey with a 21.17 second average. And so he's solving well. He's solving well in these final conditions. Can he do it in 3x3 as well? Now we're starting to see our solves coming in from our various lower seeds. Probably the most notable solve we've seen so far is a 6.69 from Alvin Rose. Probably not one of our favourites to get in the mix really, but a really good solve in a bunch of different events.
My prediction is starting to get busted.
Yeah.
With a 699, although Tixian getting a 582.
Yeah.
Our fastest solve so far, although we do have several top seeds to go.
Mm-hmm. But a 582, that's sort of more what we'd expect to see from Tixian.
Yeah, that's definitely on the middle to lower side of her expected range.
But here's Timofey, one of our first two featured solvers, coming in for his first solve.
Lexi getting a 561, the new fastest solve. But yeah, looks like there's a nice little pair there. Timofey locking up a little bit.
Oh, locking up a lot actually.
Locking up a lot, yeah. And we'll get an 812 on that solve. Not the start you want to see. And Xuanyi's going now and gets a 473.
Pretty decisively putting together the best solve we've seen so far. That's almost a full second clear of the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Xuanyi showing why he's won every round of this competition so far.
Yeah. Yeah, if you wanted a colder take, I would have said Xuanyi wins.
Yes, obviously. When I said predictions, that maybe wasn't the right word to use, because the prediction is just Xuanyi wins. Xuanyi does what he's been doing all day. Xuanyi does what's second nature to him really at this point, and gets more sub 5 second solves. An interesting thing for me to note is that Samir actually opened up his average with a 5.93, which doesn't sound like a surprise, but Samir's 3x3 averages at this competition have been really all over the place.
Yeah.
He had a 7-second average in round 1. He's had 6-second averages, and yeah, it's been no good really. But 5.93 when it matters, that's what you need.
Yeah. Samir, a noted solid championship performer, being the Square One World Champion.
Yep.
An incumbent and also one of the top 2 picks to retain the title.
Yeah, definitely. It's really a battle between him and Hassan Kanani, you'd have to say, for the Square One World Championship title, and you'll want to tune into the World Cube Association YouTube channel in just a week's time to see that battle unfold. But for now, it's all about the 3x3 battle. Xuanyi versus Timofey in terms of our featured solvers, but Xuanyi versus the world in terms of this final.
Absolutely.
And it's funny looking at it. You said it's a cold take for Xuanyi to win, and I agree, but I think it's really a question of how fast he goes.
Right.
Because there's been this narrative building in the community over the last few months of, can anyone take down Yiheng Wang? Yiheng, of course, not at this competition, but has been the standout 3x3 solver in the world for the last couple of years. He hasn't won a World Championships yet. Neither has Xuanyi, of course, not having attended one. But it's really a clash of the titans between these two sub 5 second solvers.
Yeah, definitely.
Xuanyi using the ZB method, Yiheng using the CFOP method, and next week will be a test of which method reigns supreme.
Right. Yeah. If we look at Xuanyi's averages from this competition, we see 4.6, 5.4, and 4.7.
Yeah, so I think 5.4 is a bit outside of the range of what he'll want to get. I mean, when you're going up against Yiheng Wang, which he will next weekend, really it's sub 5 or nothing, I'd say.
Yes, I think 4.6 and 4.7, although they are not, they certainly are below Yiheng's peak times.
Yeah.
I don't think you can count them out from beating him in any given round.
No, and especially when that round is the World Championship finals. I mean, we saw last World Championships that Yiheng he is fallible. He's not a perfect solver, and he does feel the pressure. Right. So in a World Championship finals, Yiheng might have, a 4.48, I think, average of 100 in competition. But when it comes to the World Championship finals, it seems unlikely to me that he'll perform quite up to his peak like that.
Right. We have Timofey inspecting for solve 2 now. This looks a lot better than before. 558.
I saw a bit of a pause really after cross there, just sort of near the start of the solve, but he pulled it back and got a 5.5.
Xuanyi now going. That's a diag pi, 521.
So it's a good solve. It's better than any solve from any of our other solvers, which is funny to say. But it's honestly a bit bad for Xuanyi, I'd say.
Yeah.
521, it sounds crazy, but I think anything outside of sub 5 he won't be too pleased with.
I mean, and it's just the tiniest mistakes that are getting him. It was just this little hiccup during F2L as well as just getting a bad ZB.
Yeah, see that's the thing. I mean, you saw there, it's funny, like, it takes a trained eye really to look at this and see the problems in his solves, but when you do watch it after you've been cubing for a few years, you can see that it's not quite perfection throughout that F2L.
Yeah. And then, of course, case quality. You just need to know them to understand.
Yeah, exactly. And Pi ZBLL, famously one of the toughest ZBLL sets. For my money, actually harder recognition than even Soon and Anti-Soon, even H.
I would absolutely agree.
Yeah, I mean, the classical narrative is that Soon and Anti-Soon ZBLL are sort of the hardest or the worst sets, but in my experience, Pi ZBLL recognition is just that extra bit harder.
I don't know full ZB, but I've been around people who know it and have general experience with ALGs, and my take is that people are conflating that Soon and Anti-Soon have the lowest return on investment.
Right, exactly.
Which is definitely true.
Yeah.
But the ALGs are better and faster than Pi and H and have easier recognition.
Yeah, so if you don't know quite what we mean there, basically Soon and Anti-Soon are two of, if not the absolute two fastest OLLs, and so it's very, very hard to get your ZBLLs fast enough that they're actually faster than doing OLL and PLL. It is possible, and when you master ZBLL, you can get there, and you can be rewarded actually, because at least in my experience, the Soon and Anti-Soon ZBLL ALGs are actually very, very fast.
Yes.
They're, I would say, actually even better than TU or L, which are traditionally hailed as, the best ZBLL sets.
Right.
Anyway, we're starting to see some solves come in on the third scramble here.
You see Paul Mavi getting a 685.
That's his fastest solve so far. Daniel Rush with a 7.25. Tommy Caprillis with a 735, his fastest solve so far. But no exceptional times just yet.
Zeke busting my prediction officially now.
Well, it's not quite busted, I'd say. I mean, a 6.99, his first solve is now counting, having produced a 7.64 on that third solve. But with the fourth and fifth solves yet to come, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Technically speaking.
Also, notably, we're seeing some pretty uncharacteristic performance from Qishan.
Right, so this is the question for me. I mean, we know that Qishan has that skill, and we know that she's one of the best solvers in the field, but I can't remember seeing her at too many major championship finals before.
Certainly not.
So maybe this is a bit of a hint to us that come the World Championship finals, she might not quite have the mental strength that some of our really really world-class solvers have.
Yeah, we have both Timofey and Xuanyi inspecting right now. I think Timofey would have started, but
Mhm.
we are focusing on Xuanyi. We'll see how he does this solve. So it's a great F2L, and then a nice Soon ZB 501. Looks like a little bit locky, but nothing too terrible.
Yeah, and
we'll put him in commanding position still.
Yeah, and it's funny, it's once again a solve faster than any of our other solvers have produced at all. So he has three solves faster than anyone else. You've got to imagine that it would take a minor disaster at this point for him to not win this final.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now the lay of the land after 3 solves is we have Xuanyi, who's obviously the commanding leader, Luke Garrett being our sort of second place right now, although the projections are being a bit optimistic for him since he does have one very bad solve for him, an 8-second solve.
Yeah.
As well as a 5.3 and 5.4, but still giving him a lot of great potential. And then in third we have Timofey, who has pretty much about the same thing as Luke, just a tiny bit slower. And
an interesting story for me here, Matti Hiroto Inaba in 6th place in our live rankings.
Yeah.
Really nowhere to be seen. I mean, we hyped him up as one of the favourites to podium, maybe even win this competition. I gave you my prediction just before that he might get sub 5. Looks like neither of our predictions are likely to come true. But yeah, he really needs to pick up the pace in this last couple if he wants to put together a solid average.
Definitely, yeah.
But we did see in that 4x4 final that he does have the ability to remain composed in the face of some tricky situations. So it is an 8 hanging over him that he produced on that 3rd solve, but if anyone can bring it back and can produce a solid average after that, I think Matty's the one to do it.
Certainly. Looks like we're getting a quick replay of Xuanyi's 3rd solve. Perhaps you could comment on the quality of the Soon ZB if you're able to see it.
Oh, even in slow motion it's very tough. I mean, Diag, yeah, so it was
the Diag with the H-perm bomb Harris.
Yeah, so it's I would say not one of the best Diag cases. It's pretty middling really, as far as Soon ZBL goes.
Okay.
Yeah, not one of my least favorite cases, but
so we'd
definitely not a standout.
We'd say it's maybe 60th percentile overall if it's one of the better, if it's a middling Soon ZB then?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Okay.
Maybe a bit lower actually, I think.
Okay, like 55.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's also hard for me to know really the preferences of someone like Xuanyi. I mean, he uses a lot of different algs from Western solvers. They're often quite a bit longer, quite a bit more ergonomic, you'd say.
Right.
So it could be that his preferences are very different to mine.
Certainly. And Qichan looking to threaten to bring it back on Solve 4, getting a 509, which is much more what we'd expect from her.
So with that 5.09, she's brought her projected average down to 5.98, which is in that sub-6 territory that we're expecting to see from her. And her best possible average is a 5.68, which could still be in podium contention.
Timofey inspecting now for Solve 4. Looks like you have 2 cross edges in aligned positions on white, which could potentially be something, but he does ignore it and goes for yellow.
Wow!
Gets a 372.
Look at that!
PR
a 3.72. That is PR single.
At the very least, Russian NR. That is Russian NR.
That's definitely Russian NR, and that ranks him
tied 13th in the world.
Tied with Yufeng Du, one of our other rising stars.
And Xuanyi Geng getting a 439 and not even a golf clap.
That's unbelievable. A 439 and the audience doesn't respond whatsoever. But can you blame them after we saw a 3.72 from Timofey?
Let's watch this 3 once again. And you just see the lightning fast WOL.
Yeah, and look at that reaction. He is on top of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been overall, I haven't seen too many of his results from today, but it seems to have been a pretty tough comp for him overall, results-wise.
Yeah, definitely.
So getting something like this is going to be an incredible reprieve.
Yeah. But with that 3.72, that's a new national record single, and he gives himself a great best possible average, 5.02 seconds.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, though, even with that, with a 5.02 second best possible average, that's slower than Xuanyi's worst possible average.
And, so of course, best possible average can be a bit of a misleading metric here.
Right, exactly.
As to get this 5.02 average, he would need to get a 3.7 again.
Yeah, which Timofey's a great solver, as he's just demonstrated with that solve, but that's maybe a bit too much to ask.
Perhaps, yeah.
But we'll just have to see, you know, stranger things have happened in cubing. But anyway, we're getting to the tail end of this final now. Xuanyi looking at a range of 4.71 to 4.98, depending on how his last solve goes. It's a really tight range there. He's just been so consistent with those 4s and with those low 5s that he's got the win actually sewn up at this point. No one can take it off him. That's really what we expected going into this, but always a treat to see him actually bring out the goods.
It looks like from our predictions from earlier, it looks like Timofey gets a 3 was what we were looking for.
Yeah, that would have been the hot take, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But anyway, he's managed it. And that's actually, for a first 3, that's a pretty nice way to do it, really.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's sub 4 by a huge margin.
Definitely, yeah. We're just going to look at this again because it's such a great solve.
Yeah, nice OLL, predicts the PLL, predicts the AUF, perfect, and look how stoked he is.
Yeah, I think that's a solve that is, you know, qualitatively pretty close to perfect.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying it for years. We've been saying that, you know, how much more can people improve? People said that when they saw Felix solving, even. But you look at a solve like that, how much more can that really improve? You know, what errors were there in that solve, really?
Yeah. I saw like one avoidable regrip, and that's about it.
Yeah. It's really, I mean, it's getting to the point where the only thing you can say is maybe just turn faster.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he was already turning lightning fast.
Oh, yeah. And this is Timofey's actual 5th solve and not a replay, as I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 6-11. That's not... You know, I would have expected worse. After such a good single, you typically don't see very good performance by just about anyone, but holding it together to secure a 581 average.
Oh, and it all falls apart in the ZBLL there. Yeah, it was looking really very, very strong, but a couple of nasty lockups in that TZBLL and a 5.08.
Tripping, or did he get a non-ZB last layer case and then have to orient?
I didn't quite see that. Hopefully we'll see on the replay. But anyway, despite the lockups, despite him getting actually almost his worst possible average, Xuanyi still wins our final with a 4.94 second average, showing why he's one of the best in the world, showing why he's the world record single holder. It looks like Alexei
Zvetkov is going to sneak onto our podium now with 573. Giving us some much-needed Ru method representation.
Yep, and Timofey Tarasenko, after that extremely impressive 3.72 second national record single, finishes off with a 5.81 second average. So that's our podium, Xuanyi, Alexei, Timofey, and that's actually not the podium I would have expected heading into this competition.
Yeah, certainly not.
No representation from the American solvers of the field. Luke Garrett finishing just outside with a 5.96 second average. Matty way down in 6th with a 6.32 second average. Qixian improving a little bit on her performance from the semi-finals, but only 6.04. She's not getting a sub 6 in this high pressure situation. It was a very interesting final to me.
Yeah, definitely.
And if that's a preview of things to come, then we could see a bit of a shake-up at the World Championships next weekend.
Yeah, for sure. No, this was great. If you had to ask me to predict a podium going in, I would have said Xuanyi, Qixian, and then probably Matty.
Yeah.
But we've got Alexei here, our second place finisher, so I will hand it off to him.
Hello.
All right.
So Alexei, how was that final for you?
It was very interesting. I started off okay, and then my second and third solve were 6s, so it could go both directions, definitely. And then Timofey got a 3.7.
Exactly.
The thing is, it was mine RB4 with a 395, so that was a bit hard to take.
Yeah.
Of course. But then I decided that it's okay, and I'm just gonna, as they say, lock in for this.
Yep, locked in.
Yeah. And so I just finished with a solid 5.4, so that was nice, I think. Yeah.
And I've got to say, I think that's a really solid way to finish off the West Coast Cubing Tour for you. So you've been present at all of the competitions up the West Coast?
Except for the PBQ one.
Sure.
In Seattle.
Yeah. As if in my mind, these are almost two sort of paired competitions, with warm-up PBQ and warm-up Seattle being, you know, two parts of the same comp.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've been at all the other West Coast Cubing Tour comps, and you've done pretty well at them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you win Berkeley and?
I won Berkeley and San Diego.
Nice.
LA was not very good.
Yeah.
I was second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here, at the most competitive of these competitions, you finished second again. How do you feel about that?
It's great. To be honest, I knew I could podium, but I knew like something should happen definitely. So I'm very in a sense surprised. I'm very happy about that, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. And that's going to be a great confidence builder for Worlds as well.
Yes, sure.
So what are your goals for the World Championships next weekend?
So I really hope to make it to the finals of my main events.
Yep.
Which are 2x2, Pyraminx, OH, and hopefully 3x3. Hopefully it will work out. And we'll see how finals go.
Yeah. Well, it's really exciting to see. I was really impressed as well with how you sort of fought back in that Pyraminx round as well. You didn't start off the best way, but you managed to get your way onto the podium anyway.
Yes.
So that was very impressive. Anyway, just looking through the rest of our final results here, I was astonished really with how you managed to beat out the likes of Luke Garrett, Chixian Kao, Mari Hiroto Inaba, some of the biggest names in speedcubing. So really impressed with that, and I think that bodes really well for the World Championships next weekend. How did you enjoy this competition overall?
It was great. I really liked the organization. The final, so the way of 2x2 Pyraminx and 3x3 finals.
Yeah.
I didn't really like that.
Yeah.
That did kind of affect my nerves when starting, for example, in Pyraminx with a +2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would feel better if it was waiting area or just like normal stationary.
Yeah.
I would feel better.
Yeah. So that's something that Stanley and I were speculating on while watching it, because it's kind of an untested format, right? We haven't seen any competitions use this kind of format before, where we're bringing out the puzzles sort of one at a time so that the audience can really see. I feel it's maybe good for the spectators in the venue here to be able to see the solves one by one, but for some of our people watching on the live stream and for you guys waiting, it's a really tough challenge, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, I think for the stream, basically, you just see two people.
Yeah.
And most of the time we're not doing anything. So,
yeah, exactly. So we were sort of keeping track with the results as they came into WCA Live, but yeah, it's a tough experience really. How did you maintain your composure during that round and during that long wait?
It was hard. It was something new for me. So before Pyraminx first solve, I was very nervous. But after getting in Pyraminx, after getting a +2 in DNF, I was like, okay, I know if I count like something very good, I still might have a chance of podium. So I just went for it. And then for 3x3 and 2x2, I just tried to solve as usual, basically.
Yeah, and that seems to have worked out pretty well for you as well. Anyway, I'm excited to see how you do in the World Championships next weekend. I'm especially excited for one-handed because you've been posting some amazing results in that recently, haven't you?
Yeah.
So, of course, demonstrating the power of the Roux method, really. I think you've got to be one of the favorites for the podium, I'd say.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anyway, I think we're going to... Sorry. Sure. Oh wait, sorry, I can't. Sorry, just a second. We're just having a minor production delay. Yeah. Cool. So, do you have any final thoughts on this competition or the World Championships experience?
It's our first time in America.
Yeah.
The competition format is a bit different with the running system, but overall the competitions are very cool. I like them a lot.
Yep.
Yeah. So
cool.
I hope at Worlds it will go okay.
Yeah.
It will go good.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you there, and I'm sure we'll see plenty of action next weekend. Thanks so much for coming on the interview.
Thank you very much.
I imagine you'll be pulled off to receive a bunch of awards soon.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's been Alexei Svetkov. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you very much.
So that brings an end to our rounds. Seattle 2025. What a day it's been. Some electric finals. That masterclass by Xuan on ZB solving with a 4.94 second average. Sub 5 once again, and really making a statement as to how good of a solver he is. Timofey putting together an electric 3.72 second solve. Almost a perfect solve that was. And we saw some amazing performances across a whole variety of different events today. Timofey, performing excellently in the big cubes. Kevin Hayes winning 7x7 somehow. That was an awesome moment for me. Kevin Hayes showing that he still has the goods, even over a decade after his peak. And yeah, really across the board, it's been an awesome competition. It's for me such a special experience to get to see this sort of level of competition, where we only gather once every 2 years, all the best cubers from around the world gather together, and yeah, that's the magic of the World Championships. So that's been Warm Up Seattle 2025, and we'll see you in just a few days for the World Championships live stream. That's going to be hosted on the official World Cube Association YouTube channel, so tune in there for the live stream from December 3rd to 6th. See you there.